The story begins with the MC sitting down. He is Jang Chul, a graduate student in Korea. Actually, this would be before, since the day before he suddenly transformed into the Demon King Kratos. The final boss of the game he likes and believes has an otherwise ordinary story. The goal of this game, called Paladin of Blood, is to revive the ancient hero who had fallen asleep, but he stops to think and decides it's not worth talking about it since it won't add anything. At that moment, his servant approaches. This is Zephyros, informing him that preparations for the war are ready. The army is in full force, and Asura is all excited, saying he wants to satisfy his hunger with the grand invasion they are about to launch. In the battle, there is also the Ice Monarch Sergi, level 531. Besides her, there is the Archduke of Mist, Hartok, level 555. Alongside him is the powerful Tyrant of the Black Rock, Baal, level 539. All of them stand before the king, thrilled. The MC gives a loud shout, telling the demon army to listen carefully. Everyone immediately starts paying attention. He begins by saying that he orders all demons that from that moment on, he makes a dramatic pause, leaving all his elite servants alert to what he is about to say. He ends by saying they will cease the attacks and begin practicing agriculture. Everyone goes silent for a moment and then starts screaming furiously, saying this is absurd. The MC is startled since they are all extremely terrifying, and he nearly soiled himself, but the expression he made was even more terrifying, enough to freeze everyone in fear. Jang Chul is aware that if the war begins, including a notification that informed him the 20th playthrough has started, the character stands up and looks to the side. This is Kimchi, level 9990, and the MC believes he will end up being finished off by him. Jang Chul graduated after studying agriculture at a Korean university with the hope of becoming a very rich farmer, and since he was a genius, he quickly became the best in the course. Because of that, people kept asking him for things like help writing their thesis, while others asked for help with a project, since they thought he was very good at what he did. The line was huge with people asking for things, even plowing the land. He was already exhausted since he had practically become an elite slave. The MC could only think about what a shitty life he was leading and didn't understand why he was doing the hard work, while his professors took all the credit. This caused him to have a fit of rage to the point of screaming that he would finish everyone off one day. At that moment, he had not a drop of dopamine left and would definitely go insane at some point. So the only moment he could get a drop of dopamine was playing video games. One game in particular was very hard to level up and finish, and in fact, no player had managed to complete it 19 times. So, in his pursuit to feel like he had accomplished something, he ended up pulling all-nighters playing, and this intensified over days, until finally, he became the first person to finish that game 19 times. Jang Chul, despite his defeated face from how tired he was secretly happy because now he was the strongest in the world, at least in the game. He is aware that his 20th playthrough will be at an absurdly hellish difficulty, and he will need to level up before trying because he wants to get stronger. With his inventory open, he had a very try-hard look and was already at level 9990. He is excited since the max level is 9999 and decides he will stop once he reaches it, and he doesn't even know how many years it took to get where he is. A notification then asks if he wants to start the 20th playthrough. He doesn't think twice and presses yes, and an intense light begins to come out of his TV, leaving him scared and asking what the hell that is. Immediately, his soul leaves his body screaming like never before until it enters the television. Right after, he appears in another place and begins to fall in free fall with a dumbfounded face. The MC simply can't believe what the hell is going on, but tries to stay calm since he's smart and might think of something. While falling absurdly fast, he tries to put the pieces together, realizing he is blue. So maybe that's his soul, thinking he probably won't die when he hits the ground. He also notices that on the horizon there's a giant tower, and concludes it's the Tower of Life, meaning he's inside the game Paladin of Blood. While still falling like a jet engine, he panics, asking if that in front of him is the Paladin's tomb. He crosses the tomb and thanks God, since apparently he's going to enter the body of his old character, the old Kimchi, who is almost at the maximum level. And it seems his life as a badass and invincible hero is about to begin. As he approaches the body, he realizes that his goofy skins aren't so pleasant outside the game and gets frustrated, since on second thought, he doesn't want to become that. Suddenly, his body starts heading in another direction and cuts through the sky like a rocket, still screaming about where the hell he's going. He spots the Demon Lord's body and begs not to be chosen for that one either, since he doesn't want to be him. Back in the present, Jang Chul, now in the body of Demon King Krita, sighs because thinking about all this makes his head explode. He breaks his head thinking, since if he hadn't had that stupid thought when he looked at his old Kimchi, he'd currently be in the body of a badass character and now feels way too dumb. Zephyros is walking toward him until he hears someone shouting that the Demon Lord has definitely gotten weaker. He looks toward the door where the shouts are coming from and sees the elite squad complaining that Krita only wanted to stop the attack because he got weaker, and Asura insists that they should team up to cut off the leader's head and divide the kingdom's command, since that's how Krita became king after finishing off the last Demon King. He asks what they'll do if the leader hasn't weakened, as at least 2 of the 4 would suffer massive damage or even lose their lives. Sergi says that if Asura volunteers to be their shield, then maybe they can try. Meanwhile, the rock tyrant can only think about how hungry he is. The prince agrees and asks what they'll do if they find evidence that the Demon King really has weakened. They all respond that in that case, he'll definitely be finished, except for Baal, who says nothing because he's hungry. The servant outside hears all this and just stays silent. Still in the castle, he reports to the king saying that the army's mortality rate has plummeted and that there was a case of people devouring each other, and some left the demon lands without warning. The MC listens attentively. Zephyros, looking at the king, says that the 4 great demon generals are furious and are even saying he's weakened and are planning to work together to cut off his head. Jang Chul grows worried hearing this, because if the 4 attack together, he'll definitely lose his life. So if he appears weak, he's definitely done for. Only then does he realize and starts imagining his old Kimchi's body, and since he didn't enter the body, it's probably still a corpse. And thinking that way, he believes it's better to invade the human world. His servants approach with a crystal ball and say that it's the video of the Paladin's tomb sent by General Agmia. In the video, it was possible to see his old avatar finishing off the monsters mercilessly, even when they begged him to stop. The MC starts to go cold seeing that, especially since that's definitely his old avatar. He starts to worry since he needs to forget that idea. It even seems like a movie made by a lunatic, and he doesn't even want to breathe the same air as that avatar. So he believes he can't abandon the kingdom no matter what. However, he gets downcast since at this rate he'll look weak for surrendering, and the 4 demon generals will finish him off. Or he'll go to the Demon King, and Kimchi will gouge out his eyes and finish him off too. That said, he starts crying, not understanding why he ended up in that damned world, and why he can't just be happy. Only then does he get up, imagining there's only one thing he can do now that they've solved the food issue to calm the demons. His servant then asks where he's going, and he replies that he's going to take a look at the farmland. The servant apologizes, saying he didn't understand, and this leaves him confused. Asking what he didn't understand, he replies that the mighty Lord Krita is narcissistic, arrogant, and completely rude, and that way of acting is totally disgusting and horrifying, so he asks him never to do it again. The MC starts wondering what the hell got into that guy, and if he's trying to provoke him, and doesn't know if he always had that personality. He is aware that Zephyros appeared only once before the battle against the Demon King, without any explanation, but this mystery ended up making him a very popular character. He remembers when he played as a paladin That servant had said the Demon King no longer wanted to fight, so he politely asked him to return from where he came. Because of that, he defeated him with just one punch, and all Zephyros could do was lament being weak and unable to protect the Demon King. Thinking about it, the MC guesses that these dialogues made everyone think he was loyal to the Demon King and respected him greatly. The servant emphasizes that he never imagined such a blunder and that this is the first Demon King to lose so much trust from the demons. Jiang Qiul can only think that this guy is annoying as hell. Zephyros starts writing in his notebook and asks if by any chance he wants to practice agriculture in the demon land, saying he didn't know his memory was as good as a pigeon's. This enrages the MC, telling the kid to chill since he's talking to the Demon King. However, he refuses, saying he will continue. So, he leaves the castle and explains that both the current Demon King and the last one tried to use the land for planting, but in that dry environment with extreme temperature differences, he should know nothing can bloom. Credo says he feels the land is called the land of death, and, with a confident look, says that with his current abilities, it is indeed possible to restore it. However, inside, he knows he hates agriculture, even though it will be the reason for his survival. He then crouches and starts picking up soil with his hand, and then puts it in his mouth. Zephyros, seeing this, takes notes, writing that the Demon King became strange, even turning into a beggar who eats dirt. The MC, irritated, asks what the hell he is writing. The servant replies that he is just doing his job, writing the chronicles of the Demon King since it's important, and concludes that apparently the Demon King's memory has totally worsened. Jiang Qiul spits out the sand, realizing there are 0 nutrients and no nitrogen. After all, he knows nitrogen is absolutely necessary for plant growth. Even though it makes up 78% of the atmosphere, plants can't use it on their own. This is because nitrogen atoms form 3 covalent bonds, making a chemical reaction almost impossible. In other words, humanity developed a nitrogen fixation process through chemical engineering, which gradually increased food production. Unfortunately, he admits it's impossible there since nothing can be used as the basis for agriculture. He stands still, reflecting, as he needs to use nitrogen fixation from nature itself. His idea is to use lightning, since it has high voltage and will oxidize nitrogen, which will then mix with rainwater and be absorbed by the soil. He also remembers in the game what was the Demon King Kratos's main skill, since he scratched himself with his own hands and used his vital fluid to attack. A bloody strike that could instantly finish the MC. He knows the Demon King made lightning and humidity explode at the same time, a perfect technique to create fertile soil. Thinking about this strategy, he tells his servant to move back and uses the technique, scratching himself first, but starts screaming in pain, wondering if the damn Demon King is crazy for self-mutilating every time he fights since it hurts so much. Then he looks to the side and realizes his generals are watching, and they are increasingly sure the Demon King has weakened. He panics, knowing this situation is only getting worse, and Baal says he clearly got weaker. Hearing this worries Jiang Qiul, as he's more certain that guy is an assassin and his plan is to provoke until he finally finishes him. So he decides to self-mutilate again, since it's better than losing his life, and full of confidence uses his bloody technique, spraying his tomato sauce all over the soil, and after the whole act, he starts screaming in pain, saying it hurts like hell. At that moment, the generals approach and ask if he's feeling weak by any chance. He panics, knowing now the situation is really bad. Meanwhile, elsewhere, his old game avatar Kimchi imagines that his memories are vague from his past life and knows he lived that life more than 10 times and was even heading in the right direction. He looks at his hand, reflecting that the summoning of duty simply says nothing and that he simply no longer knows what his purpose in this life is. He breathes deeply and resumes walking all imposing with his level 9,990. Everyone has a sinister look, and Asura explains that the demonic plan follows well-known rules, since the strongest is the Demon King. The MC is completely scared, as each of them seems absurdly strong, and since he cannot use a simple skill, it seems he will lose his life very soon. From Asura's perspective, the pressure of the whirlwind is overwhelming, as the fight hasn't even started yet, and his whole body is trembling with that accumulated strength. Then he smiles and asks if, by any chance in his current state, he could defeat all the generals. When he asks this, he looks back and sees them all hiding behind a tree, becoming terrified because he doesn't know what his colleagues are doing. The three reflect that they will watch Asura get beaten, and if it seems feasible, only then will they join the fight. He starts sweating cold, realizing his friends are ruthless. But the generals agree. After all, they are demons, so they are evil. Zephyros turns on the big screen to broadcast the fight and says that according to the ancient tradition of demons, the duel will be broadcast live and, obviously, it is impossible to go back. Asura, panicked and terrified, asks to wait since nothing has been confirmed yet. Then, he raises his sword, trying not to be afraid, since he is almost certain the Demon King is really weakened. Jiang Chil grits his teeth, scared, not knowing what to do, because when he played, he believed the Demon King was incredibly powerful and even tested his strength when he obtained this body, but found it disappointing. Although strong, he is not invincible. Hardly thinking this, he notices the general attacking. He panics because that movement could be a thrust or a side slash, and there is definitely no way to dodge it. However, with extreme ease, he dodges, becoming confused if he really managed to evade it. The MC supposes that the second step, more specifically Asura's left foot, was turned outward, so it was obvious he would use a thrust. That's because the movement is completely identical to the game. After Asura misses the attack, the other generals reflect on what they just saw, as the Demon King's expression when dodging the sword seemed like someone ready to counterattack by biting the enemy's arm, and they don't understand why he didn't do that, so they will watch more. Asura attacks once again, but the MC dodges easily, finally understanding something as he realizes all the movements are exactly like in the game. Then he remembers that the first time he met Asura, he was completely speechless, as he didn't believe he was a character made to be defeated, since he had fast movements in irregular rhythms, plus attacks covering a huge area. Because of that, he was defeated once, then twice, until he lost countless times, and it was only on attempt 128 that he finally defeated him for the first time, and it was only on attempt 19, after defeating him the first time, that he finally managed to humiliate him without taking a single hit. The general was once again going on the attack, and the MC, after thinking about all this, gets excited, since there is no reason to be hit by that guy's attacks. The face he made was scary enough to make the other three generals tremble with fear behind the tree. Yang Chul begins to dodge the blows as if he were dancing. So easy it was, like a child's game. The three observing are incredulous, as the Demon King is having fun and doesn't even seem to take the fight seriously. On the other hand, Asura gets irritated by this, while the Demon King gets more and more excited, knowing that nothing resists a group attack. But he ended up noticing something more important. That world shares the same rules as the game. After reflecting on this, a notification appears saying he has understood the basic rule of that world. He looks to the side, confused, as that message is identical to the webtoon. Another message appears saying he also managed to dodge the enemy's attack with high concentration. At that moment, he charges forward with everything, but another system window appears informing that as a reward, a part of the game system used by playable characters has been unlocked. With this, the target function has been unlocked. He is still confused about what this means and realizes there is a kind of sight locked onto the target, and indeed remembers that it is an essential function for using special abilities. That said, he scratches himself once more and uses his bloody strike technique, spraying his ketchup on the target, which immediately burns due to the absurd power. The generals watching are terrified by such power and immediately shout that they knew the Demon King was not weak at all. Meanwhile, the MC stands before the burned body of the Asura, who is kneeling, His servant grumbles since he just lost, and seeing this leaves Jang Chul perplexed because in the game, the bloody strike would finish the enemy with a single hit, and he doesn't understand how he survived. To make things worse, he knows that General has absurd regeneration and will soon recover. So he uses his ability again, burning the Asura, and does this several times until all the generals tremble in fear at such torture as they witness the Demon King attacking in a way that will not finish the Asura, but will inflict a lot of pain. However, this was not the MC's intention since he doesn't understand why that guy isn't losing health and doesn't know what else to do. A notification appears saying he stripped all the clothes off the Asura, and now he has none. The MC is confused by what kind of random message that is, and asks not to speak as if he were a pervert. Because of this, a new system was unlocked, along with armor removal from the inventory. He looks at it confused, not knowing if this is a good thing, and can see the clothes he is wearing, even though he only has the set he currently wears, and believes it won't be very useful now. Then he considers that he needs to deal with that general first since his current strength is not enough to finish him, and because the guy's recovery is absurd, he will eventually get back up. Only then does an idea come to his mind. Since that general still hasn't lost health, he can mark him and keep firing the bloody strike. He thinks this is a brilliant idea since it will inject a lot of nitrogen into the ground without anyone noticing. At the same time, he notices the other generals are scared stiff behind the tree after what they witnessed, so the plan won't face problems. Thinking this, he calls Sergi and asks her to tie the Asura tightly. She starts sweating nervously since she's being ordered to tie up a man almost naked, and it seems he wants to humiliate both the guy and herself at the same time. Still, she obeys and ties the unlucky one to a cross, as this is the MC's first step, which is to prepare the lightning rod. Meanwhile, the Asura's regeneration is at full speed until he finally wakes up, declaring the immortal is back, and shouting that apparently the Demon King can't even finish him with bloody strike, and that he really got weaker, promising now to have his head torn off. But to his bad luck, Jang Chul starts using his technique, burning his body constantly until he's screaming in pain, as this is the second step. And the MC is always aware that nitrogen in the air will oxidize and turn into nitrite. Then he calls Hartok, ordering him to cover the whole area with mist, making it as dense as possible to the point water drips. He gets excited hearing this, as apparently the Demon King wants to make the ground ready so thundershocks hurt more, and finds this torture method creative, even liking to learn it. Without hesitation, he starts using his technique, and now the third step is complete, which is spreading the mist. Then he moves to the fourth step, which is attacking a bit more, so he keeps cutting himself and screaming inside, imagining how much that hurts. Zephyros watches without showing any reaction, unlike the generals who are terrified watching this possible torture method, since it's not letting the Asura's body rest from so many blows and ketchup spraying everywhere. Jang Chul is excited because this way he'll manage to create nitrogen-rich soil, and if the harvest is a huge success, he'll be even more motivated. Because of this, despite the pain, he keeps attacking the whole afternoon until sunset. After all this, he grabs some sand in his hand and realizes it's getting good since he just needs to keep injecting nitrogen like that, and the next step will be improving the soil. He knows that loose soil with a single granular structure does not allow oxygen to enter and has poor drainage. So, for agriculture, the ideal is soil with an aggregated granular and fluffy structure. He stands up pondering what the next step will be and, with a frightening look, orders everyone to collect their own poop. The three are paralyzed after everything they witnessed, and, unable to believe it, they reflect that the Demon King still wants to throw feces at Asura, even after all the torture he caused, since that is cruelty even for a demon. Meanwhile, the next day, Kimchi is walking through the forest until he hears someone asking for help. He turns and sees two people begging him to help. He does not respond, and the crying man says they were attacked by goblins and will give a reward if he helps them. Kimchi approaches with his frightening face, leaving the two guys completely terrified. He extends his hand, asking them not to be afraid, as he is not a suspicious person. But they, scared, can only imagine that this guy is much worse than suspicious to the point of being frightening. He then asks if by any chance one of them hurt his leg, and then grabs him by the shoulder and asks him to please show the way. The man says yes, and the Asrahan being carried confesses to being surprised to see such a strong man and says he is an emissary and then asks who he is. Kimchi takes a deep breath and, continuing the journey, says he still needs to find out. Back at the castle, the three generals are sitting at the table, thoughtful. Hartok, incredulous about what he has to do, asks how the hell they are supposed to carry their own shit literally, and if they might have to do it on the spot. Sergei trembles the whole time, finding it crazy as well as disgusting and repulsive. Bale says it's been a long time since he ate, so he won't be able to poop, and adds that Sergei doesn't poop either. She gets furious about him talking about her and shouts for him not to be talking about other people's orifices. The monocle makes it clear that even if they could poop that easily, he wouldn't want to have to deliver his own shit, and so suggests beating the lower demons and making them poop. Saying that, they go to the villages and make the demon poop, while he begs them to at least leave the room, since if everyone watches, he won't be able to. He then asks them to please wait outside. The guard says the other demons said the same thing, and in the end, couldn't poop. Hardly had he said that when Hartok enters the room asking why it's taking so long and starts walking toward the demon, wanting to know why he is not providing what was requested. The lower demon, terrified, apologizes to the Lord and says he hasn't eaten for a long time, so it will be hard to let out a turd. The general grabs his neck and with his dark aura thanks him, saying it gave a great idea. Then he uses only the shadow claw toward the demon, who screams desperately asking him to stop. At that moment, Bal appears and grabs the general's hand, stopping him from continuing. Hartok does not like this at all and asks why he stopped him. The big guy replies that a pure stomach loses life, but a dead one doesn't poop, so there has to be a way for them to poop more so they can collect. The monocle then releases the captive and says it was a very intelligent idea considering who it came from, and with a somber expression asks if feeding them all with the meat of a certain daring general will make them poop all at once. The tyrant does not like what he heard and also releases his aura, leaving the demon completely terrified since the two simply charged at each other, able to destroy the entire village. At that moment, the demon king appears casting his skill and asking what the hell they are doing. After hurting both, he states that the lower demons are not the only animals that can poop. After that, they gather at the castle, and the MC says that feces have no nutritional value, so they have no use, which is why they need to look for feces that can be used to make fertilizer. Zephyros questions what the hell that is, and he replies that basically it is the ingredient that provides nutrients to the soil. He further explains that normally fertilizer is made with wood ashes, herbs, soil, eggshells, and chicken poop. So for the wood ashes and herbs, they could just use the empty houses they saw earlier, but the problem would be the eggshells and chicken poop. Thinking about this makes an idea come to his mind, so he asks his bouquet for the map of their land. With the map in hand, he reflects that, as expected, it is the same map that comes in the game. So it means he can get what he needs as soon as he reaches a certain location. The specific location is the habitat of the demonic seagulls. He knows this because in the game there are many of them all over the fields, and this indicates that the seagulls can absorb a large amount of nutrients from human lands. Besides that, they poop and lay their eggs in the same place, so the place is perfect. Zephyros asks if by any chance the king is planning to collect the feces of the demonic seagulls. He is surprised since his servant understood things quickly. The Four Eyes then comments that this place is called the cliff from which no one can return, and there are no stable routes to climb, and if you fall, you'll be caught by the tide. Zhang Chul stands up saying he already knows all that, but he thinks that place is not allowed by the system for players to approach. Now, as the Demon King, he simply says he can just climb that cliff. They then go to the cliffs, and the generals are curious about what the Demon King is thinking. The MC is aware that many have already tried to reach those seagulls since ancient times, but they all ended up being preyed on by the waves. He turns and says he's going to climb to the top and throw the bag that will be full of feces and eggshells, and that's why they must make sure to catch it. Then, excited, he says that if this plan works, everyone will be able to eat well. Bale keeps staring at him and remembers that the people of the village, besides being defenseless, were literally starving. Jiang Chul walks toward the waves and reflects if it was on his 13th attempt, since he tried everything to get there. He remembers trying hundreds of times, losing his life every time in the process. He then jumps, and all the generals watch him heading toward the cliff until he finally grabs on, because he is aware of a glitch. He grips the rock firmly, and everyone stays alert watching since it's extremely dangerous. Immediately, the Demon King opens his equipment inventory and simply disables all his clothes, becoming completely naked. The generals don't quite understand what they are seeing since they are looking toward the Demon King, and he is merged with the cliff, with his butt sticking out. Everyone is outraged by what they're being forced to see, while the MC keeps trying to turn his body, and Sergei, being a woman, turns her face away asking what the hell he's doing. At the same moment, he equips everything again. His clothes return, but he stays on the wall, and Sergei, still trembling, finally looks, since at that moment, it must be safe. But once again, the MC rolls his body and unequips everything, getting bugged once again inside the hill. Then, he gets dressed and takes off his clothes. He gets dressed once more and takes off his clothes until he finally reaches the top, stating that he made it. He was aware that in a world where the game system works, it was necessary to have an equipment inventory in the map's peak that supposedly no one should reach. So, putting all these pieces together, he had tested and convinced himself that it was possible. At this moment, Baal says that the Majesty had said that everyone will be able to eat again, and therefore will help, and runs off at the same moment. But Zephyros shouts not to do that since it is something only the king can do. The MC turns with all that shouting, and the big guy jumps saying he will follow the Majesty. However, the king shouts asking what are you doing since it is not possible to grab, and because of that, the general started to fall. Immediately, the MC grabs his hand and tries to hold on tight, using the bug once again. He makes an absurd effort, thinking that it is heavy as hell, and if it continues like that, he will have his arm ripped off. Only then does he realize why he is trying to save that dumb beast, since he is one of the 4 demonic generals, and, in fact, a threat, and questions himself if it wouldn't be better to get rid of him. After looking for a moment at Baal, he starts to sweat cold, and remembers once when a student cried, asking please to help just that once, since the professor would not let him submit the thesis. So, at every moment, he begged please if he could talk to this professor, since at least that way he would take a look at the project. With tears in his eyes, he says that the professors love him since he is the best, and will probably listen, so he insists. The MC just stays silent since that guy was just a junior, and as he himself was the #1 slave, maybe the professor would listen. But coldly he responds that this is his problem. After leaving, he was afraid of owing a favor that could put him in a disadvantageous situation. He gets angry, since maybe if he had given his best beyond his limits, that boy's face in his memories could be smiling. Because of that, he holds the general's hand firmly and starts to make all the possible effort, even though it is difficult because of the bug. He keeps gritting his teeth with all his strength, and after letting out a scream, he pulls the big guy with all his effort, even with his arm cracking in all parts. He does not give up, and, pulling with all the strength he had, throws the tyrant to the top of the hill, landing safely at the top of the mountain. Then, he also climbs up and starts groaning in pain since he had his arm injured. Baal says that he was confused since the Majesty saved him at the cost of getting hurt and had no reason to do that, and so he asked why he did it. The MC takes a deep breath and responds that it hurts less than abandoning a follower and regretting it later. These words touch the general to the point that tears come out of his eyes, and all that Yang Chul could imagine was that he should also have done that for that student, and so, in his heart, he apologizes, asking for forgiveness since at the time he did not do it. At this moment, a notification appears saying that even in a state where he has not yet fully adapted to the body of the Demon King Kratos, he managed to use all his strength. As a result, he managed to earn the sincere gratitude of Baal, one of the 4 generals and demons. He reflects if this is how the big guy looks when he is grateful. The notification also says that, in honor of this achievement, a system was established to provide his army with an abundant feeling of happiness, which earns him a large number of points. He becomes thoughtful about this, since he is not sure what would be considered a good amount of points, and the happiness point accumulation system has been opened. The MC reflects on this since, in fact, he knows because it is something that gives you the right to a free ice cream, and he does not know if that place really sells ice cream. The system responds that obviously not and asks what kind of game world would sell ice cream. This dry answer scares him. The notification says that for each soldier in the demonic army who feels happy with a full stomach, he will earn 1 happiness point and can use these points to buy attributes. It also explains that currently, he is only able to use 20% of Lord Demon Kratos' strength. So, this is how his attribute distribution stands, with resistance, mental strength, physical strength, and magical power at 20%, and the next step will be to increase them by 10%. The system asks him to try to increase all 5 attributes and reach 100% of the Demon King's strength. He is intrigued by this and decides that he will try, starting by buying 10% more of resistance. But to buy the 10% of resistance, he needs 50 happiness points and currently has 0. He is also informed that he can use happiness points to buy skill upgrades, and the skill he currently possesses is Bloody Strike, which is at level 1, and the points needed to level up are 250. He reflects that apparently he cannot do anything yet, but if he manages to cultivate properly, he will be able to gather a lot of happiness and, consequently, become powerful, further increasing his chances of survival. He looks closely at the general and realizes that being appreciated by someone is too delicious, thinking about it with his sinister face. From Baal's perspective, the Demon King's face makes it clear that he will tear him in half if he does not listen to what he has to say, since he owes his life to him, and is aware that Lord Demon Kratos is very evil and does not believe that he saved him out of kindness. The MC gets up and shouts, calling the generals, warning that he put shit in that eggshell and will throw it down there, so they should make sure to catch it. They are outraged by this, but he throws it, telling them to catch the crap. They are bombarded with shit flying in all directions, and the MC is increasingly excited, asking them to give it their all. He says that the first step to producing fertilizer is seagull poop, burnt ashes, and preparing the farm soil. The next step is to gather everything and mix it well. That said, he asks Sergei to mash all that crap and mix it. She is incredulous at that order and asks if she understood correctly, and he reinforces that she has several arms, so she should do what he is ordering. The general does not hold back her fury and shouts that she is the Ice Monarch and her arms were not made to mix shit. The MC asks if she is sure about that, since he will then give her an easier task and points to the cross, warning that if she does not want to do this, she can just stand still up there. Sergei wastes no time and starts mixing the fertilizer with all her energy since she does not want to suffer from the Demon King's attacks. Rang Chul breathes a sigh of relief since for a moment he got scared because that group is all hot-headed, so he can never let his guard down. His only certainty is that now he is the Demon King and will use each of them to achieve his goals. Now, The second step in fertilizer production is to add water, and so he orders Hartok to fill that area with mist. He asks if he is sure since the bad smell will become even harder to bear because of the humidity, and does not understand why he would do that. This time, the MC says nothing and just points towards the Asura tied to the cross. Immediately, the monocle understands the message and flies over the region to fill it with mist. Then, the MC goes to Baal and asks if it got moist enough. He replies that it is quite soft after adding the water, just as His Majesty had instructed. Jiang Qiu imagines that the third step now is to leave the fertilizer in a dry place covered by a sheet made only of seagull feathers. But he is aware that doing these things takes too much time, and if he really wants to make enough fertilizer to cover a vast part of the land, he will have no choice but to mobilize all the demons, even the lower ones. But he confesses that this is something that bothers him, although it needs to be done at any cost, even if it is necessary to use his authority as the Demon King. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a cabin in the demon realm, a man is with his child, and the girl calls for her father. The man asks what the problem is. Flute, with tears in her eyes, begs him to please devour her. Her father says once again not to keep saying such things, but the girl just says that she misses her mother. The man is in shock hearing this, as a giant monster was about to devour his daughter because it was very hungry, and all the child could do was scream desperately as that enormous mouth was approaching to devour her. At that moment, her mother steps in front with her arms open. Flute just watches, with tears in her eyes, her mother smiling in front of her, but the next moment, she is completely devoured with a single bite. After thinking about all this, he comments that he will have no reason to live if his daughter is no longer there, and asks what the point is of continuing to live. At that moment, he hears someone entering the cabin, as it is the Demon King with his generals. The MC asks if he still has the strength to scream and orders them to take him away. He screams desperately, asking them to wait, since his daughter is there, and if they leave her in that state, the high-ranked demons will devour her. With not much to do, Dirak is taken by Baal, while the child screams for her father. Zephyros says that they already have 20 demons, but that they will need more. At this moment, Jiang Qiu looks back and sees the child crying, remembering that in the game he was faced with that defenseless girl, and, unable to accept it, he frantically pressed the controller, making his character deliver the final blow without hesitation. He sees once again then that same child, but now in his new reality, and after resuming his walk, he passes by all the guards and shouts, ordering them to stop with those despicable acts of devouring their own kind, in addition to ordering Zephyros to gather the remaining demons that are missing. Since he wants to see everyone making fertilizer at that very moment, he is aware that he is the Demon King, and that tyranny at that level is acceptable if he wants to achieve his goals, and the role of a leader is to make sacrifices. Time goes by, and the lower demons keep going full steam, beating the fertilizer. Dirak pauses and asks why they are losing their strength during all those days, as cultivating seems ridiculous. His friend tells him to shut up, as he will lose his head if the Demon King hears that. He says that it is no use, as they will lose their lives anyway, and even if the land becomes fertile, there is nothing to plant. At that moment, the MC appears asking if he is curious about what they are going to plant. He despairs, as it is the Demon King, and says that is not what he meant, but Jiang Qiu just asks him to follow. He remembers that the other day, the purple flower he saw in passing was something that could be planted. They go to that place and the lower demon asks if he is coming correctly. You answer yes, since they are going to plant the seed of that flower. And, moreover, Baal, along with some workers from the squads, has already collected that flower in several places. Dirak asks politely, in case it is impolite, and says that this flower is not suitable for eating, since, when consumed, it contains a type of poison that causes immense abdominal pain that could even kill someone powerful like the king. Jiang Qiu pulls the plant out of the ground and says that there is nothing in that land that can be chewed and that they will have to test to see if it is possible to eat that plant since they must have finished. The demon apologizes since he did not understand what was meant by the test. The MC replies that it is exactly that since, at that very moment, his little daughter must be tasting that plant. Durak despairs upon hearing this since it is a death sentence for her and runs out desperately asking why they are doing this to his little one and begs, please, that she has not eaten it. He enters the house shouting for Flute not to eat that flower. However, he cannot believe what he is seeing since the little girl was happily eating that seed and even said that she felt no pain, and moreover, her belly was full. Her father, still trembling because he was desperate, asks if she is really okay. She replies that yes, and that, moreover, Lord Zephyros and Lord Baal fed her the day before too, and she is not feeling anything bad. At this moment, the MC appears asking if, by any chance, he believes now, since the humans from a certain land also made poisonous plants edible, and they managed to cultivate it correctly, this helped to solve their hunger problems. Then, with his sinister smile, he says that this food is known as potatoes. Flute, completely happy, tells the demon lord that she cannot believe he is showing so much kindness to a low-ranking demon and therefore thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Because of this, the system notifies that part of the demonic army feels happy after eating, and so he received happiness points for the first time. Now, he has 1 happiness point. He looks at the system screen surprised and sees how happy the little girl is. This reminds him once of the scene where that demon girl in the game was thirsty, desperate for food, and now, in his new reality, this same little girl has tears in her eyes from being so happy. He smiles, imagining that he is a demon king and does not need to be serious all the time, and with a horrendous face warns that a worm like her just needs to eat until she is full and grow up healthy. Everyone in the room is terrified by this phrase, imagining that he is saying this because he wants to fatten her up, only to then devour her, and he is definitely an evil demon king. The castle is located in the deepest place of the vast territory of the demon king, the Chaven of Antor. The territory is divided into 5 areas, and that is the deepest of them. The region at night is freezing, and during the day, it is scorching. This climate is similar to the Andes Mountains. In the past, the people of the Andes did not have enough to eat, so they ended up eating wild poisonous potatoes. However, humans are different since even things that were not made to be eaten, they make edible. Meanwhile, Durak does his part of the job and shouts to the demon king that he has already spread them all. Jiang Chul shouts to Baal to crush them all. He wastes no time and jumps, hitting the ground squarely and crushing them with his huge foot. The MC just watches and reflects that they froze those potatoes for 5 nights, so they are using Baal's meteoric crushing after melting them during the day, since this will make the poison leak out and evaporate. So basically the process is freeze, melt, crush, and evaporate. After repeating this process, my medication and storage so that they can be lightly cooked. By doing this, the potatoes will become wild dehydrated ones that can be consumed and are called chunos. Then, he turns around and orders the agriculture squad, who is making fertilizer, to gather, shouting that it is finally snack time, hoping they will enjoy eating that. And with that, all the workers gather in line, and he explains that they do not have much food, so each person can only take 2. Zephyros, curious, comments that they have plenty of wild potatoes, and therefore wants to know if they can't just make more. He replies that he doubts there are that many, as it is nowhere near enough to feed the entire demonic army. Then, with his evil smile, he says that obviously they need to plant the remaining potatoes so that they can harvest 1,000 times more. The lower demons hold them in their hands and ask if they can really eat, since it is a poisonous root, and even some of their relatives died after consuming it. Durak says once again that the demon king made them edible, and even Flute ate it and was just fine. The demon calls him a fool and asks him to look at the demon king because that expression is not from someone who would be giving something willingly, and it is so frightening that he comes to a conclusion. They just want them to eat that so they can later see them lying dead on the ground because of the poison. D-Rock, fed up with their doubts, just throws the potato into his mouth, and the workers see him eating and ask if by any chance he really has gone crazy. But the demon just swallows and, crying with joy, shouts that he wishes long life to the Demon King. With that, the agriculture squad was filled with confidence after seeing the first person eat, so they devoured it immediately. Then they direct their gaze to the king and wonder if a tyrant would really give them something edible. Everyone shouts excitedly and raises their hands, reciting "Yes, Credos," which is the salutation for the demon lord. He reflects that he really never liked that and will definitely need to change it later. Meanwhile, his servant watches him and realizes that the expression of the Demon King is from someone who has no doubt that he will be able to generate food from that infertile land, and begins to believe that he can really put an end to the tragedy caused by hunger. Immediately, the system appears saying that part of the demonic army is happy to be fed, and therefore he received 50 more happiness points. The current points now are 51. The MC is surprised to see this and smiles, since it is quite a decent amount of points, and he will be able to get a little stronger. Then, he keeps racking his brains since he doesn't know which attribute will be better for himself, because he has no idea. And maybe for now, it is better just to save the points and keep accumulating more. Then he imagines that they need to separate the fertilizer squad from the potato harvest squad. He barely thinks about it, and Zephyros calls the attention of the agriculture squad and orders them to tell everyone in the village, after work, that even infertile land managed to generate food, and also promises that any demon who harvests wild potatoes will receive food coupons that can be exchanged for chunos. This time, it is the MC who observes and confesses that the guy is as smart as he looks, and, although he is annoying, he is still useful. With this order, all the demons started picking the potatoes for him, while the generals also did their jobs. As for Asura, things are not going very well since the demon lord ordered him to be carried to a certain point in the ground until finally being hung in that place. Only then did he start using his skills, making the general's body burn in flames, since he needs to work hard to produce nitrogen, and that is the only way. After a while, the MC reflects that he already has enough fertilizers and that it is time to take the next step, since they need to spread the fertilizer evenly across all the soil. But the problem is that the earth is too big and it is too much for the agriculture squad to handle. Meanwhile, the general, hanging on the cross, just asks to be finished off at once. But Jang Chul doesn't want to talk and hits him again, since a demonic general still works well, even while starving, because he will be able to work for a long time. However, he gets frustrated, as he really has no choice but to wait. Because of this, he returns to the kingdom and asks his servant if he really requested more troops from the Star Masters. He replies that yes, and explains that they ordered the attacks to cease in order to provide as many troops as possible for agricultural activities, and even though he sent messengers to the master of each of the 4 star areas, they have not yet received any response. The MC wonders if the messengers succumbed to hunger along the way, since unfortunately, it will be very complicated to spread the fertilizer with the current number of troops they have there. Meanwhile, in the 1st star area, the Precipice of the Dead, in the Demon King's territory, a servant reports to his chief that, based on the Sentry's report, the Demon King Kredos really started to cultivate and apparently even managed to create some edible things. The powerful demon takes a deep breath and states that the MC is afraid of him, since he himself becomes more powerful as more demons lose their lives, and by having stopped waging war, he is reducing the number of deaths by hunger to keep him weak. This is Saruthal, 1st Star Master and Father of the Dead. He asks if his servant has already dealt with the messengers who were sent to other star areas. The elite demon replies that yes, and for that reason, the other masters have no information about the end of the war and the agricultural activities. The Lord is satisfied, since the more demons lose their lives by starvation, the better for himself, and he states that eventually he will finish Kratos and thus become the new demon king. Then he calls Fikimir's attention and orders him to destroy anything related to Kratos' harvest. His servant replies that he will do it immediately. After that, the Asura remains confined on the cross, and Fikimir sees this and comments that indeed, Kratos is truly evil, as he turned one of the generals into a living corpse to serve as an example. However, he asks the Asura not to worry, as Lord Saruthul likes that ferocity, and therefore says that he will accept him as a servant to finally finish Kratos. Then he activates his Spectre's ability and shouts for them to completely destroy that land, so that it can never be used again. The little ghosts mobilize at full speed, and one of them says that what is there is animal manure, as they were informed. Fikimir does not think twice and orders them to spread that shit all over the soil, since this is going to be his evil plan. The specters obey and start throwing the dung all over the soil, while their master makes it clear that it is to be thrown in such a way that it can no longer be reused. So they are to spread it evenly to the point of mixing it with the soil in such a way that not even a single piece of manure can be seen. At this moment, the Asura sees what he is doing and remembers a conversation that the Demon King had, in which he said that they need fertilizer to be ground and mixed into the soil, but doing that is very complicated, so it will be impossible for the agriculture squad to spread all that shit through the soil. And then he sees in front of him Saruthul's dog doing exactly that with his specters, thinking he's making an impact, and so he asks what the hell he's trying to do there. Meanwhile, that's still not it. A specter stops to rest and says that it never ends. The others start complaining since everyone has to work equally, because if there's a piece of land that hasn't been damaged, the demon lord will turn it into a cultivation area. The specter gets confused since number 2718 is working hard that day, even though he's always lazy, so he wants to know what happened. He turns around and replies that, actually, he doesn't know, but confesses that when he looks at all the work they've done, he feels proud, as if he had done something productive. The specter doesn't really understand, and starts laughing since he thinks that's very stupid. Meanwhile, the others keep going at full steam, even if they're idiots, and comment that there's still a lot to do. They're thinking they're really good at it, but they realize that the sun is rising, and they hadn't noticed it before. Because of that, their bodies start disintegrating since they lost track of time because of the work, and now they will lose their lives. However, they don't feel so sad since losing their lives wasn't so bad, because they were productive in the end. After those words, they all disappear in the scorching sun, and Fikimir just cries for losing his specters and asks that at least they find peace. With that done, he just wants to see how Kratos will react to it. Meanwhile, in a warehouse, Zephyros reports that the field harvest took longer than expected, but at least they finished. The MC replies that that's good, and that all those potatoes are in a dormant state, since that way they didn't produce seeds, so they won't be useful if planted. He says that it's as if the potato were calmly sleeping in the earth and someone suddenly pulled it by the hair. They would enter a kind of shock attack, and then their biological clock would pause. He reflects that the dormant state will end more quickly if they are left for 2 or 3 weeks at 4 degrees Celsius, and then suddenly move to somewhere warm and dark. An alternative would be to ask Sergei to imbue the potatoes with her cold energy, but the woman is completely furious, just like Hartok, who is in the same situation. He believes he couldn't withstand an attack from both at the same time, so he needs to be careful with what he asks. He explains that the good thing is that there's no problem increasing the storage temperature to about 23 degrees since he just ordered the soldier farmers to do some squats. However, these demons get tired very quickly, so it was a complete failure. He gets thoughtful about this and calls Zephyros to go see the farms since he just wants to do what he can at the moment, because he at least needs to imbue the soil with nitrogen. After arriving at the place where Asura is, he can't believe what he's seeing since, for some reason, the earth is all overturned. He also notices that the stench is filling the whole area, and that this doesn't mean it's ready for planting, but he doesn't understand what miracle that was. Meanwhile, Ficamir is hiding, bursting into laughter, thinking that he managed to frustrate King Kratos's plantation and that his tactic was an absolute success. However, Biael appears behind him and takes him to the MC, saying that he found a rat hiding in that place. Zhang Qiol soon realizes that it's Ficamir, one of the chiefs of the Cliff of the Dead, and believes that he, a demon, appeared there on his own after hearing about reinforcements. To know better, he asks what he's doing. Ficamir tries to say something but takes a punch right in the mouth that almost knocks out all his teeth. Zephyros is confused and asks why the hell he hit the guy before he had a chance to answer. The MC explains that it seemed like he was hiding something, so hitting someone like that almost always solves the problem. He, with a battered face, said he expected nothing less from the Lord Demon and guarantees he won't open his mouth easily. As soon as he says that, he starts getting beaten like a criminal by the police until the MC stops, saying that this shit is really tiring. Because of that, the system appears asking to use points to increase attributes and shows the system window once again, informing which attributes can be increased since he has 51 points at the moment. He decides to use 50 points to increase his resistance, and it goes up from 20% to 30%. Now he goes back to beating the thugs since his resistance is higher and can hit for longer, spending the whole afternoon doing this until the dog speaks up and reveals that he was ordered to destroy the farms to make everyone starve. Knowing this, the MC returns to the castle and realizes that, in the end, Sarathul was responsible for the things that happened and admits he understood quickly since that demon gets stronger the hungrier more demons are. Four Eyes comments that it's an act of revolution, and they even have a new chance if they manage to take down that Sarathul, as the demons who were complaining about the expedition's suspension will see it as a warning. The MC gets lost in thought because, even if that's not a problem, the others will keep disrupting his crops, and he can't just let them go, so he needs to deal with it somehow. Zephyros starts to explain that the problem is defeating that boss, but Zhang Qiol interrupts him, saying he already knows that guy has the ability to transform his body like a ghost's. He even knows that in the game Sarathul was everywhere on the Dead Cliff, which is already a difficult map. So the entire map was like a game of hide-and-seek against him, and since he knows it's hard to get rid of the pests because they hide well, he believes he'll have to force the pests out of their nests. Elsewhere, Flute is looking up in Asura's direction, and he, irritated, asks what she's looking at. She feels a little embarrassed, thanking him since she saw that thanks to his sacrifice they have food to eat. However, he becomes completely furious hearing that, and shouts wanting to know how she dares to mock like that, threatening both her and her family for being stupid. The girl starts running scared. He remains furious, just waiting for the right moment to leave there, confident he'll find a way to end the Demon King's life. As soon as he says this, something catches his attention, making him look to the side, since on the horizon there was a poster with someone singing that they are happy. On the banner, it was written, "Congratulations, second lightning rod of the office." Everyone was singing with joy for the help they received, but Asura doesn't understand what the hell that scarecrow is. He gets emotional since maybe he'll be free now, because there's another one who took his place and he won't need to look like a roasted chicken day and night anymore. However, the story went differently, and the MC placed one next to the other and used his fire ability. Both start to catch fire, and only then does the general realize that this means there will now be two to be used as lightning rods, and so the situation dragged on all afternoon. Saruthal was watching this through his crystal ball, and because of it, he started shouting, calling for his compatriot. Zhang Qiol doesn't stop attacking for even a moment and makes Ficamir agonize in pain from being burned all the time. His boss cries seeing this and says that it must hurt like hell. At every moment, the MC attacks, and the little dog of the god screams in pain, and can only beg him to stop since it must be too painful. At that moment, the MC looks to the side and notices a creature holding a crystal ball as if it were backstage in a game, and concludes that Saruthul is watching everything. This irritates him, imagining it so that the bastard regrets trying to mess with his crops. After that, the heat remains scorching because of the sun, but Flute doesn't stop helping with the soil for a minute. Next to her is Asura, who upon seeing the little girl with a small shovel, decides to call her to ask what the hell she is doing. She explains that the Demon King, along with the 4 great generals and all the other adults, are working hard to take care of the crops, and that's why she herself wanted to help in some way. He laughs, since apparently the little girl is just a low-level demon, and says that the idiot next to him already plowed everything by himself, so she can go do something else to be useful. Flute is happy to hear that, and thanks Fikimir, since besides plowing the fields, he also served as a lightning rod. He can't accept that, but thinks the girl is adorable because she said he was useful. The general thinks the guy is funny since he only plowed a tiny piece of land and is already full of himself. And he asks if he really believes that farming in that world will yield anything, believing that the damn potato doesn't even sprout properly. And from what he's heard, if you heat the potato stalk, the sprouts come out faster. But he finishes by saying that everyone will end up dead anyway. He barely finishes saying that, and the little girl runs off thanking him for the tip and disappears into that orange land. Asura takes a deep breath and confesses that he finds it funny how a little girl that size is trying to be useful in a dump like that. Back at the castle, Zephyros asks the MC if Saruthul is really going to show up there to save his little dog, even knowing it's a trap, and that's why he's starting to doubt the plan a little. Jiangqiu replies that obviously, that's not what's going to happen since first, he'll send some minions. And to be honest, he believes that to force the leader to show up in a place where he'll be totally at a disadvantage, they'll have to eliminate all the minions that are sent. He emphasizes that not a single one is to be left alive. The whole army gets ready, and a vulture holding the crystal ball flies over the place. Saruthul watches everything from his box seat and says he thinks the Demon King is an idiot since there's no way his army could fall to a bunch of little creatures standing like posts. He admits he feels sorry for Fikimir, but his real plan is just one, explaining that his goal is to completely destroy the plantation, and that's why he sends more spirits. The little monsters approach and soon advance, as the order was clear to completely crush all the potatoes. After the spirits enter the warehouse, the MC announces that he already knew, and everyone is surprised because they are now facing the Demon King. He says he already figured the harvest spirits would show up, and with a frightening look welcomes them to the graveyard. They are terrified in the face of this situation, and the MC reflects that when he first encountered those bastards in the game, it was a total nightmare, since he is aware that they are the second trusted legion of Saruthul, even though the problem already starts with the fact that those wretches always move in packs. He still remembers that, when attacking, the spirits would cling like ticks, sucking all the life force and, on top of that, stealing whatever abilities he was using. So the monsters were even more busted than the monsters in Dark Souls. He thinks about this, but also knows there's a way to fry the damned, and yells, asking who's going to be the first to become a memory, since he knows it's just a matter of attacking with an item that has lightning attribute. The spirits realize it's a trap and tell everyone to run, but the MC, excited, says the trap is just getting started, and they don't understand what the red stain on the door is and ask if it's blood. That was the blood spread by the MC, who even did it all night long. And he gets ready because he needs to use the skill that Kratos uses in the second phase of the fight. He uses his lightning technique, which starts to run through all the blood spilled in the warehouse, and, upon reaching the door, spreads throughout the place, frying the spirits one by one. The MC yells that now the monsters are vulnerable to physical attacks, and that's why it's time to launch the agricultural troop. Immediately, the low-level demons appear, and all charge toward the monsters. Jiangqiu reflects that those demons may look like dry sticks and useless, but he knows they're endgame monsters, and everyone celebrates since they managed to obliterate the spirits easily. The MC tries to understand the feeling he's having, as he feels like an alpha demon king, with not a drop of mercy, and on top of that incredibly intelligent, since everything points to him being a perfect genius for that world. Then he notices that some spirits haven't turned into barbecue yet and decides to attack personally, frying each one of them. He positions himself on the pile of potatoes, and suddenly, Flute appears in the middle of them. He gets startled, trying to understand who that girl is, and since when she's been there. To make it worse, one of the spirits charges at her since she's an easy target, and the girl's father screams in despair for her to run. The MC doesn't like this, since there's always someone to slow things down, but he doesn't care because he can eliminate all the spirits at once, though he's worried the blood attack won't get there in time. Without thinking much, he throws a potato at the monster and thinks it can't be real what he just did, since he doesn't understand why the hell he threw a mere potato at a monster like that, as if it could stop anything. The food hits the monster's head and somehow starts sucking its life force, making a red aura form around it. The MC doesn't understand what that is until some sprouts emerge from the potato and it falls back onto the pile. Then the remaining spirits start trying to flee. The MC, the Demon King, does nothing as he's trying to process what just happened, since somehow a sprout emerged from the potato. Only then does he realize what it might have been, since the harvest spirits accelerate aging and ended up activating the biological clock of the potato that was paused. He grabs Flute by the hand and with a devilish look laughs and says she did great. However, in her view, it's completely terrifying to the point she almost faints from fear. The MC turns and yells for the agricultural troop to pay attention, as they are to forget the plan to lure Saruthul. He grabs a potato and announces that it will be more advantageous to invade first. The next day, under the scorching sun, Asura wakes up dazed once again, wondering who he even is and why the hell he's still alive. He notices the sun is beautiful and is still grateful to be able to face it. Suddenly, his stomach starts growling, and he realizes it's all because of the will to live. Suddenly, someone calls him. It was Flute, saying that he taught her about potato sprouts, and in the end, everything worked out, and she even got a bunch of chunos as a prize. She also explains that the Demon King recruited a battalion of agricultural troops and tried to make the potatoes sprout. However, the general, thinking of nothing else, yells that it's food and starts shaking his head like a maniac. She asks if she is really hungry, but says she will give a little. Then she throws the first grain, which hits the general right in the eye. He starts shouting, asking them to watch the damn direction. The little girl apologizes and tries again, hitting the other eye, but one of the grains goes into her mouth. He swallows it immediately and admits it was delicious. A notification appears to the MC saying that part of the demon army is happy from eating, so one more happiness point was added, and his current points are 302. He reads this notification and doesn't understand where these points came from, although he suspects the brat had something to do with it, but doesn't understand who the other person fed was. He smiles since he doesn't care what happened, because the more points the better, as he needs to save up to fight Saruthul. Because of this, he shouts for his entire agricultural troop to advance. They reach the fortress and stand before the huge bridge, but the spirits waste no time and start cutting the ropes holding it up. They finish cutting and burst into laughter, wanting to see what they will do now. However, the MC doesn't let himself be intimidated and jumps, but cannot reach the other side. The spirits laugh, calling the Demon King an idiot because he fell right into the trap and threw himself like a fool. But their joy is short-lived, as when they look down, they see the MC inside the mountain, completely naked. Seeing this leaves them speechless, not understanding what the hell is happening. The MC, once again abusing the bug, puts on his clothes and takes them off, repeating the process until finally reaching the top. The spirits are terrified, asking what the hell that was. He points his finger at the generals since his plan is going as agreed. Then he starts advancing, knowing the harvest spirits are terrified of the potatoes. Although he doesn't know how a cursed potato will be, They start mocking him since he is alone without any hellish potato, so he orders the harvest spirits to advance. They obey without hesitation, and the MC realizes it's time to use the final move and starts using his quantum jump, bugging through the wall again. He is naked until he disappears. The spirits don't understand what's happening since they see the Demon King moving in a bizarre way and didn't know he could pass through walls or move upward. The MC keeps moving, always using his bug, and the spirits try to catch him even without understanding what's going on. The MC thinks he has played that game a total of 19 times, so there is no part of that map he hasn't explored, having searched every area where those damn creatures appeared until they gathered in one place. He reaches that place where all the spirits are gathered. He takes a deep breath, and the monsters attack, saying the Demon King is finally tired since not even a lord can endure that place. But he, with a sinister look, says they are wrong, because at that moment it is no longer the Demon King but a veteran player. Suddenly, Zephyro shouts the order, and all the demons of the agricultural troop start throwing potatoes toward the spirits to make them germinate. One by one, they are hit and turn red. The MC opens his hands and says he is a farmer. Zephyrus observes this and thinks he initially doubted, but once again, as the Demon King said, things are coming together. He remembers the MC saying he would gather the spirits in one spot and that the agricultural troop should follow him. The servant showed the map, which is an old abandoned irrigation canal, basically a dead end with nothing special. However, the MC smiles and says there is actually something there and reveals a secret shortcut. He thinks that place is after the slope of the horrendous dead and just before the final entrance to the map, having found it by searching every little corner. At the time, while playing, he found it strange since there was nothing in that location, and yet it was built with great care. But that made him question why the texture was different, so he started attacking until a passage opened. He decided to explore and realized the path led directly to that corridor where the first round against Saruthul takes place, and it was the place he thought was inaccessible and could only be reached after finishing the game. In that place, it was possible to get the elixir of metamorphosis. This elixir contains the soul compressed from countless piles of dead flesh. It can only be consumed once, but the effects are unknown. He remained silent while his army celebrated, since the potatoes had sprouted and now it was only a matter of planting. Duroc cried with emotion, shouting that now he and his daughter could live with full bellies. Immediately, the Demon King changed his expression, remembering his grandmother saying he must be starving, and everyone said that old lady would guarantee a hearty dinner, until he remembered the ambulance taking her away, which brought him down. He said that if anyone disturbed his chance to eat in peace, they would pay with their life. Suddenly, the general called him and said Saruthul was strong and would also help. However, the MC asked him to carry the potatoes, since as king he would handle the situation alone. Meanwhile, the Stellar Master was channeling energy into the grand heart of ice. He shouted that with that supreme freezing power, he could capture more tormented spirits, and therefore wanted to grant more powerful soldiers. Then the MC appeared, kicking him in the head without him noticing. Saruthul, outraged, asked how the hell he found him there. Yang Chul, with a sinister look, replied that it didn't matter since it was time to fight. They stared at each other for a moment, and the bearded man called him a fool for coming there thinking he could win alone. Immediately, he began to dematerialize and, using his power, said the Demon King had never seen his true power. However, the MC thought he had seen it before, not once or twice, but 19 times. He reflected that while playing, he kept chasing that boss around that cursed cliff and kept running into his henchmen all the time, and in the end, he practically wiped out all the monsters in the place. That boss kept fleeing to the room with the Heart of Ice since it was a formidable artifact created by an ancient dragon who gave his life to generate that crystal, and rumors said it could freeze even souls and trap the dead in the world of the living. In his memory, Saruthal kept trying to use that power to recruit more monsters until the paladin arrived and the final fight began. He reflected that he was even tired of seeing that lousy skill. The bearded man continued his materialization and, looking at the Demon King, shouted that he did find him strong, but didn't believe it was enough to face him. Soon after, he reached his final form, taking on the same appearance as the MC. This made him realize he already knew that skill since it copies all the target's abilities and even their attributes. However, when he played, his character at the end of the campaign was in God mode with everything maxed out. The strength was absurd, and the dodge was almost impossible, so if he slipped up, he took a single hit and was dragged away. Thinking about that relieved him, since what was copied was nothing more than the current Kratos, and excited, he knew his skills currently were not that impressive to be copied. The boss did not waste time and went on the attack. Only after seeing Saruthul transform did he activate the system that asked him to use happiness points to improve attributes, and currently, his stamina was at 30%, mental strength at 20%, physical strength 20%, dexterity 20%, and magical power 20%. Since he currently had 302 happiness points, he used 50 of those points to raise his dexterity to 30%. At the same moment, he dodged the attack and landed a punch right in the boss's stomach. Saruthul feels the blow very strongly, but tries to attack once more, thinking it was luck. However, the MC spends another 50 happiness points to increase his strength to 30% and counterattacks with both punches colliding. But the one who feels the blow is the boss, who starts screaming in pain and asks how the Demon King didn't feel anything. He replies that it's also necessary to use your head, since to plant you need to be smart. Saruthul gets furious hearing this and decides to use his bloody move copied from the MC. He wastes no time and spends another 50 points to increase his magical power to 30% and also uses points to raise his mental strength to 30%. Both abilities collide, but the boss screams in fear because his is weaker until he is hit squarely, electrocuted so much that he melts like jelly, turning into just a slime on the ground. The system seems to inform that the points were used to enhance all attributes, and, because of this, all 5 attributes are at 30%, since a notification arrives stating the growth mission, which was to increase all attributes, was successfully completed. As a reward, a new skill was unlocked, summoning the Farmer's Throne, costing 100 happiness points to unlock. This is the throne of the Farmer King, equipped with a variety of sturdy agricultural tools. Yang Chul is surprised by this achievement because he really needed new things. Suddenly, Saruthul, who was in slime form on the ground, calls for the Demon King and starts shouting, asking if he really thought he had won. He replies that he's not even impressed since there's always a second phase in the final stretch. The boss transforms again and says that this is his true form, turning into the ancestral power of the evil dragon. The MC is surprised and admits that seeing it live is even more insane, and that his attack power and health bar are no joke. Then, with a smile, he says, the fun is about to begin since the general, along with the other soldiers, arrived kicking down the door ready for battle. Excited, he asks if he's going to face them. The dragon stares at the army and, worried, asks if maybe they want to have a chat first. But it's no use because the agricultural army charges full force. While attacking, they shout furiously about how someone could interfere with their plantation, and all Saruthul can do is beg to be spared. The MC just watches from afar and imagines that if he fought alone, he might even win, but believes taking a life with his own hands would be a bit much, and is surprised since everyone is insanely strong, even though they're hungry and have been fighting for a long time without anyone dying yet. After winning the battle, the Farmer's Throne skill was unlocked, and the remaining happiness points dropped to 2. The MC wastes no time and summons his new skill. Tools start descending from the sky toward where the army is, hitting the ground hard and causing a shockwave. Yang Chul is confused because the throne falls directly on Saruthul, finishing him off, and the demons approach the new skill to see what it is. They immediately start shouting excitedly because the Demon King grabbed the beast nearly lifeless and made sure to crush his skull on the last hit, thinking it's brutally awesome, worthy of a true Demon King. While everyone celebrates, he approaches and, although it wasn't his intention, shouts to his army celebrating this new achievement. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Asura is still on the cross along with Fikimir until the creature becomes a poor soul, saying it's time to go to heaven since his master was defeated, leaving only the general on the plowed field. Now the potato sprouts have germinated, and the pests threatening the harvest were eliminated. Then, excited, the MC shouts that it's time to plant. However, before leaving, the Ice Heart starts making noise, catching the Demon King's attention. The system informs that there was an active mission: defeat Saruthal at the Cliff of the Dead. 20 attempts were completed. Seeing this surprises him, since apparently the 19 previous times he achieved this feat in the game were also counted. Then, as a reward, a secret event was activated. The heart of ice begins to tremble, and it is reported that a sealed origin trapped in the heart of the spirit of ice has awakened due to misuse. Smoke starts to come out of the crystal until it opens. He decides to approach, not knowing what it is, and sees a creature coming out of it. He wonders if it is a dragon, and the creature, looking at the Demon King, just smiles, growling cutely. He starts walking toward the dragon, and the animal wonders if that being is its father. He stretches out his arms and takes his hand. The dragon imagines that when it hatched from the egg, it was all dark and terrifying, and believes that finally, its father has come to fetch it. However, the face Jiang Qiul was making was terrifying, and even though he called it cute, the dragon was terrified, wondering if that was really his father. The whole army starts to return to the Demon Kingdom, implying they plan to devour the animal at once. The dragon begins to worry, since the situation feels strange until the MC shouts, asking if they are idiots because they need to let it grow first to have more meat. Then, the creature starts crying, wondering if its father will really eat it. Yang Chul notices something upon returning and sees several children excited to see their parents come back, along with other demons celebrating the king's return. Families are happy with the reunion, and the dragon finds this strange since everyone is exuding a very good warmth and concludes that the creatures no longer seem scary. However, he quickly changes his mind when he looks at the Demon King's face, as he finds it terrifying indeed. Inside the castle, the dragon is trembling with fear in a corner of the room. He decides to look back and sees his father's terrifying expression and, because of that, starts trembling again, increasingly sure they are waiting for him to grow so they can eat him. Meanwhile, the MC is worried because he has no idea what to feed the baby and doesn't really know if a baby dragon eats lapidated yolk or something like that. At that moment, Zephyrus approaches saying, "As I predicted, I am having difficulties forming the garden beds." He thinks it sucks because he had already imagined this. After all, to plant, they need to make little mounds of soil between the crops or on the edges of the cultivated areas. However, something obvious is necessary, like soft soil. The agricultural troop is suffering. One of them asks if that really is soil because it looks more like a quarry. Another complains that his pickaxe simply broke. The baby dragon, seeing this, suspects that everyone has been enslaved and that he will be next. Jiang Chul looks worried since the place looks more like a mine than a plantation, and thinks that if things continue this way, it will take an eternity to remove those stones. He also starts thinking that if he uses the entire agricultural troop every single day, the chunos they prepared as rewards will run out quickly, and even with reinforcements from other lords, he believes it won't be solved so easily. He gets furious because he really wanted to be the MC of another manga that summons magical beasts, since he would just summon a giant wombat that would clear all those stones. He thinks about this and looks back, realizing how hard Flute is working despite all the difficulties. And observing this scene, he concludes he needs to stop whining and just think of a way to solve the situation since real agriculture has these difficulties. 7:214. Suddenly, the demons shout, "Blade Gale!" And this catches his attention because a giant hurricane formed in front of him, getting closer every second. He gets furious seeing this because he had completely forgotten that the Blade Gale was a random event that appeared in that desert area. He also knows that if caught by the hurricane, he will be sliced like sashimi in seconds. Because of this, he shouts for everyone to dodge and hide behind the rocks. Immediately, the agricultural troop starts running to a safe place, and Jang Chul does the same, thinking it's all crap, since even though the blade storm is far away, the force is still absurd, and concludes that the tension in the game doesn't compare to the terror in real life, since natural disasters are the biggest enemy of agriculture. While they were running, Flute starts running back, and that leaves the MC confused as to why she's doing that. She goes toward Asura, shouting for him since he's in the path of the hurricane. The girl's father starts shouting for her, but the MC just hands him the baby dragon and runs off, giving the order to protect the creature properly and that no one is to follow him or they'll be punished. Baal, worried, starts shouting, asking the Demon King not to do it since it's too dangerous. He, concerned, imagines that he is aware of the danger despite not wanting to lose his favorite lightning rod as well as one of his best assistants. And since agriculture was never a fairy tale of picking apples while smiling at the sunset, Flute reaches the cross and starts trying to pull it. Asura, seeing that, yells at her to get out of there since he can't do anything about it. The hurricane gets closer and closer, just like the MC, who is aware that farming is a fight to survive, so it's a war. With a seed in hand, he yells at Flute to get out of there immediately, and with a flying kick he breaks the cross, which starts to fall instantly, making Asura faceplant into the ground. The effect of the hurricane already starts hurting the Demon King, as well as the little girl who stubbornly tries to undo the knot to free the general, even getting hurt by the blades. He, seeing that, calls her an idiot since that knot can hold even the 4 generals, and it's not something she can undo, so she should run away immediately. At that moment, her body is pulled, but it was Jang Chul who grabbed her and the cross despite the strong wind pressure. The baby dragon keeps watching and imagines that his father isn't that strong, since he can feel the strength of the creatures. He screams with all his might, since he is being pulled by the hurricane and still keeps running with all his effort. The dragon is surprised because his father, even with all the difficulties, keeps going forward, but that doesn't last long, since as he runs, he starts losing strength until he feels all the pain from the blades to the point of dropping the cross and grabbing Flute tightly, since he no longer has the strength to run. Immediately, the baby dragon breaks free and flies toward the MC, since from the little he saw, his father is a good creature. He flies at full speed toward the hurricane, and after taking a deep breath, he uses his ice ability, which goes straight into the tornado. Jang Chul, already badly hurt, realizes that the wind is getting weaker and seeing the baby dragon, concludes that the creature used the cold to reduce the upward air current. However, he knows that for a little dragon, that's too much and sees no more hope. The hurricane starts spinning with full force again, but at least it gave enough time for Zephyros, Baal, and Dirac to show up and help carry everyone. Back at the castle, the MC is lying in his bed. The generals walk toward him, both with evil looks. Hartok comments that finally the demon lord is asleep and that he will cut off his head. Sergei agrees and warns that after dealing with the other 2 idiots, one of them will become a new demon king. They both agree to be allies until then. They open the door and enter the room, immediately walking toward the bed, ready to launch their attacks. However, they stop halfway, finding something strange since the demon lord has his eyes open and a frightening expression. They are stunned, as if they were expected, but decide to continue since it's the only chance they'll have. However, Baal and Asura enter the room, asking what the 2 think they are doing. The big guy warns that the demon lord is sleeping peacefully and that they should not disturb him. He also comments on the face he makes while sleeping, which is scary enough to be worthy of being called Demon Lord even while asleep. Saying that, he emphasizes that if they disturb the master's sleep, they will regret it. The one with the monocle admits he understands the musclehead saying that, but asks if Asura is in the same situation, wanting to ally with the Demon Lord who wants them to farm. He responds that he's not very excited about it, but owes his life to the MC, so he's just paying what he owes. Hartok then asks if he still hasn't realized that the farming potatoes thing is only causing problems, and is sure that besides not working, it will cause everyone to starve. So he wants to know if he doesn't mind that. Asura, without hesitation, replies that things are like that, and remembers little Flute working hard even though she's so young. For that reason, he says, if they want to survive, they must risk their lives, even though he prefers doing it fighting, since that's how he is. The one with the monocle makes it clear they will regret that, and leaves the room with Sergei. At that moment, the generals hear a noise in the room, and notice the Demon Lord has awakened. The MC, confused, says Asura's name, and the general asks if he happened to overhear the conversation, but makes it clear he's not on his side or anything like that. He's just paying for what he did or something like that. However, Jiang Chul, with a terrifying look, asks what the hell they are doing talking in his room. Asura is confused, but it's already too late as he receives a bloody blow that could be seen from outside the castle. They go outside, with Baal carrying Asura on his back, and the Demon Lord says they can't waste time and asks to call everyone to continue cleaning the lands. The general says that actually, the stones have already disappeared, and Zephyros was responsible. He is confused hearing that, until he sees his subordinate giving instructions to the farming troops. Seeing that, he approaches and asks the patrol what he did with all the stones. Zephyros points in a direction, saying he's with a certain animal. The MC looks from afar and asks if it's Tibone. The baby dragon is carrying the stones in his mouth as much as he can and flies back to carry more. He imagines he can't protect his father from the cutting wind since he's too small, but is determined to eat a lot to grow fast. While flying, he notices his father calling him and flies to him, leaving Jiang Chul excited to see his baby even while making a terrifying face. He reflects that the cutting winds don't appear often, and that if his baby dragon keeps looking at the sky and releases the freezing air at the right moment, they might be able to stop the hurricane, but he sees no other choice since not doing this would be a bigger headache. Then Zephyros says the stock of Chuno rewards is running out and asks if they should make more. The MC replies it's not necessary and reflects that the first enemy of farming is natural disasters and the second is cost, obstacles they need to overcome. Meanwhile, in the castle, Sergei is resting in her room until she removes her helmet. She, who is a beautiful blonde, shakes her hair and comments that the smell of manure does not go away even after so many days without going to the fields. At that moment, the MC calls at the door, saying they need to talk. She finds it strange since the Demon Lord had never been to her room before, so she asks what he wants since they have nothing to talk about. He says he really needs her help, and therefore asks her to please open the door. She becomes furious and just tells him to leave, but he insists, warning that he will come in. Sergei turns around yelling that they have nothing to talk about until she sees the MC almost naked crossing the door and becomes desperate seeing that scene. She then asks if he is crazy for entering a woman's room like that. Immediately, he crouches down, making her ask what the hell he is doing. The MC says that without her, he can't do anything. She doesn't understand this and is embarrassed. Jiang Chul reflects that to save costs, he is even willing to kneel since he needs her sharp blade at that moment. Sergei, still very embarrassed, says that if he needs it that much, she is willing to listen. He quickly notices her reaction and can't believe she suddenly became like that. They go to the warehouse and stand in front of the potatoes. The MC asks her to cut the potatoes since they need to cut them in half to plant. She hears this and becomes extremely angry, thinking she was tricked, besides cursing the Demon Lord by every name imaginable. He tries to explain that the job is simple and that she shouldn't cut potatoes with 3 or fewer sprouts, but if there are 4, then she can. He emphasizes that she should keep in mind the number of sprouts on each side of the cut since it needs to be equal. After giving the instructions, he holds the potatoes and says he will throw them, but Sergey makes it clear she never said she would do that. However, he throws them anyway, and without time to think, she prepares herself and with incredible skill slices all the potatoes exactly in half, cutting with absurd precision, leaving even the MC surprised. He starts checking them one by one and asks how she managed to cut with such precision. He turns and praises her once again, since he always knew she was the only one who could do that. She thinks about that half-hearted talk and gets curious since she won't fall for that flattery again, calling him a lying scammer. Immediately, he stands up with a frightening aura and approaches her. Then, he takes a cloth and wipes his sword until it shines. The general feels embarrassed and asks what he is doing. He replies that potato juice fell on it and it needs to be cleaned. She, dying of embarrassment, wonders if the Redamoinho is crazy since she doesn't understand why he is acting like that, besides that look which is sincere, warm, and deep. The MC notices the sword is very clean and admits that it's a good feeling, imagining that if the knife isn't cleaned well, diseases could spread to the potatoes, so it must be cleaned carefully. He approaches her again, and with his charming gaze asks her to please help since she is the only one who can do that. Inside, he thinks she is the only demon who can cut the potatoes while helping to store the chunos. Sergey, still shy, takes a deep breath and agrees to help this time. Inside, she calls the demon lord silly. He is happy with her answer and says he will fetch some boiled water and clothes to spend the whole night cutting together. She just doesn't understand why the demon lord is so excited, calling him silly again. After that, they continue cutting all the potatoes, and Hartok watches from afar, seeing the two in complete harmony slicing all the potatoes. He gets angry at this, thinking that Sergey is also one of the lower fools volunteering to serve the demon lord, just because she heard some compliments. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun, Asura is still on the cross, wondering what the definition of living is, and doesn't know what motivation a lightning rod has to keep going, since that hard life isn't worth it. Then Flute approaches and says that the elders have saved chunos for him, and asks him to play the game of throwing the chunos. He calls the brat and asks if she really believes that a great general like himself would play a game with a lower-class demon, and warns that he will devour her alive if she gets close. Anyway, she throws the food, but it hits his mouth. This makes him furious to the point of asking if she doesn't know how to play properly and tells her to do it right. From afar, the monocle is watching and concludes that Asura has already lost his mind since he took so many hits that he can't think straight. Then he turns around because someone is shouting. It was the MC warning that they will finally plant the potatoes in the field. Hartok watches them and concludes that he never expected anything from him. At the same moment, the agricultural troupe begins to thank Sergey for having cut all the potatoes for them. She, a little embarrassed, replies that she didn't cut them for them. The monocle notices her expression and asks what kind of look that is, since it's not the expression of a great demon general. He also notices the lower demons crying because of the potato seeds and asks if they aren't ashamed of that. He concludes they are all idiots and inwardly announces that the greatest intellect of the demon race will take the throne of the demon lord. Meanwhile, the MC instructs to keep planting since soon the sprouts will grow and pierce the soil. He also warns that when this happens, they should start cutting the sprouts. Baal says he is very good at cutting, but the demon lord tells him to shut up and explains that each seed can produce 3 to 6 sprouts. With this explanation, he asks what is better, more or fewer sprouts. The demons respond that more is better, but the MC says they are wrong because fewer is better. They get confused and ask why fewer is better since more is always better, and believe that the demon lord must have gotten confused. Hartok, observing the matter, gets irritated and calls everyone bloody idiots. Then he asks them to think a bit, because if there are too many sprouts, they will steal nutrients from each other. In other words, the potato itself will have fewer nutrients. Jang Chul hears this from afar and admits being surprised, asking how Hartok knows this, and if he happened to have cultivated before. He replies by asking if they really need to learn something so basic, and explains that the sprouts and the potato share nutrients, which is obvious. The MC asks how many would be ideal, and he replies that the obvious answer is 2, but thinking a little more, he concludes that from a practical point of view, they could assume 1 is ideal. However, if that one breaks the potato's root, it could die. He also suggests they could create healthy soil artificially by adding fertilizer and tilling the land to improve air circulation. Everyone is surprised by that explanation, since he continues saying that the soil group won't benefit only the potatoes, and that there are also weeds that steal nutrients, so they will need to be removed. The demon lord simply can't believe what he just heard, and shouts for everyone to applaud since they have a genius in the army. Everyone starts shouting, "Genius! Genius! Genius!" And he gets stressed hearing that, while the demons don't stop praising him for a second. For a moment, he remembers that his mother always called him stupid, and turns around emotional, trying to hide that he is crying from emotion, not understanding why he is doing that. Then the MC approaches and calls him wise, saying that from that moment on, he will let him lead the farmer army as commander. Hartok inwardly thinks this is ridiculous since his intellect exists to steal and finish other species. However, Jang Chul shouts, asking what everyone is doing since they must show respect to the elite of the demon race. Everyone starts shouting that the general is the elite of the elite, and he, furious, thinks inwardly that everyone is inferior, but with posture, orders them to follow him from that moment on, imagining he will lead just a little since everyone before him doesn't stop shouting, celebrating the new leadership. At that moment, a notification announces that the MC won the psychological battle. He gets confused by this since he doesn't know what it is about. Another notification warns that he saw Bihal's neglected childhood and turned him into a loyal subordinate. He wonders if he really did this without realizing it. There is also a notification that Asura, who never had a friend, gained a new companion and reduced his violence. The MC doesn't understand which friend is being referred to. Meanwhile, Sergei's heart melted. She was a woman who had never been loved. He also established trust in Hartok, who just wanted to be recognized. Because of this, he can now unlock a new skill using 200 happiness points, and the new skill in question is blood vision. He is surprised since this skill wasn't in the game and is probably original, like the farmer's throne. The system explains that the skill allows him to see the near future of his target, currently up to 6 hours. It also notes that the target can be a living creature or an object, but his surprise comes immediately afterward, as the notification says it even works for the sky. This information excites him since he basically got a weather forecast. Meanwhile, somewhere between the abandoned lands of the demonic race and the human territory, specifically in the exiles' village, a man arrives and says he is fully recovered. His subordinate greets him, saying it's a relief to see him well. Revai thanks him for all the care and confesses he wishes to be born with a stronger body next time. Deal laughs and replies that he wants to be rich like a noble who can boss others around. Revai finds that funny and turns to Kimchi, telling him they plan to return to the kingdom, and asks if he wants to come along. He, with a serious expression, says he isn't sure, since, as he said before, he doesn't remember who he really is and hasn't lived among humans because when he first appeared in that village, the residents did not welcome him well. For that reason, he questions if someone like himself would really be accepted anywhere. The two watch for a moment until Revai suggests he start by wearing different clothes. However, this doesn't happen when Dial asks if the hero really doesn't want to take off the strange clothes. The emissary believes Kimchi must really like them. However, the hero, in his thoughts, says he really wants to change clothes, but doesn't understand how they simply won't come off. as if they were part of his body. Rivaj thanks a resident for the kindness and says that living there just for being a descendant of an exile is very cruel, and explains that when he returns to the kingdom, he will tell the king the story. Kimchi observes this and imagines that Guy is a noble who is exploring the territory near the demons by royal order, and he is indeed not a proud person, but a kind and respectable one. This makes him wonder who he himself was, and concludes that he only remembers following orders and finishing others non-stop. Thinking about this makes him lower his head, since he doesn't know if he could do anything besides finishing others. Back in the demonic kingdom, the agricultural troop begins to see the sprouts growing and shouts in celebration since they are finally appearing. The generals come closer to see as well, since it is indeed growing. Flute runs to Asura to tell him the big news. He gets furious hearing this and asks what the hell he should do with that news. Then, the MC calls the agricultural battalion and shouts that the next phase will be burying, and asks the genie Hearttalk to explain better. He says burying means they will cover the sprout stems with soil to prevent the young potatoes from being exposed to sunlight, because if that happens, they will change color to the point of losing flavor and even becoming poisonous, thus called spoiled potatoes. Jiang Chul asks for applause, since that explanation was brilliant, which embarrasses the general. Then he looks up to check the weather that day, and thinks he ended up investing 200 happiness points in the weather forecast, and his blood vision has already evolved, with the activation condition being to stare for 200 seconds without blinking. However, he starts to make a face like a stray dog, since his eyes are burning, besides being tiring. The lower demons see this, and believe that the Demon King is crying with happiness because the sprouts have grown. After a while, the skill is finally activated, and for the next 6 hours, the weather is expected to be predominantly clear and dry, suggesting that it might be a good idea to put away the humidifier. The MC finds this interesting and tells Tibone that he will be able to rest well since there won't be that absurd windstorm. At this moment, Zephyrus approaches and says he has an urgent report to give, explaining that the subordinate of the second Star Master has returned. They then return to the castle, and Lafloa soon introduces himself, saying he received the message about the ceasefire in agriculture and reports that the third Star Master, Ruster, attacked them, claiming that the Demon Lord has weakened and that he must take his place. The MC gets irritated by this because demons are all the same. Zephyros says that indeed, this is a problem, because if the third Star Master subjugates the second Star Master and they join forces, they won't be able to deal with them so easily. Jiang Qiul agrees and says that although they are low level, their numbers are absurd. He reflects that he needs to find a way before the second Star Master falls, even though he can't leave agricultural work abandoned for too long. The area under attack by the third Star Master is a subterranean abyss of the dead, also known as the Swamp of Decay, which compared to the game map is actually 10 times bigger and ridiculously far away. He goes to the abandoned opposite side, which should give bonuses in the game, and is located in the Demon Lord's castle, but it's not working. This makes him wonder how he can solve this and take care of agriculture at the same time. He stops to reflect, not exactly knowing why he's getting worried, and with his devilish face thinks that since he is the Demon King, the boss doesn't need to do anything directly. So he follows his plan, and Sergei makes a drama, saying she is not fighting because of him. Bahal proudly says he will follow his orders no matter what happens. The MC concludes that he can send 2 of his 4 generals to battle, and together with some strong demons, they can make a difference. He is aware that in the boss's area, the shortcut system is perfectly connected, including one that leads directly to the Swamp of Decay. Knowing this, he orders the long-range sprayer to be launched, since if he himself and Hearttalk focus completely on the battles, everything will go well. The Second Kingdom is in flames, and Planus, the second Star Master, is kneeling on the ground and confronts the adversary, asking how he dares to challenge the Demon King by committing treason. The demon approaches and states that this is a rebellion, saying he had no choice. This is Ruster, the third Star Master. He says that stopping that war will only bring ruin to their race. Planus gets even more irritated and says the Demon King promised to provide fertile lands, so they no longer need to fight humans for food. Ruster replies that this is not the problem, and with his weapon raised, he says that fighting with courage is the honor of their race. Suddenly, a weapon flies toward them and hits the Star Master's club squarely, throwing the weapon away. He turns to see what it is, and realizes it is two of the Celestial Generals. Sergi wastes no time and admits to Ruster that he is right, since their race was indeed made to fight. She says they love to fight more than anything, but asks how things ended up like this and why they started to like it at first, but admits she finally understands after observing everything that has happened recently. Flute is running with a big smile on her face. She opens the door of her house, shouting and asking her father to run to the field. After they return to the field, they are amazed to see the beautiful plantation that was created. Seeing this makes both the lower demons emotional and Asura, who also sheds tears because of it. Hartok and Zephyros admire from afar, as does the MC in front of his great achievement. The little girl runs calling for the Demon King, and Happy says that it is very beautiful and that she had never seen anything like it before. The MC just remains silent. Back in Sergi, she charges full force at the demonic master and attacks with her many swords. The opponent, being distracted, does not notice the tyrant approaching and is grabbed. She takes advantage of the situation and begins to deliver countless blows since her target is immobilized. Ruster starts begging her to stop and says he never said anything about finishing someone off, but that he was there to save lives, so he doesn't understand what they are doing. She reflects that, indeed, that is true, but she does not stop attacking, stating that sometimes they need to finish one to save many. He gets irritated hearing this since it doesn't even make sense. Meanwhile, the MC, in front of the flute, comments that indeed they finally started to grow, and there were several at once, and asks to cut the useless flowers immediately. The demons are upset about this, and Asura starts shouting, warning that he will never forgive the Demon King for being so cruel. Hartok liked hearing this since even in that scenario, the king remained the king. Because of that, he asks what everyone is doing since they must obey the order immediately. D-Rock, even upset, bends down to the flower and sees it sad. Another demon laments, saying he can't do it because they did everything to make them grow and had never seen something so beautiful in that land. The general, with little patience, warns that if they leave the flowers there, they will devour all the nutrients instead of the potatoes doing so, and the focus is to make the potatoes grow big and well-nourished, not a flower garden. The agricultural troops then obey, even though it breaks their hearts. The MC sees this excited because he liked hearing the word potato in his ears. After that, the generals return and report that they captured Ruster. The Demon King makes it clear that this is what you get for starting a rebellion, and that everything he built was destroyed by another, and that he will do something about it. The Stellar Master just asks to finish it already since a demon who lost his honor in battle deserves nothing but death. Without wasting time, the MC uses his ability frying the demonic master, but he laughs since he didn't even feel a tickle because he has excellent armor. Kratos asks if that really happened and if he didn't take any damage. Then he takes him to the plantation and uses a lightning rod, explaining that he actually found the job quite useful. Then he uses his ability again, making Ruster scream in pain and also asking to finish him off already. And since now he has a new lightning rod, the Demon King asks someone to take Asura off the cross since he's not recovering well and it's past time to retire him. They remove the bindings and Flute runs toward him to help, but stops halfway because his face was scary. The general kept saying that little demon girl humiliated him for too long, and that's why he wants to devour her first. She goes into shock seeing that evil aura of his. However, his legs fail, and he falls face first to the ground. He thinks it's all crap since it's been a long time since he walked until Bahal approaches him and picks him up in his arms. leaving Asura inconsolable to the point of asking what the hell he thinks he's doing since he's not a princess to be carried like that. The big guy ties him to his back to carry him and says it was an order from the Lord Demon since he'll stay like that for a while. The Prince of Darkness is furious about this, imagining he will never forget this humiliation. Meanwhile, the MC watching from afar confesses that he was worried that Crazy Guy would lose it again. Although, when he used his foresight ability, he soon knew the weather would stay the same for 6 hours, and so he let him go. He points his finger and says that the harvest day will soon come, so they need to speed things up. But deep down, he's calm since he has a super fast weed cutter that can wipe out the flowers in an instant. He also has a professional carrier that makes things much easier. He reflects that, in a way, the autumn harvest is not far off and the food is gradually running out. And even though the demons are used to hunger, he cannot see how tired they will be. At that moment, someone approaches calling for him. It was Planus, who introduces himself as the master of the second star and is there to express his gratitude for having saved him. The MC remains silent for a moment, as does the Star Master. Then he completely changes his expression to furious, leaving Planus confused about why he became angry. All Kratos can imagine is why that demon appeared empty-handed to thank him when he could have at least brought a drink or some fruit. The Master says he is currently gathering some subordinates of the third star and will soon put them to work. All the Demon King can think about is that the potatoes are growing very well, and he wants to harvest them as soon as possible to make chunos. He says he actually wants to see the demons eating until they feel full. Only then does he stop to reflect on why he started doing this. And while immersed in thought, the Master of the second star warns that he will prepare the troops and leaves the plantation. The MC watches him leave and reflects that this master was one of the weakest and least developed, but liked the confidence he showed, as well as his great loyalty to the demon home. He also supposes that this demon is technically a plant, so in the end, he might be quite useful. As Planus walks through the plantation, he feels with his feet that the soil is very fertile and full of nutrients he had never felt before in his life. And after walking a bit, he imagines that at first it was just a seedling and therefore never grew based on nutrients. But he found that soil completely different because it was cultivated by Lord Kratos. He uses his power and begins to root himself on the mountain and concludes that he can become stronger in that terrain to the point of becoming the Demon King. He thinks about this, and his roots start to grow throughout the territory. The next day dawns, and the MC starts the day by shouting to the agricultural troop that it's time for the demonic morning exercise, and everyone immediately begins exercising. He coordinates the exercises, and everyone shouts excitedly, getting into the rhythm. The Demon King, excited, reflects that at first the lower demons were pretty bad, but over time they began to move according to his commands and, as expected, they have potential. He also noticed the same thing happens when he gives a surprise command, and with that, he orders them to roll to the left, and immediately the agricultural troop obeys without anyone making a mistake. Then, he orders them to roll to the right, and everyone obeys. He reflects that to work in the agricultural field, demons need stamina, and now they are going to do it without relying on a leader. At that moment, General Tyranno appears running and shouting that something terrible has happened. He says that all the potato leaves have turned yellow, which draws the MC's attention. Everyone goes to the field and notices the clear change in color of the potato leaves. Zephyros laments seeing this and asks if it's really going to be impossible to produce anything. Sergei gets discouraged seeing that. Hartok, on the other hand, can't understand what happened and wonders if it was the lack of wind or even the lack of water. This frustrates him, and he questions why the hell he put his hope into something that now seems like hopeless foolishness. The brother approaches the generals and goes to the potatoes. He crouches down, grabs a sprout, and pulls the potato out. This surprises the monocle, since he sees that the color of the potatoes is a bit pale, but still they are huge, even 2 or 3 times bigger than the first potato they planted. Kratos smiles and asks if they're not seeing the potatoes doing their job, and since they absorbed all the nutrients from the leaves and grew, in other words, became bigger and tastier. With that, he says that everyone did an excellent job and assures them that it was only possible thanks to them. All the generals get emotional hearing this since their work wasn't in vain. After that, already at night in the castle, the MC is lying in bed thinking about the praise he gave to the demons. This makes him remember his past life, when he had planted a tomato plant, and his grandmother said the tomatoes were growing very well and praised Yang Chul, saying it was thanks to him. The next memory was of her entering the ambulance, and all he could do was scream desperately seeing his grandmother intubated. After reflecting on this a bit, he turns over and starts thinking that such sentimentality is useless, since as a demon king, who is supposed to be such a cold being, he shouldn't feel things like that. He is also aware that soon they will have hundreds of potatoes to eat, but they still can't let their guard down, since if they rely too much on potatoes, they could literally end up starving, and if there is any plague on them, just like the famine in Ireland. In other words, he is aware that the potatoes will solve the problems for now, but they will have to plant other types of seeds soon. Suddenly, he feels a strong tremor and gets up, asking what it is and if there's a problem in the castle. At that very moment, a crack forms and a root bursts from the ground, destroying everything and growing huge in front of him. The MC is shocked seeing this and asks what the hell that is. Outside, Flute is still in the fields, and, carefully observing the leaves, she remembers that the Demon King had said that when the potatoes grow, the leaves would naturally fall. But she still finds something very strange and starts digging, since she is sure something is wrong. She pulls out one of the potatoes and is shocked since the vegetable simply disappeared. She gets ready to run, needing to inform the adults, but soon becomes paralyzed as the castle is taken over by several giant branches. The MC was captured by the branches, and the Star Master appears laughing, saying the Demon King looks more like an insect. He can't believe it since that creature is really Planus, who had helped just moments ago. The Master says that thanks to the nutrient-rich fertile soil he created, he grew that way. Only then does the MC realize and imagine what happened to his plantation, and this makes him furious, screaming that he is a bastard and still wanting to know what the hell he did to the plantation. The Star Master asks if by any chance he's angry and what he's going to do about it. He says this and, moving the MC from one side to the other, throws him hard to the ground, seriously injuring him right away. Meanwhile, the generals are running around desperately trying to understand what's happening, while Bahal asks to be released since he needs to save the Demon King. Sergi and the Asura ask if he's crazy, since even if they tried to do something, it would be impossible against that star demon. However, the Tyrant General doesn't care, emphasizing that indeed, the Demon Lord is weak, and he found this out when he was helped by him, and for that reason, he is an extremely fragile being. The destruction in the castle continues until Planus takes his colossal form after absorbing so many nutrients from the earth, and the MC has nothing to do, just falls from that great height. The generals look up, and Zephyros is shocked, asking if that creature is really Planus. The Star Master commands everyone to pay attention, and with his horrifying voice, announces that Kratos is dead. All the generals can't believe it, nor can his servant and the baby dragon. The lower demons are also frustrated by this, especially Flute, who bursts into tears. Planus continues his announcement, saying that he should remember the old demon law, that power belongs to the strongest, and for that reason, he declares that from that moment on, he is the new Demon King, and orders everyone to bow before absolute power. Hartok reflects on the situation and realizes that it's possible to feel that the Star Master absorbed all the nutrients from that land, and since Kratos is out of action, that being is the strongest. Because of this, he bows, thinking that demons always follow the strongest. Sergi is frustrated with this situation and also bows, as do Bihal and the Asura. Zephyros simply can't believe the situation he's in, and the Asura asks what he's waiting for, since he must show proper respect. Four Eyes, seeing no other option, also bows, and everyone is bent before that colossal demon, and all Zephyros can do is cry for the death of his king. Meanwhile, the MC finds himself in another place, and his mother calls him from when he was a child, asking to play hide and seek. He finds that day strange and asks if it's a dream. His mother asks him to close his eyes tight, that she will count to 10, and only then should he try to find her. The child starts counting, and after finally reaching 10 starts asking where his mother is. Since he can't find her, he begins to scream in despair, begging his mother to come out, and asks if by any chance counting to 10 again will make her appear. Kratos watches that scene with his head down, since all his child self could do was scream for his mother, crying and saying that he had just finished counting, and for that reason wants his mother to appear. Suddenly, a system message calls out to Jang Cheol, telling him to wake up. He finally opens his eyes and tries to understand what happened and if a message really called him by name, and so he asks the notification where it is and if by any chance he lost his life. The system tells him to move, since if he does, he might survive. He wonders if he'll be able to use the glitch, but soon concludes he can't, since there isn't even room to turn his body. However, he realizes that at least his hand can move, so he decides that even slowly he will start digging, and he begins to do so repeatedly, and even in pain. He continues, since he can't give up. Meanwhile, outside, Planus asks the scribe to come closer. Zephyros approaches and introduces himself, saying he is a record secretary. Then the Star Master asks him to record it accurately, since that is the first grand step, and because they are about to begin the invasion of human lands, making it clear that they will dominate all humans and raise them like cattle to become food. Hartok laments, since apparently they've returned to the starting point. Asura thinks it's good since at least it will be fun because he'll be able to fight and finish off as many as he wants. Sergei imagines that this is how demons have always lived after all, and if it means filling his belly, then so be it. Bahal, however, doesn't think about anything. Meanwhile, all the generals try to understand why that situation is making them irritated. At the same time, the MC keeps trying to get out of the rubble but feels suffocated since he can't breathe properly. Meanwhile, Planus orders all the demons to grab their weapons because it's time to march. Zephyros thinks of something and tells the new demon king that they can't go to war right now. The demon doesn't like what he hears, and all the generals get worried by that look. The secretary tries to explain that the only food they have is a few small potatoes, and that wouldn't even feed half an army. Planus asks if that was the problem, and says that actually they have more than enough. Then, with his branches, he attacks and captures Flute, leaving her scared, just like her father, who starts screaming in desperation. That catches Asura's attention immediately. Planus shows the little girl and says that there are a bunch of weak and useless demons there and orders them to be used as food. She starts screaming, saying it's not like that, since nowadays they can live without devouring each other, and screams louder and louder, saying the king promised them that. He watches the girl screaming like that and drops her from that great height. Meanwhile, the MC is still under the rubble and realizes his heart is stopping, but concludes that if he dies, all the demons will starve. So he opens his eyes and uses the bloody strike on himself, electrocuting his own body. He decides he can't let the others go hungry again and starts digging again, screaming with all his strength to get energy, and with that, he manages to dig, even if slowly. Outside, Planus is staring as Asura simply saved the little girl, holding her in his arms. The MC keeps trying to climb, and whenever his heart tries to stop, he uses his bloody impact to wake himself up, but he realizes he's too tired. Then he realizes something and starts reflecting on whether he still has far to go, or if at least he's heading in the right direction, and whether what he's doing still has any meaning. Thinking about that makes him feel even more down. Outside, all the generals are wide-eyed, seeing Asura holding the little girl. Flute is speechless after being saved, and the Stellar Master asks if he's gone completely crazy. The Blood Prince just keeps staring until he feels an earthquake and realizes it's the colossal demon approaching. He becomes terrified and tries to play it off by saying that the little girl is his snack, since he had his eyes on her for a long time. However, Planus isn't convinced by that nonsense and hits Asura hard with his branch, sending him flying past the generals and leaving him unconscious on the ground. Zephyrus laments seeing that since he can't do anything about it. The Stellar Master once again says they should prepare for battle. The Four Eyes gathers courage and shouts that there's no just reason to do this. As soon as he says that, one of the branches attacks him, but the Tyrant General moves with his axe and blocks the strike, making Planus even more irritated. Bahal shouts that the Demon King left a task for the secretary, so he asks who will count the potatoes if he dies. The Stellar Master asks if they're suggesting a mutiny. Hartok immediately answers no, as that would be unthinkable, but emphasizes that they believe the proposal of the former Demon King, Kratos, to invest in agriculture was a much more sensible order. Sergei asks to pose a question and says the former Demon King showed a path where no one had to die, and, because of that, questions why go to war if there's already another solution. Planus loses his patience, since he's being confronted, and begins summoning several roots while shouting that he is the strongest there, and therefore everyone must submit. However, they refuse, saying that true strength is born from what is just, so all the generals prepare for battle. The lower demons also scream that the true king is only Kratos, and, because of that, they warn that he will pay for what he did to the plantation. Immediately, the roots go toward the demons, but Hartok doesn't let that happen and uses his mist barrier, blocking the attacks and defending the agricultural troop. Bahal places Sergei in his hand and throws her into the air, giving her the chance to slice all the branches that were attacking. Then she looks directly at Master Esteller and shouts that she will start by ripping out his eye first. However, he finds this funny, and besides blocking the attack, also captures the generals with extreme ease. Then he warns that they are going straight to the canopy for trying to challenge the new Demon King, and makes it clear that he is 1,000 times more magnificent than the weakling Kratos. While attacking all the troops, he says that the former king was nothing but a weakling who died without even reacting, and, because of that, asks what that being had that was so special, since he saw nothing remarkable in that idiot. He prepares to deliver the final blow to Zephyros, who tries to save Flute until he hears a voice from the MC asking why hurt his self-esteem like that. Then he appears with his fist closed, blocking the attack that was headed toward his secretary. Next, he pulverizes the branch instantly. Planus is shocked to see him alive, unlike Flute, who immediately smiles upon seeing him. The system appears saying that the MC has acquired a new system and ability at the brink of death, and the concentrated nutrition has been activated. 10 minutes before, he was feeling weak and could barely open his eyes because he was very tired. He also remembered his grandmother. She asked what he said, and his response was that he was already very tired and trying to understand why to keep living when life is so hard and cruel. She was silent for a moment and said that they are like a seed. He looked to the side, and his grandmother continued saying that everything that is alive is a seed, and even though it is hard, it has to dig the earth, come out, and sprout. And when a seed sprouts, other seeds gain strength too. After a while, they grow and all bloom like beautiful trees or flowers. Immediately, he shouted that it was all nonsense and asked why his father died working even though he was so kind, and also why his mother abandoned them. And he concluded that it must be a rotten seed. Otherwise, it's just nonsense. And already crying, he said he would live only for himself like his mother did until he became rich and did well on his own. Sometime later, he appeared running because his grandmother's health was very bad. She, intubated, called for her grandson, and, after he approached shouting, she just said he was a seed that would sprout a beautiful flower. Back in the present, he remembered this whole conversation and realized he couldn't give up, so he used his bloody impact with all his strength. A notification appeared informing that he endured the pain of death and rebirth, besides the will and spirit that surpassed their limits, and therefore unlocked a new system. The monoseed system was unlocked. He was confused by this description since, as far as he remembered, It didn't exist in the game. Another notification appeared informing that as a reward for 3 successful resurrections, the Mana Seed starts at level 3. The Mana Seed amplifies all his attributes by a certain multiplier, and currently, the Mana Seed is at level 3 with an application rate of 1.3 times. He concluded that all his attributes were increased by 30%, but he imagined it wouldn't be enough to get out of those ruins. An optional ability of the Mana Seed system appeared, Concentrated Nutrition. It concentrates all attributes into one and can be used once a day for 10 minutes. The MC immediately widened his eyes and saw that currently his resistance, mental strength, physical strength, dexterity, and magical power were at 30%. Then he activated the Mana Seed and a strong glow appeared. All his attributes went to 39%, and without thinking twice, he shouted to activate the Concentrated Nutrition ability on his physical strength. The value started to shift, taking from all attributes and putting into physical strength until reaching 155%. Now, with his ridiculously increased strength, he began to get up and the ground started to shake until his arm finally came out, along with his body, and he stood face to face with the enemy. Planus was in disbelief seeing the Demon King still alive. The MC warned he was back since a certain branch was too dumb. The other demons were surprised since it really was Kratos in front of them. Everyone celebrated that the Demon King of the Harvest had returned. The baby dragon also cried with happiness and went straight to his owner. Hartok felt relieved inside, as he didn't want to lose his king like that. Sergei, although happy, imagined there was no way to stop Planus' absurd power anymore. Even Bahal lamented, as he didn't believe his boss could defeat someone who had gotten so strong. Planus said he even liked the situation because now he could finish everyone at once. However, the MC warned he was wrong since he wouldn't kill anyone anymore. He said this and imagined the brute might be giant, but knew that in the end, it followed the same pattern as the game. He also remembered that his agricultural troop was perfectly synchronized in training, and thus shouted for everyone to follow him since it was warming up time. Immediately, all the demons lined up toward him. The monster attacked, and the MC shouted for everyone to jump to the left. With perfect synchronicity, they jump and all dodge the attack. Then he yells to jump to the right, and everyone obeys. The next step was to jump to the ground and then start rolling non-stop. After that, they turn their backs and jump backward, always synchronized. Planus can't believe how this is possible since he isn't landing his attacks. Jung Chul likes his team's performance and knows his opponent will need to recover, so he yells for everyone to turn, and at the same time, they do it pointing their fingers forward in a mocking gesture. The tree shouts furiously and starts summoning several giant roots. The MC likes what he sees since his opponent entered Berserker mode and knows that until now, he used the game's rules. But from now on, the rules they will use are from real life to finish the opponent, so he orders T-Bone to advance. The baby dragon pulls out the whole cell and uses his Ice Breath ability, hitting Planus' face squarely. The MC thinks that even with his strength boosted, punching a bunch of wood wouldn't do any good. But he knows that after all, his enemy is still a plant, and if he freezes it all with extreme cold, the internal volume will expand and the tissues will tear from inside. And that is what happens since the roots start cracking. He likes what he sees, and while the baby dragon passes by the roots, they keep breaking more and more, leaving the fig tree confused about what is happening. The MC sees all the destruction he caused and shouts, provoking the opponent, who couldn't stand the pressure. Planus' body keeps breaking more and more, and the baby dragon flies toward his master and grabs his arm since he is quite tired. The MC thanks for the help and warns that he needs to deliver the final blow. So he crouches to gain momentum and jumps full force toward the giant plant. And he spots the other weak point since he knows it's the hole he is looking at. Because of that, he punches with all his strength, and at first, it seems nothing happens. But that entire spot is destroyed, making Planus scream wildly in pain. Zephyros is surprised since apparently the Demon Lord was defeated. At that moment, a notification warns that the nutrient concentration time limit was exceeded, and because of that, Yang Chul starts falling in freefall. Planus doesn't stop screaming, his body growing weaker and weaker, his eyes slowly closing until he completely blacks out. The secretary notices this and wonders if he really died since his body remained motionless standing up. The MC, after falling to the ground, finds it strange because in the game, that tree shattered completely and disappeared, so he doesn't understand why it's still standing, and that draws his attention since it is concerning. At the same moment, a sprout begins to emerge from the ground, and a new form of Planus appears in front of him. He doesn't understand what the hell is happening, and to make things worse, he can't move his body. The demon lord is completely different in his new form, and all the demons become worried about it. He says he absorbed all the incredible nutrients that were in that place, and confesses that he almost died but concentrated part of his power and created a new body. He also notes that he is a seed that simply fell into a poisonous swamp and sprouted like something cursed, and since he has the power of the Demon King, he poisoned the whole world with that venom. He prepares his attack, ordering Kratos to die once and for all, but Bahal appears attacking with his axe, hitting the enemy's neck squarely, but the attack is useless since it barely penetrated 3 centimeters. Because of that, Planus turns furious and hits him squarely with a slap, throwing him far away. Then it's Sergei's turn to attack simultaneously with all her arms, but she also receives a solid hit in the stomach. Hartok appears, landing his demonic punch, but it only serves to make the demon lord angrier to the point of throwing him hard against the ground. This time, Asura appears, activating his abundant harvest, Genesee, and with a beautiful attack, cuts the opponent's head off. That surprises the MC since Planus, after losing his head, had his body disintegrated little by little, along with all the roots, and the giant body that was in that place gradually disappeared completely, turning into green particles in the air. Kratos is pleased with this result, as are all the elite demons, since they were exhausted. At that moment, someone draws their attention. It was the secretary, announcing that he will record this as testimony of the Demon King's army victory. Hartok tries to control himself, but raises his arm, shouting for everyone to salute Demon King, Kratos. Immediately, all the demons celebrate, as does the elite, all standing to salute the true Demon King of the harvest. However, suddenly, the MC shouts for them to stop. Immediately, silence fills the air. He looks to the side and sees the state of the land. Then he looks forward and notices the condition of the leaves. He falls to his knees, since the entire field was destroyed, and they will have to cultivate everything again from the beginning. And his greatest frustration is that everyone will have to go hungry again. He wonders if, really, after all the mess that happened, they will want to deal with cultivation again. He refuses to accept this since he cannot make everyone work under such cruel conditions. All the demons watch him as he remains on his knees. A green energy ball slowly falls toward a dead leaf until it touches it and revives it, filling it with nutrients. Zephyrus begins to remember the past when many demons were imprisoned, including himself. They kept thinking that nothing else mattered since they were just meat for slaughter. At that moment, a demon arrived, unlocked the cell, and when he opened the door, everyone started running in fear. But this demon was confused because a child in front of him showed no reaction, and the more he looked, the more he saw the child indifferent. This made him furious to the point of grabbing Zephyros and lifting him up. Seeing that he still showed no reaction, he prepared his sword and attacked mercilessly. But before striking, the Demon King appeared, grabbed the brute's head, and tore it off, making the head roll away. Then he called the child and asked why he had not panicked or begged for his life. Zephyrus replied that he felt no fear, and actually thought he would be lucky since no matter how much they fought, in the end, there was no chance of survival, and the best they could do was to shorten the time of fear until death. Kratos smiled hearing this since he found the child different from the others, and therefore ordered him to follow, warning that he would name him the Demon Scribe because it would be a waste to see someone with potential end up as food. Then, while leaving the cell, he warned that he himself, as king, would one day end the tragedy of devouring their own brothers. After Zephyros remembered all this, he stared at the king, who was completely devastated for having lost everything they had worked hard to achieve. He remained silent for a moment and turned, walking to grab a hoe. The elite demons watched this confused and saw the secretary digging the soil as if he had returned to work. This caught Hartok's attention, who immediately shouted to the agricultural troop that it was time to work, since they needed to prepare the soil and set up the beds. Without hesitation, they took their positions and began running with their tools in hand. The MC looked to the side, confused, and saw all his army working the land and humming as if they were happy. He realized he could not keep appearing weak, and therefore shouted for the 1st Division to look for any area where the potatoes were still alive, and the 2nd and 3rd Divisions would grab hoes to form a line. Then he ordered Sergei to cut the leftover potato seeds, and for Hartok to take command of the 1st Division, besides Asura picking up the tools he would send. Then, with all his strength, he shouted that he wanted to see a bountiful harvest. Everyone raised their tools, asking for the blessing of the harvest. Bahal gripped the rope tightly with his teeth and began dragging the demons in the shape of a plow to prepare the soil for cultivation. Kratos imagines that he had even forgotten that life on the farm has things like natural disasters, pests, inflation, and climate change, besides having war all the time and always needing to dig again. At that moment, something catches Flute's attention since, looking to the side, she notices an intact potato vine. She runs to see and decides to take it, since even though it's just a seed, it will already help. However, even using her strength, she doesn't understand why she can't pull it out. At that moment, a demon grabs her hand. It was Asura who came to help, saying she needs to hold tighter. Then, with both pulling, they manage to uproot it, but they are surprised since a surreal number of potatoes came out along with it. One of the potatoes even heads toward Ruster and hits him right on the head as he was lying on the ground because he was a lightning rod. Asura simply can't believe what he's seeing, just like Flute, who without thinking twice called for the MC and ran to him, showing the giant potato she found. He takes it in his hand, not believing it, and asks if they are real and wants to know where she found them. She replies that she pulled a little plant from the ground and a bunch of those potatoes appeared. After hearing this, he understands what happened, remembering that in the game there was a special scene when they defeated Planus, because instead of death, some sprouts grew there, which meant his nutrients were absorbed by the earth. So, since this demon lord was 1,000 times bigger than normal, the area of effect and the quality also increased. Thinking about this, he shouts for the entire agricultural troop to stop what they're doing so they can dig. They obey and come face to face with several large potatoes, and are unbelieving since apparently the field didn't die and there are potatoes everywhere. Kratos is surprised seeing this since all his demons are holding giant potatoes, and the quantity is absurd. Zephyros calls his attention and asks if it's by chance an abundant harvest. He smiles and replies yes, relieved to see that, and, crying with joy, shouts that it definitely is an abundant harvest, and now everyone can eat until they're full. After returning to the cabin, he sits to reflect since he needs to review the situation of the abandoned land, starting with the first, which is the first stellar area. The lord of the first area, Saruthul, started a rebellion and was defeated, and the heart of the frost spirit was turned off, as well as the henchmen disappeared, so the place is completely empty. Now about the second stellar area. The lord also died as it was Planus, and his soldiers stood frozen in shock. Now, about the third stellar area, the lord of the place is Ruster, who is even already being used as a lightning rod, and only doesn't know if the minions of this demon will be punished for treason. The fourth stellar area belongs to the Cobra Man Tarthu, and he still remembers that in the game he was one of the most loyal. He reflects that it would be easy to summon those who remained from the second area, besides joining with the people from the fourth area, but he also concludes that calling everyone at once could be bad, since before having more hands to help, there would be more mouths to feed, and so he believes he must go slower until the next harvest. At that moment, Zephyros approaches and informs that the preparation of the giant Chunos has begun as ordered. Also, a small demonic beast enters the house and reports that it delivered the weight orders to all regions. The MC wonders if they obeyed quietly and if it's still possible to trust them. The creature replies that the fourth area didn't obey. He gets frustrated, questioning why they didn't obey that time. The creature doesn't understand the question and just replies that they didn't say anything too bad. The MC is still confused and asks if it didn't even question the reason for the refusal. The little imp also doesn't understand, as he doesn't know who he would ask that to. Kratos stands up furious, shouting at the filthy lizard since what he wants to know is why the lord of the fourth area didn't obey. The creature panics and replies that when he went to the place, there were only some servants and no one else, and everything was empty. He can't believe he delivered an important message to mere servants, and, extremely furious, imagines he's going to die of anger since it seems like he's talking to some incompetent telemarketing attendant. The secretary, seeing that situation, thinks that even though Kratos is the kindest, he is still a demon lord, and his face remains monstrous. And even if thousands of years passed, no one would surpass that horrid face. He asks to take care of this matter and questions the creature if the servant said anything about the whereabouts of the Lord of the Fourth Area. The flying lizard replies that, from what he understood, Tarthu went to the human territory because he needed to gather human corpses and offer them as fertilizer. The MC hears this and despairs, since as far as he remembers, in the game, it's exactly at that moment that the former paladin awakens and the demon invasion begins, and the powerful paladin decides to exterminate everyone. He concludes that if no demon invades human territory, then the paladin won't attack either, and since the fermented paladin hasn't appeared in a long time, he believes his theory is correct. But on the other hand, if the demon lord of the Fourth Area attacks humans, all of them will be annihilated by the paladin, and he knows there is nothing to be done in that case. Thinking about this, he runs at full speed, and his secretary asks where he is going. He replies that he needs to stop the idiot at all costs, but the Four Eyes doesn't understand why he is going alone, and he just replies that going alone is faster. He also remembers that after defeating Planus, he managed to raise the level of his mana seed to level 4, and for that reason activates the nutrient root, putting all attributes into agility, which increases by 160% and thus disappears on the horizon with his new absurd speed, since he will need to use every shortcut that exists, even at his maximum speed. He knows that in the abandoned demon land lies the tomb of the paladin, also called the Tower of Life, and it was in the land without an owner that the paladin met the Elbiha group, and there was also the village of the exiled where he stayed for a while. And going down a bit more, you reach the border between humans and demons called Fortress Magrat. The guards of the fortress spot something and realize the emissary Azrahan has returned, although they don't understand why the guards are not together, and they accuse and call the paladin horrible without knowing who he is. After the group arrives at the gates, the soldiers come down to welcome them. They are received by Wolkos, who is the commander of the fortress. He questions where the soldiers who were accompanying the emissary are. Azrahan replies that unfortunately, monsters appeared along the way, and they barely managed to get near the demon land. The commander says the king's order was to explore the demon land, which is a special mission the king sends every now and then, even though sacrifices happen, and he knows all the warriors were excellent. Then he asks the emissary to enter and rest. Everyone starts to pass through the door, but when it's the paladin's turn, he is stopped. Wolkos warns that he cannot pass. Azrahan and his partner can't believe it. However, Kimchi just looks with his serious gaze, and that is enough to make the commander terrified by that aura. Immediately, Azrahan intervenes, warning that that person is known to the group and even saved him from monsters. Wolkos asks if by chance he forgot the rules, since only those who left through that gate can enter it. Dal approaches, saying there is probably a misunderstanding, and, putting his hand in his pocket, takes out some coins, saying they will give a good compensation. However, this only resulted in a slap in the face and made the commander furious, wanting to know how a horrid creature dares to try to bribe him. The servant just cries with the mark of the face on his cheek, and the commander points his sword at Kimchi, ordering him to take off the cloak and warning that if there is anything suspicious, he will be killed right there. Azrahan despairs, since under that cloak, there is 100% suspicious stuff. The paladin watches his injured friend on the ground and becomes furious about it, causing Wolkos to be startled immediately by that aura. At that moment, the war horn sounds and one of the soldiers shouts to the commander, informing that the demons are approaching the fortress and emphasizes that there are thousands of them. Wolkos runs inside the walls since the great moment has arrived, and the paladin just looks to the side towards that demonic army, and instinctively, a desire to kill arises in his body as if he were being controlled. At the same time, the MC is running at full speed, begging the Lord of the Fourth Stellar Area not to make the mistake of attacking the fortress, since he knows that if they attack, all the demons will die. The demon lizards run with their battering rams and hit the gate squarely. Immediately, the human archers shoot their arrows to defend the fortress, but the demons are resistant and tank the arrows in their chests while swinging their weapons and throwing stones to counterattack, knocking down several archers at once. The huge army continues forward toward the fortress, trying to break down the gate at all costs. Inside, everyone is hiding, including Kimchi, who just reflects that he ran to fight out of instinct and thinks it might be because of his 19th reincarnation, since in his memories he only killed following the hand of duty, and if Azrahan hadn't pulled him, he probably wouldn't have started fighting without thinking. He also notices that everyone around him is afraid, so he believes that the right thing would be to fight. Suddenly, the gate begins to give way, and everyone shouts that the situation is worsening. After so many attacks, the gate finally falls, and the demon lizards manage to invade the fortress. The leader shouts to kill everyone and turn them into fertilizer. At the same time, the commander of the human army shouts to destroy the back bridge, and, even if they die, they must not allow any demon to return to the continent. They start marching to obey the order and completely blow up the bridge to deny access to the demons. Dial panics, having heard the bridge explode, which means they will die there, and confesses to being sad, since he hasn't even married yet. Azrahan falls silent for a moment and asks his friend not to be frustrated, since even if he survived, he wouldn't marry anyway. Dial gets irritated by this comment because it doesn't console him at all and guarantees that in the next life, he will be noble to make him work until he drops dead. The entire place where they are begins to shake, leaving everyone desperate until a demon lizard manages to destroy the wall, making the people panic even more. The monster opens his hand and grabs a little girl who begins to cry desperately, screaming for her mother who can do nothing but scream back. The emissary tries to run to help, and the moment Kimchi sees this, he obliterates the demon with a single attack, leaving Dial scared and confused about what happened. However, Azrahan wastes no time and jumps, grabbing the little girl before she falls to the ground. At the same time, the paladin jumps into the middle of the city and heads toward the leader of the demonic army, landing right in front of him. Tarthu is startled but realizes that someone dressed as a maid appeared before him. He falls silent for a moment and inwardly confesses to being confused, since all of this is very strange. Kimchi says he doesn't want to fight and therefore asks them to leave the fortress. Tarthu asks if this is some joke, someone in a ridiculous outfit wanting to give orders, and questions what will happen if they don't leave. The paladin takes a deep breath and makes it clear that everyone will die if they don't do this. Immediately, the demon lizard jumps to attack, and before Kimchi receives the blow, he closes his eyes and concludes that apparently the only choice he has is to fight. Then, he widens his terrifying eyes and says he will accept his destiny as the executioner the world needs. However, at that very moment, the MC appears kicking the demon lizard, which leaves Kimchi confused as he watches the demon flying away from the blow. Kratos takes a deep breath, already tired from running so much, and when looking ahead, he comes face to face with his old game avatar and, because of that, panics, knowing how powerful it is. Tarthu sees that it is the Demon King and tries to say something but gets kicked in the face and starts being stomped on because the MC wants to know why the hell he invaded the human kingdom. He tries to explain himself, but Kratos doesn't want to hear excuses and just tells him to die already. Then he looks back a bit to check if Kimchi is watching properly and, upon confirming, resumes stomping the mutant lizard, warning that they could have been living a peaceful life planting potatoes quietly and invisibly. His fury grows more and more, and all he can say is that they didn't need to fight since everyone was surviving on their own, and all he can think is that he begs the paladin not to kill either him or his army. However, Kimchi comments that he knows him. The MC freezes and turns around. Then the paladin asks if the one in front of him isn't the Demon King, Kratos. He starts sweating cold and concludes that now he's screwed. The warriors who were fighting look back because they heard the Demon King's name and realize the two are talking, although they can't hear well from afar. The MC, already trembling with fear, says he doesn't know any Kratos and questions if that's the name of some computer. Kimchi, who has no idea what a computer is, says he knows very well that the demon in front of him is the Lord. The MC panics because things are getting complicated and knows that if he stays there, the paladin will attack with everything, so there's only one thing to do. He advances first and puts both hands on the ground and thrusts his horns into the earth. Both the demon army and the human army are surprised to see the demon king upside down. Kimchi watches the scene and starts sweating cold because he doesn't understand what's going on. The demons, also confused, wonder if that's a distraction tactic or a new intimidating technique from the demon king, then asks what he's doing, and he replies that it's a kneeling salute. He explains it's a gesture used to show repentance or utmost gratitude, and swears he had no intention of invading human territory, saying the lizard left on its own. Kimchi says he can't believe a demon's words. Again, the MC lowers himself and pleads for belief, even saying he'll apologize more than 100 times if necessary. The demon's lizards are surprised, thinking that position brutal that Kratos is doing is similar to an angry bull digging the ground and worthy of a demon king. The MC keeps lamenting what happened, and though he knows it's a pathetic act, he's aware that if he doesn't do it, all demons will die, and he knows perfectly well the head of the house must take responsibility. Remembering his other life when he lived bowed down, the big guy laughs and questions if he really did what he was told, thinking it's very stupid since he'd certainly get screwed if he did. Anyway, the MC keeps apologizing, saying he won't let it happen again. The same applied when he was a child. Because of that, he knows he could endure any humiliation for his family. The MC keeps begging for forgiveness, but in Kimchi's head, he knows it's useless since his very existence is merely to kill the Demon King. He raises his weapon, imagining he will first finish off the leader of the group and only then kill the rest of the demons. The MC keeps banging his horns on the ground constantly, which catches the paladin's attention, who notices the MC hits the ground exactly 10 times, then stops briefly, then hits again 10 more times, and for some reason finds that pattern familiar, always 10 by 10. Only then does he realize something and sees a player with his controller as if it were Kratos. He thinks exactly about the player's hand maintaining the pattern of 10 times, and even when digging the earth, the demon did it 10 times. And his memories before falling into a trap always awaited the exact timing of the 10 counts. The same applied to when rolling aimlessly, where there were no enemies, but always 10 times. Kratos says he apologizes Ultra Plus Master since he wants to keep living. Once again, this phrase gets stuck in Kimchi's head since he is not at all demonic, and all he wants to understand is why the player's hand appeared before him, but with the appearance of the Demon King. After thinking a little, he asks to stop. The MC, sweating cold, looks ahead, and he tells him to leave before he changes his mind. This fills the MC's heart with happiness, and immediately he takes Tarthu to take over from there, always thanking for that, and also warning that he will never forget that debt. Then he shouts for the 4 demon generals to retreat as well as the entire army, and that they must do it immediately. The demons are confused about what is happening despite knowing the order was given by the Demon King, and so they all start to flee passing by the paladin, who just turns around and leaves. At that moment, Tarthu regains consciousness and looking at Kimchi, starts insulting him as filthy trash, and without thinking twice, jumps from the MC's shoulder, directly attacking the paladin. Kratos panics, begging him not to do it, but it's too late since with a single move, the paladin obliterates the lizard, throwing body parts in every direction. The MC starts sweating cold, and when he looks ahead, he realizes his old avatar is staring with a killing aura. He begins to panic since once again the situation worsened. However, Kimchi says he saw the demon acting on its own, and that it was not the Demon King's decision. He is surprised to hear this, and the paladin just turns and leaves. But after moving away a bit, he makes it clear not to dare approach the human territory, or he will kill him mercilessly. The MC just stands in shock hearing that. After all this inside the fortress, Azrahan asks Kimchi where he went since he disappeared suddenly, and everyone got worried. He says he had to deal with a quick fight. At that moment, the commander approaches and apologizes for being rude earlier, since everyone saw with their own eyes him defeat the demons instantly and even make another kneel. The hero stays silent, and the emissary is surprised since he did not know his new friend was so strong. Walkos shouts for everyone to give 3 cheers to Mr. Kimchi, who defended their fortress. Immediately, everyone salutes the hero. He sees all this and thinks that for the first time in his 20th life, he broke the infinite cycle of carnage and chose the path of saving lives. He turns happy since he liked the result, but when doing so, his cloak opens and his clothes become visible to everyone who are shocked to see him dressed that way. Meanwhile, in the desert, there are people from the 4th star area. The MC is running at full speed along with the army. He finds it annoying since hunting so many demons delayed him a bit. Without thinking twice, he shouts for everyone to behave since he does not want to see anyone invading the human world again, or everyone will die. They reply they only did it because Lord Tarthu ordered it. The MC resumes walking and starts to imagine that following the normal flow of the story, there is no more place to use a system bug or fast routes, and so it takes longer, and all he wants is to return soon to supervise the royal potato planting. After walking a bit, he sees an abandoned well and knows that if it worked properly, he could move much faster. He says this because he knows it is the system responsible for instant transport and enhancements. He watches the well since he misses moving fast and realizes he really cannot activate it since he is not a paladin. However, a strong glow appears in front of him. It was a notification saying that due to the encounter with a paladin, a new game system was unlocked. Teleportation via abandoned wells was released. He barely has time to try to understand what is happening and starts being sucked in, turning into a whirlwind into the well. The system warns that all the posts he visited since arriving in the world have been activated and therefore asks which one he wants to go to. He thinks there is a post beneath the castle, but doesn't know if it broke during Planis's attack. The system informs that the well is intact, and he thinks that's great since it is the destination he wants to go to. The notification then says he will be teleported to the Demon Lord's castle basement, and all he can do is scream as he is sucked in. Meanwhile, Asura is with Flute rummaging through the rubble. Suddenly, she notices a glow coming from the ground and is startled when she sees the MC's horrendous face simply rising from the ground, breaking everything. She is paralyzed watching this and faints from fright. Asura looks to the side to see what it is and sees the Demon King feeling sick in front of the little girl. The MC cannot hold it because of the trip and starts vomiting. The general panics and runs at full speed, jumping on Flute since the vomit would be all over her. Kratos thinks the nausea destroyed everything inside him and, as far as he remembered from the game, he could teleport without drama. Meanwhile, Flute runs desperately upon seeing Asura covered in vomit. All the MC can think is that if the price for teleportation is just vomiting, then it's fine, and he decides to start mass-producing the Royal Big Potato. After returning to the warehouse, he joins the secretary and says he is impressed with how much they collected. Sephiros explains that besides all that, Hartok has also finished cleaning with the mist. The MC is thoughtful for a moment, and, looking at the big potatoes, decides to pick one since he's feeling something strange. He starts examining and gets irritated, saying all that stuff is garbage. He climbs the pile of potatoes and starts checking them one by one. The secretary tries to understand what's happening and asks if there is something wrong with the potatoes. He explains that all those potatoes are smooth. Four Eyes understands what he means and asks if they don't have seeds, they won't sprout. The MC responds that that is exactly it, and frustrated, says those potatoes are basically sterile. He returns to his temporary castle and explains everything happening to the generals. Hartok says that from what he understood, the potato's structure was forcibly altered and they became sterile mutations incapable of germinating. Bahal, already annoyed, asks if that means they can't eat them. Sergei answers that it's not that, but they can't plant them, so when they run out, there won't be any more. The MC says that anyway, they couldn't depend entirely on potatoes, since they are vulnerable to disease, and if infected, they'd lose everything, so eventually, they'd have to plant something else. Asura, curious, asks what he has in mind since nothing grows in the Demon Kingdom except potatoes. He answers that indeed, nothing grows, but says he knows a place where there are plenty of seeds. Then, with his calm voice, he says a place full of seeds is the human land. This draws the attention of all the great generals, especially Bahal, who gets excited since this means invasion, looting, and war. However, Sergei tells him to shut up and says the person who hates war the most is the Demon King himself. The MC just stays silent for a moment and then orders Zephyros to start producing giant chunos, as well as helping Hartok command the agricultural troop. Then, with his horrendous face, he says that he himself, Bahal, and Asura will sell the Chunos in human land and use the money to buy seeds. All he can think is that they must not find kimchi there to avoid problems, and that he also has a plan about that. Everyone stays silent listening to this, and the secretary says he doesn't think it's a good idea to sell in the human world. The MC asks why not, and he replies that it's obvious demons look like they came from hell since they have monster faces, and that would be terrible in the human world. He points to Asura, saying his skin color seems impossible for a human, besides his killer expression, and there's no way that will go unnoticed. Then he reinforces that if humans look at them, they will immediately know they are demons and will attack. Sergei grabs him by the arm, as she did not like what was said. He warns that he did not lie and was only rational in his thinking. Asura, furious with the insults, says he is also being rational, and that is why he did not kill him on the spot. At that moment, Bahal intervenes, saying Zephyros is right since everyone there is weird except himself, who is normal. Asura comments that this is obviously absurd, since the big guy fits the demon standard the most. Hartok tells everyone to shut up, since he himself is the only normal one there with the posture of a knight. Asura finds this funny and asks if he means he has a corpse cut in addition to being an old zombie. The fight begins with everyone insulting each other, and the MC just observes since, from what he perceives, all of the generals are very fragile inside and full of complexes about their appearance. Then he tells them all to stop, and, with his horrendous face, thinks it's a good idea to tell a joke to break the tension and says they should stop fighting because, in the end, everyone there is so ugly it hurts. Everyone falls into depression after hearing this, and Kratos believes it worked since they stayed quiet. Then he calls Zephyros and asks if he still has the item they kept from when they invaded Saruthul's castle. Zephyros asks if he means what they found in the secret shortcut and shows the items he kept. They were some strange blue creatures that even confused the generals about what they are. The MC, with a wicked smile, says it is the metamorphosis elixir, and that whoever eats it changes shape and becomes a creature different from demons, finishing by saying they will use it to transform into people and go to the human world. They are surprised to hear this, but Sergei is upset about having to eat that bizarre thing. The MC warns that obviously they will eat it since there is no other way. Immediately, Bahal takes one in his hand and throws it into his mouth, chewing in front of everyone to show how brave he is. However, he almost vomits, shouting that it's disgusting, but at that moment, his whole body begins to glow, and the MC, seeing this, imagines that the creature he will become changes according to the player's personality and hopes it won't be anything too aggressive. Smoke appears where the general is, and his silhouette shows that he has become a handsome man with red hair. Kratos is surprised to see what Bahal is like inside. Sergei immediately takes the creature in her hand, having found the transformation incredible, and after eating, another curtain of smoke appears. But this time, she is transformed into a llama. Zephyros appears with a mirror to show the result, and she is furious trying to understand why she became an animal. Next, the MC forces Asura to swallow it, but he transforms into a shoebill, also known as a shoe-billed stork, who is also furious with the transformation. The next was the MC, who after eating, another curtain of smoke appeared, and he simply became an ordinary human, keeping his original appearance as the Demon King. He starts looking at himself in the mirror, finding it a bit strange and not sure if it looks good. Then he looks at the two animals and shouts that it is time to depart for the seed expedition. They then set off on the journey, each with their role. Suddenly, he notices something, and his system warns that while the metamorphosis effect is active, he will not be able to receive support from the happy points. The MC does not like this restriction at all, but knows that in the game it was the same since if he took any damage or used any ability, he would revert to his original form, and so he needs to be careful. They also used the abandoned well to get close instantly to the human world, and he was happy, since to bring everyone along, it was enough to hold hands. Upon arriving at the destination, everyone vomits immediately, and Kratos, looking ahead, tries to figure out how they will cross the wall in front of them. He reflects that the greatest threat would be to come face to face with Kimchi, and supposes that the paladin is heading to the interior of the human land, since he was around there, and all he wishes is that he has already continued his journey, as quite some time has passed since their encounter. He tries to calm down, since he is in human form, so he thinks he will not be recognized. But he begins to tremble, because if for some reason he is recognized, he will be lost. After they approach, the trumpet is sounded once again, announcing that a suspicious group is approaching. The guards prepare themselves, asking if they are demons, but upon looking at the MC's group, they comment that they are just really ugly people. They go to the commander and remain silent for a moment. Wolko supposes that they are from the exiles' village and orders them to return, since they do not have permission to pass through the gates. Sergei and Asura, in their animal forms, get irritated because they imagine something like this would happen, as the plan seemed impossible. Kratos concludes that the humans would be more strict after the demon invasion, so that reaction would be normal. But since he is a veteran player, he has read the diary revealing the game's behind the scenes at least 10 times. Then, staring fixedly at the commander, he completely changes his expression and says he is carrying an offering directly from the land of demons. Hearing this leaves Wolko's intrigued, and the MC fills with confidence, knowing that the human king is eager to learn what exists in the demon land, and even sent an emissary to explore the region. The commander asks if the offerings are the animals behind him. The MC says the commander has sharp eyes and points to Sergei and Asura, explaining that they are creatures he captured in the depths of the demonic land, and indeed, the roasted meat is from another world. The two hear this and become outraged, not understanding what is happening. After presenting the animals, Wolkos asks if they were really captured in the land of demons, and points out that one is a pelican and the other is an alpaca, and he doesn't understand how he's supposed to offer common animals to the king. Hearing that scares the two, and the MC gets confused, since he didn't know that in a world based on medieval Europe, alpacas and pelicans would be common, and he doesn't understand what kind of crazy universe that is. The commander gets serious and warns that it's not an appropriate gift for the king and therefore orders them to return. Sergei starts getting irritated by this and yells saying Alpa. Seeing this catches Wolkos' attention, who admits he was surprised since the pronunciation of the animal was just like a human's, leading him to believe they are not normal alpacas. Kratos gets excited since this is his golden opportunity and, placing his hand on Sergei's head, says that she's definitely not a normal alpaca since she lives in the land of demons and imitates human speech. Then he asks the pelican to make a noise too, but Asura just stays silent until the MC, furious, starts pulling the feathers from his head, making the funny one scream Peli. The commander has no doubt that they really are exotic animals, and therefore authorizes their passage. They start to enter, but Wolkos warns that even though they possess rare animals, they are still descendants of the exiled, and therefore cannot walk freely through the kingdom's territory, and also warns that, coincidentally, there are royal emissaries staying in that capital, and asks them to travel with those people. The MC finds that annoying. After leaving the animals tied up, they go to the emissaries, and Azrahan gives his greetings and also says that the person at his side is his servant. The MC introduces himself as Jiangqiul from the village of the exiled, and the person next to him is Bahabal. The emissary gets confused and asks if he's really from the village of the exiled, and points out that he stayed months in the village and never saw them there. This catches the attention of the guards, who immediately place their swords to the two's heads, questioning whether they are demons. Dial finds it interesting and asks his friend to wait a bit longer, and also looks at the face of the purple crazy guy. He says that, and suggests taking them along since they could be offered as a gift to the king since he's a pretty strange guy. Azrahan says he's worried they might be demons, and he says that's impossible. That said, the emissary cheers up and says they hadn't spoken before, so he didn't remember. Kratos likes the way things are going since one of the men is smart, and he can use him to his advantage. The other, he thinks, is just an anemic that he can drain as much as possible before discarding. Azrahan says they will depart immediately since one of his companions is waiting to join the group and introduces Kimchi as a paladin who offered to escort them. Immediately, the MC starts trembling like a leaf upon looking at the face of his old avatar. Then, almost crapping himself, he introduces himself as Jiangqiul, but inside he's certain that now he's going to die since he royally screwed things up. However, Kimchi just asks him to take better care of his health, since apparently the MC has liver problems to have that coloration. He feels relieved since he wasn't found out, and then the emissary asks to leave quickly since they're in a hurry. Kratos wonders if he really wasn't recognized and didn't imagine that the metamorphosis elixir would work so well. However, the paladin didn't take his eyes off him. After nightfall, they all light a campfire. The MC can't stop thinking that the situation is very dangerous, and that if they encounter bandits or monsters and take even a single hit, the metamorphosis will end, and Kimchi will kill him on the spot. He looks to the side and gets worried since the capital is too far away and the risk is too high, as they just want to sell the chunos and buy seeds and therefore have no reason to follow such a long journey. At that moment, look in his direction, and he almost shits himself with fear once again, but quickly changes his expression to disguise it, making Kimchi find that suspicious. The MC starts sweating cold since he didn't imagine that just locking eyes with his former avatar would be enough for his internal organs to almost clap against the floor, and because of that, he decides they will escape that night somehow. After everyone enters their cabins, the MC starts calling for Bahal, asking him to wake up quickly. Then they go outside, walking slowly so as not to wake anyone. Sergei, confused, asks what they are going to do in the middle of the night. The MC asks if she's really speaking, and she replies yes, and that she just didn't do it before because her mouth isn't used to that animal shape. He says they won't need it anymore since the situation is dangerous, and they need to get out of there, reinforcing that they just need to fulfill their goal, and that if they keep stalling until their identity is discovered, things will get complicated. At that moment, Kimchi appears, asking what identity they're talking about. He says it with his terrifying expression that makes the MC panic instantly. Meanwhile, in the abandoned land of Shavin Diantur, Hartok and the secretary are watching, since a new army was approaching. He questions why they are gathered there since no one called them. The demon says it was an order from the king, and that they even heard they could eat as much as they wanted. The general thinks that's crap, since until Kratos returns with the seeds, they won't have enough food. At that moment, he looks to the side and sees a tree demon screaming, asking Lord Hartok to accept them back since Planus' betrayal has nothing to do with them. The same goes for the lizard demons, who say they walked a lot, are about to die of hunger, and all the new demons begin begging for food. Hartok starts to worry and asks how many giant potatoes they have. Zephyros just replies that they have plenty, but says the army is very large and there's still no forecast for when the king will return, so he doesn't know if things will stay under control. He becomes thoughtful about it and remembers Kratos saying that in his absence, Hartok himself would be the demon lord, and therefore must think and decide as if he were the king. He reflects, speaking about this and his orders, asking each race to divide and define their living areas, since he will provide food. Jungchul remains frightened, and Kimchi asks him to reveal his true identity. He starts sweating cold and doesn't know what to say, so Bahal asks why he is so nervous since he himself could kick until the enemy fell. This makes the MC even more scared to the point of asking not to start fighting out of nowhere, and tells him to look closely at the hero in front of them since he is an overwhelming force. Kimchi calls everyone's attention, and just those words make Kratos shit himself in fear. The hero reflects that he knows well Jungchul's true identity, and that even the demon king who dragged the world into a war is seeking peace but doesn't understand what his true intentions are and why he is in that region, and deep inside only wants to know what he really feels. At that moment, the MC reveals that in fact, they are not going to deliver an offering to the king. This surprises the Avatar, but Kratos continues explaining that actually, the land where they live has little food, but even so, they need to cultivate, and reveals that inside the cart, they are carrying special products and are there to sell the chunos and buy vegetable seed. Then he explains that to keep anyone from finding out, they tried to leave in secret since the capital is too far away, and that's why they wanted to go to a nearby city. Still sweating cold, he apologizes, asking for understanding since his people are going through great need. Kimchi slightly changes his expression, and this scares the Demon King. However, he imagines that there is something different in Jungchul's eyes, but knows he is not lying, and only then understands that the demons started eating humans because they had nothing else to eat. He then sighs and says he understood, but reinforces that even so, they cannot let them escape, stressing that young master, Raivai, only helped because they had an offering for the king, and therefore, he cannot let him get into trouble, and suggests that they stop along the way to sell the chunos and buy seeds. However, he informs them that they will have to continue the journey to the capital, and as promised, the two animals will be offered to the king. Immediately, Kratos thanks him, saying that they have plenty of that trash in the village, so it's not a problem, and this leaves the two generals in animal form frightened, since they don't know if the Demon King is serious. However, in the MC's head, his plan is to buy seeds and run away at that very moment. The next day, they continue the journey, and the emissary asks if they can show what the food in the carriage is like. He explains that it's just a potato, a little larger than normal and nothing special, and so he gets up to show what looks more like mutant potatoes full of veins. The two observe for a moment, and one of them is shocked by what he saw, while the other wishes them good sales. Deal doesn't hide his surprise and asks to take those potatoes to the king since they look very rare. The MC is confused and says they are just ugly big potatoes, but in the end there is nothing special. He replies that even being ugly they are huge, and Kratos asks if he has never heard that size doesn't matter. The emissary bursts out laughing so much that his friend probably liked it because it looks like him. This leaves Dial furious to the point of imagining that one day he will get rich to buy his friend as a slave. They continue traveling, and the MC stops to reflect that there is a certain point since he can offer the potatoes to the king and maybe even get a reward since it is quite a unique potato. On the other hand, he knows that the most important thing is to get as far away from the hero as possible since they need to escape before their true identity is discovered. Suddenly, the emissary calls everyone's attention and says that they have arrived in the commercial city of Daparakia. The MC managed to get a place to sleep thanks to the emissary, and the heroes group also got a room just for themselves. Obviously, the animals were left without rooms tied outside. He notices that the commercial city has many parts left over, but thought they were trash. Leaving that aside, they go to their first objective, which is to sell the chunos. Asura, worried, asks the Demon King if he will really hand them over to the king, and he replies that obviously not, since the general is a precious lightning rod. Sergei questions if the lightning rod service had not ended, and he said no, since he is only on a sabbatical year. She changes the subject because she found something strange and says that place is quieter than the demonic world, since it is deserted. The MC confesses that indeed the atmosphere is weird, since apparently the economy is not running well, and he worries if he will really be able to sell the chunos. He decides that just being worried will not change anything, so he puts all the potatoes on the ground and starts shouting, telling everyone to come closer to look at the giant potato the size of a head, offering one for 20 and two for 30. He continues promoting his merchandise, doing everything, and Bahal says he is embarrassed and asks if it is really the Demon Lord who is there. He tells him to shut up, since they want to survive, and shame is the least of their problems. He makes it clear that the demons who did not want to die of hunger ended up eating their own kind, and that if enduring shame is the price for survival, then it is far too cheap. These words touch Bahal's heart, who immediately starts helping, imitating what the Demon King does. Then the MC turns to the animals and tells them to help too, and thus the whole group practically starts dancing as a way to promote their products. He reflects that normally when someone comes from a modern world to a fantasy world, they start selling things like ice cream or food full of spices, but unfortunately in his case, it is just an ordinary potato, except for its size, and he believes it will only sell out of curiosity and nothing more. That is why everyone gathers strength to sell at any cost, since they need to survive. He remembers the past, since it was always like this when his grandmother did the same. At that moment, a person approaches asking if it is serious that a single potato will cost 20 gold. He is happy since the first customer has arrived and answers yes. And before he could say that only 2 would cost 30, he is surprised by what he sees, since before them, there was a crowd of people, most asking for between 4 and 10 potatoes. Kratos is shocked by this, since he does not understand what is happening and wonders if perhaps the marketing effect was too exaggerated. The generals question why he is standing still like a door since the plan is working. He wakes up to reality and asks everyone to form a line. After selling the product, he gets a huge bag of money and is happy since they sold a third of the product very quickly, and, if rumors spread, they will be able to sell everything the next day. Because of this, he tells everyone to return to the inn while he himself will go buy seeds. And everyone celebrates since the plan is working perfectly so far. He arrives at a merchant who asks if he is trying to buy seeds, and if perhaps it is some kind of joke, since in that city, he will not find seeds anywhere. The MC is paralyzed, unable to believe what he is hearing. He asks how it is possible not to be able to buy seeds, and the merchant explains that most of the food and seeds are all bought at once by large trade associations. The MC asks where this place is, but the mustached man only asks if he is okay since he looks pale, but he only wants to know the location. However, the merchant gets scared and turns, telling him to ask the person who is approaching. The man draws the attention of the MC and asks if he is perhaps the one who was selling some huge potatoes. Jiang Chul replies yes. Ruslan introduces himself, saying he is the secretary of the Richmond market, responsible for all the operational part of the trade association. The MC says he understands and asks what he wants. Imagining that this association is quite large, he goes straight to the point and says he will buy all the potatoes, paying 20% more than the price he is asking. The Demon King is surprised to hear this, but first asks how much a handful of cabbage seeds costs. The man gives a sinister smile and replies that in the association, it is costing around 100 gold coins. The MC does not like this at all, since it is clearly an exploitation because from what he noticed, taking into account the cost of living in that world, it should cost at most 50 gold coins, but they are charging double. Then, looking at the secretary, he immediately deduces that the so-called Richmond Association is a bunch of hoarders who control the distribution routes and stock up to charge abusive prices. He knows this since he saw that the inns are old and worthless. The commercial district is dying and people were desperate to buy his chunos. He thinks about all this and gives a bizarre smile that even makes Ruslan imagine what a scary face that is. Kratos reflects that even selling all his merchandise for the price they offered will not be enough to buy many seeds, but there is no law that obliges him to buy. Then he takes a quick look to the side and thinks that Kimchi is watching his every step and probably noticed that something is strange. So he gets excited since he managed to find a way to shake off the hero and still get the seeds. With everything settled, he asks if he really wants to buy the chunos, but warns that for that, he must call his boss. The man gets confused with this and starts shouting that the operational part of the association is handled by himself, but the MC does not care about that, saying that the secretary is just an employee and that the decision is above his position. He says this imagining that it is time to show that he is not a small merchant easy to fool. Ruslan gets furious and warns that he is the number 2 of the Richmond Commercial Association and therefore has practically all decision-making power. The MC asks if he is serious and orders him to pay 200 gold coins for each potato. The man is startled by this amount and warns that 200 is too much. Jiang Chul laughs at this and asks if he is perhaps afraid and if he cannot decide. Then he says that probably their boss thought that a huge dried and processed potato is easy to preserve and yields a lot, and that if they sold it to the kingdom's army, it would be quite a business. Then he changes his expression and asks about the other side of the coin, since if they sell the potato at a loss but secure the supply of other products for the kingdom, in the end, they will come out at a loss. And that is why he wants to know if they will come out at a loss or a profit. Ruslan gets furious since he does not know how to answer, and the MC orders him to call the boss at once. After nightfall, rain begins to fall on the city directly on the 2 generals in animal form. Asura shouts angrily that he will not forgive the Demon King, but Sergei tells him to be quiet since there is nothing good about drawing attention by showing that he is a talking animal. The general asks since when she became so nice and asks if she does not feel angry about being dragged to the land of demons in that animal form. She confesses that she is finding it fun and says that she always had curiosity, since as a child she really wanted to know what that place was like. A place where there is plenty of food and no one devours anyone. Then she explains that her parents were devoured by stronger demons, and she was not even sad about it, since it was something very normal. And she asks if it was similar with his siblings since, as far as she knows, they were also devoured. He just lowers his head listening to this, and she goes on to say that the city where they are is poorer than she imagined, but at least people do not devour each other. She even saw a man who was clearly hungry and still gave the first chuno to his son. That is why she is sure that if she had been born in that city, their family would have been much happier. Asura, even with his head down, realizes that this subject touched her heart deeply and therefore asks since when she talks like that. Sergei, with a trembling voice and crying, tells him to shut up, but he covers her body with his wings to protect her from the rain, and says that one day the time when demons will be able to be happy will come. Suddenly, the Demon King appears pointing at the two, and both are embarrassed, saying that nothing much is happening. The MC grabs the two and tells them to come in since they need a strategic meeting. After that, he explains everything, and Asura asks if there really is a group that monopolizes all the food and sells it more expensively. Sergei doesn't understand why they would do that, just like Asura, who questions if it isn't a city with plenty of food. Then, there would be no need for something like that. The MC explains that it isn't fear of going hungry, but rather a group of people wanting to get richer. Bahal says he understands that when basic needs are met, the hierarchy rises and turns into the need for respect. But the MC questions what kind of meaningless intellectual talk that is. Asura gets angry since it isn't respect but merely greed, as there is plenty of food, and this makes him remember when his brother was devoured. The same goes for Sergei, who is upset because there are people who really go hungry for nothing, and she remembers when she lost her family. Bahal also doesn't like any of this, and the Demon King explains that humans are like that, and that's why they need to act calmly to achieve their goals. Then, excited, he states that they will invade the Merchants Association warehouse. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom, a whirlwind begins to form, and the demons just watch, questioning what Hartok is doing. They comment that the general only asked for a giant stone pot to be made and just stood there creating a whirlwind. The general even had a bizarre face from the effort he was making until he finally stops and falls to his knees since he is running out of strength. At that moment, he looks to the side and shouts, wanting to know why everyone is standing still since it isn't break time, and because of that, the lower demons run away. Zephyrus approaches and asks him not to overexert himself, also wanting to know where he will use so much water that he accumulated in several pots. He replies that there are many demons gathered and it won't be possible to feed them all only with the chunos they have, and confidently says he will boil the chunos in water, as that way he can feed many more people with the same ingredients. Therefore, he guarantees that no demon will go hungry in those abandoned lands. The secretary is surprised hearing this, and reflects that the general is doing something good, but doesn't understand why he has such a bizarre face, as if he is about to kill someone. He concludes that since the day the Demon King declared they would begin cultivating, everything started to change, such as the cruel and calculating Hartok, who is pushing himself to the point of exaggeration to prepare food for the other demons. And he can't imagine what could have happened for the general to change so much. Hartok stays silent for a moment and then starts laughing, imagining that in this way he will receive countless praises for what he is doing. Zephyrus calls his attention and says that to heat such a large stone pot, they will need a huge amount of firewood. He replies that he knows that, and that they won't even get enough unless they destroy the houses of the lower-class demons. And because of that, he says he will go to the third star area, the ceiling volcano, to hunt the fire predator. The secretary is surprised hearing this since things are getting serious. Meanwhile, in the city, the great merchant Richmond arrives at the place and stands in front of the MC's inn. Then he turns and tells Ruslan that this time he disappointed him, since he was afraid of a hillbilly who knows nothing, and therefore he wants to know how he intends to do something big while being such a fool. The secretary is speechless, and the man heads to the inn saying he will show how to take things from ignorant people. He knocks on the door, and Kratos asks who it is. Richmond introduces himself as a small merchant from the city. Then he begins to enter and imagines that ignorant people always let their guard down with disguised courtesy. However, the MC, together with his generals, is overflowing with an incredible aura, and this intimidates the old man, since out of nowhere, he was suddenly dying of fear. Zhang Qiu orders him to sit, and he immediately obeys, still trying to understand what is wrong with everyone's faces, as they look more like demons. He also does not know what the animals are doing inside the house, and does not even know if they are the same animals, since their expressions are horrendous. And he points out that at least Bahal is a handsome guy, but he does not understand why he is drooling. The MC, with his bizarre face, asks if by any chance he heard the proposal, and he, completely intimidated, answers that yes, since from what he heard, they requested 200 coins per potato. However, Kratos says no, since in fact, he said that the value is 300. Richmond is frightened hearing this and replies no, since 300 is too much. But the MC says that in their group there is a young man named Azrahan. The old man begins to sweat cold since he knows the power of the Azrahan family. Young Chil takes the opportunity to warn that they are nobles who receive direct orders from the royal family and therefore asks if it would not be good to make a good impression. With everything resolved, the leader of the association leaves the inn and announces that he closed the contract for 300 gold coins per potato, and this leaves Ruslan inconsolable since he does not know how such an absurd thing could happen. The old man still orders the MC's group to be taken to the mansion, in addition to preparing a separate room for the animals, since it is included in the contract. The secretary does not accept this and asks why the hell he is being generous with ignorant people. He goes crazy and responds shouting that an immediate loss always turns into a greater reward. Then he turns around and can only imagine that in fact he was dying of fear. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Bahal says that he does not understand, since it is easier to kill to get the seats. And the MC says that it really sounds like an idea that the hard-headed one would say, but explains that if they start a fight and suffer any damage, the transformation will be undone, and it could become a war between demons and humans. That is why he asks them to avoid fighting as much as possible, since they need to take everything peacefully. Then, he raises his finger and orders them to listen carefully, since to monopolize the stock, the association needs 3 things: a protector in the background to bypass the law, a lot of money, and a warehouse to store an enormous amount of food, and that is why they are going to the mansion to find out where this warehouse is. Something leaves Sergei intrigued, and she asks how the Demon King knows human customs so well, since it even seems that he lived in their world for a while. The MC thinks about it, and completely changing his expression, answers that he is the Demon Lord and therefore knows everything. Basically, he activated his cheat mode, and this leaves all the generals intimidated, since they expected nothing less from the Demon King. Outside, Kimchi is listening to everything and imagines that he understood well what Jiang Qiu's objective is, or rather, the Demon Lord, Kratos. After arriving at the mansion, the emissary asks how he managed to get such a good room for them. He replies that he only said he was going to sell the potatoes, and the merchants were grateful and therefore generous. Azrahan confesses that he did not imagine they would have so much value, since they are only big potatoes, but his servant shouts indignantly that they are not only big, but giant, and in fact, it is exactly what they should offer to the king. Azrahan said that he really believed that his friend identified with the potatoes because they looked alike, and this leaves him revolted, wanting to know how the hell he looks like a damn potato. Then he turns around, asking if by chance he has already sold everything. The MC replies that yes, and he despairs since he is left without. However, Yang Chil warns that they will be theirs again, since he intends to steal them, and at the same moment Dial says that he wants to be part of the plan. The emissary is surprised and asks what he means by stealing. He explains that he will literally steal everything the merchants are stocking, and this leaves Azrahan outraged, since he is a man in the service of the kingdom and therefore cannot allow such an act. But the MC says that he already knows that he would not allow it, but states that in the same way, he could not allow the practice of food monopolization in the city, which is even destroying the economy. The emissary is speechless hearing this. At the same time, the merchants continue traveling, and something catches Ruslan's attention. It was Jiang Chil, asking if by any chance they were already taking the chunos to the warehouse. He answers yes, and the MC asks to take a little look since he wants to see if the potatoes will be well stored. The secretary replies that he cannot since the warehouse is confidential. Jiang Chil starts throwing a tantrum, asking him to stop being annoying and why he is being grumpy. Then, he falls to the ground asking to show the warehouse already. Ruslan points out that he is being spoiled since he cannot reveal a secret just because he is insisting. Then, he orders the carriage to start moving again, and Jiang Chil runs like a spider, standing in front of the horse and warning that he will not move even if they run over him, and that he will only do so if they take him to the warehouse. The knight tries to remove the MC who refuses at all costs, throwing more and more tantrums, which makes the secretary increasingly irritated. Meanwhile, the generals watch from the top of the window, and Bahal asks what the Demon King is doing. Sergei comments that he has already given up on having Kratos as Demon Lord, since what they are seeing is a shame. Azrahan also goes to the window to watch, and deep down feels ashamed to be part of the group of a strange man. But his servant says that in fact, Jiang Qiul is acting like a real man. The emissary is confused by this, and he comments that the act of abandoning human dignity for a goal is something grand and even wants to learn it until his next life. Azrahan looks out the window again and thinks Jiang Qiul looks very confident. This makes him remember when the MC said that they could investigate the crimes of the Association of Markers to punish them, and asks how long it would take to gather evidence, get his protector, and file a lawsuit in the kingdom's court. Then, with tears in his eyes, he says that the citizens will continue to go hungry until all this time passes, and that he does not have the courage to endure it. Azrahan is filled with emotion, and the MC comments that he is sure they both share the same opinion, and therefore believes that they must join forces to return what the human monsters stole, and that originally belongs to the citizens. The emissary thinks about all this, and imagines that he perfectly understood that determination, and therefore wants to help with all his strength, since Jiang Qiul only said he would discover the warehouse's location, while he himself would have to prepare what was requested. The MC keeps making his bizarre face, rolling his body from side to side. The knight keeps trying to pull him, until two of them manage to throw Credos far away. He falls outraged while the markers continue their journey. The MC then takes a deep breath and gets up happy since the bloodshot eye was completed. He sees in the system that Ruslan will remain irritated for the next 7 hours and is currently moving north from that position, heading to a secret underground warehouse located beneath the surrounding mines. He gets emotional since he is closer to his goal. At the same time, Kimchi watches from the top of the mansion and reflects that the Demon King could take everything he wanted by force without any difficulty, and no longer knows if what he is seeing is really justice or just looting, and if Kratos is a demon or a hero, since the more he watches, the less he understands. Meanwhile, Hartok arrives at the third stellar zone, and Zephyros, who is also watching, says that the fire predator is quite strong, and therefore believes they should be with the army. He replies that it would not work, since, as the fire predator is strong, calling a bunch of weaklings would only increase the number of wounded. Then he places his hand on the iron bar and opens a passage since it is the work of the 4 celestial kings. The secretary is moved by such words, and Hartok turns, asking if by any chance he wrote down what he just said, and he immediately answers yes. Then, he walks away imagining if the demon lord will praise what he is doing since he is a genius with an incredible personality. Then he reflects that the fire predator is extremely aggressive despite having low intelligence, and at first would sentence him to death for devouring his own species, but in the end, decided to seal him, and he reaches the intense lava and orders Ifrit, the fire predator, to appear since he has a job for him. The lava that was calm begins to bubble until something emerges, appearing as a monster that stands before the general. Hartok observes for a moment, and frightened, confesses that he did not imagine the creature would be that big. Meanwhile, the secretary waits outside while petting the baby dragon's belly. Suddenly Hartok appears telling him to run, shouting, since Ifrit was rampaging after him. The monster prepares its attack and fires its flames at the two. While running, the secretary asks what happened since he had entered the volcano full of confidence. He tells him to shut up since the monster ate fire for too long and became too strong. Zephyros resumes his notes, saying that Hartok said he would face danger head-on and ended up fleeing with his tail between his legs. And this makes the general curious, calling the secretary crazy since it is not to describe the situation in such detail, and makes it clear that at the moment, they will retreat since they need to think of another way to light the fire. As soon as he says this, he remembers the precarious situation of his lands, and therefore breaks immediately since he has no time to lose. He activates his ability and goes against Ifrit while shouting that he is Hartok, one of the 4 celestial generals, and therefore will fulfill the mission even if it costs his life. At the same time, the baby dragon releases its power that hits the dragon's face and begins to form an ice crust until completely trapping the monster. Hartok is left speechless and returns to the ground. Because of this, the secretary begins to write down that the mighty Hartok, one of the 4 celestial generals, was extremely embarrassed, and he is ordering not to write such absurdities since it seems crazy to do that. After all this, at night in Richmond's mansion, the MC reports to everyone that he will investigate the warehouse, and therefore the 3 should wait for his signal, and assures them that he is doing this for the citizens' food. Before leaving, The emissary asks why he is keeping everything secret from Kimchi. He replies that this person draws too much attention for several reasons, and that their group already has enough people for the mission. Asrahan looks at the handsome redhead and then at the two animals and just smiles, saying that he understood, but inside, he thinks it is better not to say anything so as not to start an argument. Kratos goes outside and runs through the houses since his plan to get the seeds while distracting Kimchi needs to work, and he is happy to see that the hero is not managing and therefore decides to do the scouting right away. He notices that there are 2 guards at the entrance, and after getting quite close, he walks along the roof until hiding behind 2 crates. He reflects that the security is very heavy, and he must make sure not to start a fight, since the biggest risk he is running is the metamorphosis elixir wearing off, because if the hero discovers his identity, it is game over. However, Kimchi is already behind him, and after the MC turns around and comes face to face with the hero, he almost has a heart attack. The hero comments that he knows the plan is to distribute food to the citizens, and therefore he also wants to help. Jang Chul asks how he knows this, and he replies that he has good hearing since even on different floors, he can hear all the conversations the MC had. Hearing this leaves him completely shocked, and he imagines that if that is the case, the hero also heard his conversations with the generals, and he does not remember if, by chance, one of them called him Demon Lord or something like that. Kimchi asks what the problem is since they need to hurry, and the MC says it is fine. Inside, he knows that if the Avatar had really heard everything, his body would be in pieces now, so he believes he did not hear. They begin to crawl since they need to memorize the path, but Kimchi says he is confused since he does not understand why they need to hide like this, asking if it is not easier to just kill everyone since that is how he learned. The MC sweats cold upon hearing this, remembering when he was a frenetic player and used his account to kill everyone in his path without mercy or pity. Then he replies that life is precious, and therefore the best way is to finish the job as peacefully as possible without any fight. Kimchi just stares at him and says he understood. Then they continue walking, and the MC finds it strange why there are no guards in the deeper parts of the underground until something catches his attention, since in front of them, there are golems patrolling the area. He knows what kind of golems they are, since he saw in the game records that they were a human weapon developed by some magic tower. However, in the game, they were destroyed and didn't even appear, and for that reason, he doesn't know their power level. He barely thinks about it, and comes face to face with Kimchi obliterating the golems until none are left. Damn. He gets outraged at this, and asks why the hell he went breaking everything since he made it clear that he wanted to do the mission peacefully. He replies that it's not a problem since they aren't living beings, and after thinking about the word in his head, he says that in this way the cleanup will be faster, emphasizing the word cleanup. The MC is surprised to hear this since it is exactly what he always thought during his gaming session, and that makes him excited because he really wanted to do something like this. The golems keep searching, and the MC comments that there are 3 of them, and they need to be careful not to trigger the alarm. Kimchi says he will need to analyze the routine of those bastards 10 times, and when he finds an opening, he will eliminate the farthest one between the 2, asking if that's the right thing to do. Kratos replies that yes, and becomes thoughtful, wondering if perhaps his old avatar has some kind of muscle memory from when he used to play with it, and comments that apparently they will need to attack simultaneously since he didn't see any openings. Because of that, the hero points to the 2 nearest golems, suggesting defeating them separately. However, the MC, worried, says he can't guarantee anything since he doesn't know if he could defeat those monsters. He says that thinking he has no idea what the golem's combat strength is, nor his own. Kimchi then puts his hand inside his clothes and hands him his weapon, asking him to use it since just holding it already makes a person stronger. The MC starts sweating coldly because he knows that this is one of the most powerful secret weapons in the game, Bragia's Pretty Heart Hammer, an unknown weapon with a dangerous aura that takes on a cute form to deceive others. The MC remembers that when he found the weapon, he thought it was a comic item, but the more he used it, the more he realized that the item bordered on cheating. Then, with the hammer in hand, he already notices that even with his current stats, all of them have increased by 30%. At the same time, the hero puts his hand in his clothes again and pulls out a long sword, saying he will use it. Kratos can't believe what he's seeing, questioning if perhaps the Avatar has access to all the items he had stored in the game's inventory, and if so, He's practically a god. The golems continue patrolling, and Kimchi, without thinking twice, charges forward. The MC panics, having no idea why he ran off like that since they needed to attack at the same time. Only then does he realize that the hero suddenly stopped, which surprises him because he notices that he was waiting for him. With everything settled, both move to attack and begin to finish off their respective golems. At that moment, the third golem turns its head, and the MC gets worried since he needs to duck and roll before being detected. However, as he does so, he realizes that the hero is making the same movement, and both use the rolling strategy, but with the hero landing the final blow that destroys the golem. He is surprised to see that Kimchi is not only fast, but also moving in complete sync with him. At that moment, some guards appear since they no longer see the golems, and the MC, along with Kimchi, once again move in sync, take out the guards, and perfectly throw them into the dumpster. The MC still doesn't understand what's happening, since, for some reason, he and Kimchi are moving as if they were one body, and he doesn't understand why. Even being alongside such a powerful monster, he feels happier than ever. The hero also watches and gives a slight smile, imagining that the MC taught him to kill, and at the same time told him not to do it. Even while trying to destroy humanity, surprisingly, at that moment, he just wants peace, but feels that just being by his side already makes him happy, and wonders if perhaps asking what his true identity is would make him reveal it. However, amid these thoughts, he strangles one of the guards too hard, and Kratos shouts for him to be careful since, if he squeezes too much, the guy will end up dying. He reinforces that there aren't that many bad people in the world who deserve to die, and that, most likely, those guards are only in that mine to earn their daily bread. He knows they're probably already wounded in heart, and for that reason, he doesn't want to hurt them more. Kimchi just watches this, and they start walking again. He comments that they've advanced quite a bit, but aren't seeing any other guards or golems. At that moment, he asks for silence and says that a huge golem is guarding an even bigger door. The MC laughs, since it clearly looks like the entrance to a warehouse. But before he could say anything else, the hero asks to wait a moment because something caught their attention. It was Richmond walking calmly through the mine and heading toward the golem, who asks him to identify himself since the entrance is restricted, warning that if he doesn't leave in 3 seconds, he will attack. He then shows his ring, and the golem begins to scan until it confirms that the ring contains Richmond's blood and therefore politely asks him to proceed, opening the giant door so they can enter. Kratos starts imagining things, as he doesn't believe it was just by looking at the guy's blood that it could identify him. So with a smile, he finds it sensational since their plan just got even easier. With the door still open, they observe the massive amount of food inside, and the MC admits he's surprised since he never imagined there would be so much food, like bread and vegetables, and even seeds stored there with impeccable preservation. Because of that, he says they will change the plan a little and points out that luckily, it will be easy to eliminate the golems. The hero hears this and instantly starts eliminating them. The MC takes the opportunity to move forward and grabs the merchant, who, when trying to turn around, takes a huge punch to the mouth that almost knocks his teeth out. Kimchi turns to see what happened and notices Kratos punching so hard that it made the guy's nose bleed. This makes him remember when the MC commented that people's hearts are already hurt enough, and that's why he doesn't want to hurt anyone else. And he wonders if maybe that was a lie, and if he's a lunatic. After that, still inside the mine, Richmond finally wakes up and asks where the hell he is. The MC approaches and warns that he's in the torture room that the merchant himself built, and therefore questions why a storage facility would need a torture room. Richmond gets intimidated and replies that actually it's a gym, but Kratos doesn't fall for that nonsense, and, holding his head, starts staring at him to use his ability, but it hurts his eyes so much that they start tearing up, making him look like a dog with pink eye. The important thing is that his ability activates, and it's revealed that Richmond planned to capture the MC to find out where the giant potatoes came from so he could steal them. He thanks him for reading that since it helped completely clear his conscience. Meanwhile, the merchant doesn't understand why the guy in front of him started laughing and thanking while crying and being as unpredictable as the devil. The MC asks him to wait a bit since he's about to put on quite a show. Richmond, with his head lowered, orders no one to underestimate his security system, and immediately, an even bigger golem appears, and the merchant shouts for the class of golem to kill them all. He prepares to attack. but Kratos simply raises a sheet with Richmond's blood on it, and that stops the attack since the verification confirming it's Richmond is accepted. Even so, the hero cuts the golem in half since he never holds back. The merchant is terrified by what he's seeing since he messed with the wrong people, as one looks like a psychotic demon and the other is a swordsman who destroys a golem with a single strike. At this moment, the two return to the village, and Kimchi asks if the warehouse's security won't be reinforced. The MC replies that there's no need to worry since it won't help against the strength of numbers. Immediately, the demonic generals start shouting that the clearance sale at Richmond Company's warehouse is underway, and, together with the emissaries, announce to everyone in the city that they can go to the warehouse and take whatever they want. People are surprised but unsure if they can really go there and take anything. However, Kratos appears and shouts for everyone to take as much as they can carry. Hearing that leaves the population in ecstasy about what they're about to do. At the same time, the warehouse guards notice something and ask what the hell is going on, since they don't understand why the citizens are approaching en masse. They warn that it's private property and order the golem to stop everyone. The population becomes frustrated since they knew that Richmond is the kind of guy who would take everything to the grave and wouldn't give up just because he went bankrupt. But Kratos tells them not to worry, and, showing once again the handkerchief with the merchant's blood, makes the golem give permission since the blood was successfully verified. Because of that, the population runs like crazy and rushes into the mine toward the warehouse. The MC takes the opportunity to politely ask Kimchi to go ahead and silence anyone who gets in the way. Immediately, he obeys with his absurd speed. On the other hand, the MC imagines that the hero is indeed naive since he obeys everything so properly and orders his generals that, as soon as they reach the warehouse, they must grab all the seeds first and, after that, act according to the plan without mistakes. The warehouse is full of people, and the MC is in full swing stealing the seeds. At this moment, Ruslan goes to the torture room and immediately starts releasing Richmond, also warning that the citizens are clearing out the entire warehouse. Faced with this situation, he says they will need to activate the master of the golems, which even makes the merchant startled to the point of calling him an imbecile since he wants to make money, not commit a massacre. However, Ruslan lowers his head and, furious, asks what's the difference from what they've done so far, since it makes no sense to follow a nobody who just turned into a beggar. Richmond becomes furious at this insult. Meanwhile, people start running away happily with the food they grabbed until a golem appears, warning that theft is not tolerated, but it's useless since Kimchi appears, and with a single move, cuts it in half as if it were butter. The MC, however, keeps going at full speed since he knows the hero is busy protecting the citizens and that the emissaries have also run off to help, so he got rid of everyone who could interfere. He concludes that if they can escape through this opening, everything will be resolved. With that in mind, he shouts that they are leaving, but at this moment, the ceiling begins to shake, and he gets confused about what's happening until a huge part of the ceiling breaks and falls toward the people grabbing food. Without thinking twice, he shouts for his generals to hold the massive stone, and before it can hit the woman and her daughter, all four of them appear, holding the ceiling with all their strength. Only then does the MC look to the side, and Ruslan appears, calling them vulgar thieves, and, with his high-level golems, warns that he will kill everyone until he gets the food back. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, the lesser demons throw the chunos into the pots, and with Ifrit tied to the ground, one of them gets ready and hits him on the head, making the dragon spit fire toward all the pots with potatoes, which immediately begin to boil. This result excites everyone since it worked. Zephyros tells Hearttalk that everything is going well, but notices that he's sulking because he couldn't capture the fire predator in a cool way. Because of that, he writes in his notes that the one who captured the dragon was Tibone, while Lord Hearttalk was disappointed with his own pathetic figure. That makes him furious, telling him not to describe his emotions until his reaction changes when he sees the secretary writing that everything was only possible thanks to General Hearttalk's brilliant plan. He didn't expect such praise. Moreover, the lesser demons celebrate since the leader's idea was brilliant and the amount of food multiplied several times, so everyone keeps praising the general for it. He holds himself back for a moment, dying of embarrassment, and says that anyone could have figured it out if they had thought a little. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the MC keeps holding the piece of stone with all his strength but realizes it's heavier than he imagined and knows that even with his generals, they won't hold on for long. At this moment, the system warns that if he remains firm, sustaining it with unshakable strength, he will unlock a new Demon King ability. He is surprised to see this, and the ability in question is the Thorn of Tribulation, which costs 500 happiness points. He thinks it's great since it's exactly what he needs because it's an ability that makes blood spears sprout from the ground when he stomps his foot and can thus hold up the ceiling. However, he gets frustrated since his points are not enough. Because of that, he yells for people to get out quickly or they will be crushed immediately, and everyone starts running. However, a golem appears attacking the ground, and Ruslan makes it clear that if they step outside, they will die by the golems, and if they don't, they will die crushed by the ceiling. The MC calls the guy a bastard, and the ceiling keeps getting heavier, forcing him to exert even more strength. Ruslan warns that he is not the same useless man as Richmond, and guarantees that he will crush everyone without mercy if he feels like it. He then lifts his leg and steps on a citizen's hand. Kratos becomes furious upon seeing this, and exerts more and more strength to try to lift the ceiling as it's about to crush the people. At that moment, he looks to the side and sees a message saying that the demonic army is feeling happy eating delicious food, and because of that, his points start rising like never before. He has no idea what the demons are eating, but he doesn't complain since his points are increasing absurdly at just the right time. Indeed, everyone in the army is eating very well, while the generals watch with smiles on their faces. Because of this, Kratos' current points rise to 15,761, and he immediately shouts, unlocking the new skill successfully. Moreover, upon consuming the happiness points, the effects of the Metamorphosis elixir are dissipated. Returning to his original form, he keeps exerting even more strength, and the notification warns that he must level up the skill to increase the number of spears. He orders the 4 celestial generals to hold firmly, and they immediately apply even more strength. Then, spending 15,100 happiness points, he evolves the Thorn of Tribulation to the maximum level. Ruslan, who is terrified to see a human lift an entire ceiling, cannot believe it until he questions if what's happening is a demon. People also get scared upon seeing this, but Kratos doesn't waste time, and, with his foot raised, stomps on the ground, causing dozens of spikes to shoot toward the ceiling. At that moment, Kimchi feels a strange sensation and looks toward the warehouse. While the spikes hold up the massive rock, people imagine that, without a doubt, a demon stands before them, but this demon saved them. He walks away, and the merchant takes the opportunity to shout that there's a demon who eats humans, and that everyone must wipe out his kind. However, the MC asks if this is some kind of joke. Then, after grabbing the hero's hammer, questions who is truly eating humans. Ruslan is startled and doesn't understand what the hell that rod with a heart is. The MC firmly holds the item, which begins to change shape, revealing a frightening eye that starts to materialize somehow. At that moment, Kimchi arrives at the scene and is shocked to see Kratos holding a demonic sword completely different from the one he had given before. This one is the sacred sword, Bragya. Kratos makes it clear that he doesn't forgive people who are cruel with food, and, after preparing himself, since the golems are charging to attack, he raises his sword, which is overflowing with enormous power, and after striking toward the golems, they are all obliterated by the devastating power of the sword, which destroys everything beside Ruslan, who remains paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Kimchi appears and comments that apparently Kratos was about to kill a human, and that, in the end, he's nothing more than a demon. The MC is startled by this, and, even while holding the sword tightly, lets it go, making it fall to the ground and return to its original form. He imagines that he will die anyway, and therefore begs for the lives of the subordinates behind him to be spared. The generals can't believe why Lord Kratos is saying this. Meanwhile, Kimchi just looks down and prepares his sword, saying it's a pity since he wanted to know a little more about him. Kratos keeps his eyes closed, and at that moment, Sergei yells for them to undo the transformation and therefore kicks Asura in the face, who retaliates with a slap, and both attack Bahal. Then the generals, with their transformations undone, stand in front of the Demon King, saying that if he wants to kill him, he will have to kill them first. The MC yells for them not to do that, but the hero charges anyway. At that moment, a villager shouts for the Pink Warrior to wait a bit and says that the people in front of him certainly look like demons, but saved everyone's lives, and assures that apparently it's not only demons who hurt humans. He says this while pointing at Ruslan who becomes enraged and shouts that he would rather destroy everything than let anyone keep the food. The MC is startled to see this and starts shouting for everyone to be careful since it's a self-destruction device. However, it's already too late because the merchant pressed the device, and then the mine, which had been calm, collapsed with several explosions occurring in the area. The people outside are frightened, but the explosions become increasingly stronger to the point of destroying everything. Azrahan screams desperately since there are many people inside, but becomes startled upon seeing 4 people flying and wonders if they are demons. The MC, along with the generals, lands on the ground and shouts that they've been discovered and therefore need to run to the demons' territory. Richmond, who is being carried, asks why the hell he's being taken along, and the MC replies that apparently the rascal is good at managing food, and therefore, from that day on, will manage the demon's warehouse. He's shocked, unable to believe such absurdity, and then the demons flee like never before. Meanwhile, people are in shock watching the fire consume the entire mine, but the hero's silhouette appears, and with a single movement, he disperses all the fire, revealing that everyone is safe. Families reunite, happy to be alive, and the emissary goes to Kimchi wanting to know what happened, and if some demons came out of the mine since apparently they were the ones who caused the explosion. However, the hero replies no and, thinking about the group, concludes that they are not normal demons. Going back a bit in time, Ruslan was holding the detonator, and upon activating the item, the entire warehouse collapsed, and without hesitation, the MC shouted for his generals to protect the people. Immediately, they used everything they had to protect each citizen within that explosion, unlike Ruslan, who burst into laughter watching all the chaos, though not for long, as a rock fell on him. The hero approaches, calls for Kratos, and tells him that he himself will save the people and that the Demon King should take the seeds and leave. Then, with a smile, he wishes that he may plant in peace everything he can. Kratos is surprised by this outcome. Returning to the present, everyone keeps running, and the MC, looking back, concludes that Kimchi knew everything from the beginning and was just observing. But he knows the important part is another, and shouts that they got the seeds, and that when they return, they will plant them immediately. So he yells for them to speed up. With that, they run at full speed. After that, amid all the destruction caused, the emissary asks what sense there was in installing a self-destruction device if there were so many things to hide, and also asks about the MC since he doesn't understand why he suddenly left, being someone who gave food back to the citizens. So, if he went to the capital, he would even receive a reward. Kimchi says he believes the MC must have been scared since, after all, he messed with someone else's property. Azrahan comments that he didn't seem like the type to be scared, but after thinking a little, asks if perhaps the demons had any relation to the MC. However, in the middle of the sentence, the hero interrupts him, saying there were no demons, and even the villagers said they didn't see any demons. Besides, if Jang Cheol really were a demon, what reason would he have had to protect the villagers? The hemisphere remains silent until the hero changes the subject and asks why Batata is digging the stones. Azrahan replies that his servant is looking for anything of value and therefore tells him not to be greedy. However, his expression changes when he sees him shouting that he found Chunos in the place and can offer them to the king. Meanwhile, at the rear of the fortress of Magrat, the water begins to bubble and the MC, along with his generals, appears. Since the fortress has reinforced security and they will have to take another route, they continue fleeing until some guards who are observing notice that there are some people heading toward the abandoned land. The MC doesn't understand why his heart is beating so fast, but comforts himself, since at least he has the Demon King's body, so he doesn't run out of breath easily. After some time, the sun begins to rise, and in the demonic kingdom, Flute is drinking soup, enjoying every sip with her father. He asks if she wants more, but she refuses since she is full. Besides, she says they need to save food, because if the Demon King appears without the seeds, that porridge might be their last resort. Her father asks her to trust Kratos, since he will definitely return with the seeds. However, she says that if he returns with nothing, it won't be a problem. And with a smile, she comments that at least she had a full belly once in her life, and is very grateful for that. Her father cries with emotion hearing that until they hear someone shouting that the Demon Lord has returned, and she becomes even happier when she hears that he came back with the seeds. All the demons are back safe and sound, and everyone runs toward them. However, there is a catch since, in Richmond's vision, in front of him are dozens of demonic creatures ready to devour him. However, the reality is different, as Flute was happy to see Asura again, saying she missed him. Tibone also flies at full speed toward Kratos, happy to see him well. Zephyros thanks the generals for the great work and says that all the demons are grateful, but Sergei, embarrassed, tells them to stop the nonsense, since she didn't do anything to please anyone. Then, the MC calls Hartok's attention, since Tibone told him everything that happened, and with a smile, he thanks the brightest mind of the demonic kingdom for solving everything in his absence. Hartok processes what he just heard and becomes emotional once again. Then, the MC looks to the side and sees the demons tossing Sergei into the air in celebration, as all the other generals are happy as well. Only then does he realize what his heart beating fast meant moments earlier, as the scene he is witnessing is so heartwarming, and with a smile, he shouts for everyone to prepare for the next cultivation. He goes to check which seeds he got and realizes that most were rice seeds, but he knows they require a lot of preparation and the weather isn't favorable, so for now, they'll have to set them aside. After the rice seeds, the largest quantity is corn, and besides that, there are also pumpkin and bean seeds. He announces that he will cultivate these 3 seeds in the smallest area with maximum efficiency, and explains that this is called the Three Sisters cultivation method. It's a farming method that allows growing 3 types of crops that have a symbiotic relationship in the same place and at the same time. The beans planted alongside the corn will grow by climbing the corn stalk, for example. Hartok is surprised to learn this since, in this way, the beans will protect the corn from external attacks, such as strong wind. Also, on the ground, the pumpkins, with their wide leaves, will spread everywhere. Hartok comments once again that this will prevent the soil from drying out and will also stop weeds from growing. And the MC can't believe this guy knows so much about agriculture and doesn't understand why he hasn't dedicated himself to it until now. Sergei, all excited, asks to start preparing right away, and Kratos asks if she's eager to see the children eating with full bellies. She gets embarrassed and says she doesn't care about the others. Asura then asks where they should start. The MC sees him holding hands with Flute and asks since when they get along. He changes his expression and warns that she is just a low-class demon under his command, and the MC doesn't understand why these demons insist on making grumpy faces. Then, he tells them not to rush since they have all the demons gathered, and with all the manpower, things will work out in the blink of an eye. The secretary then says it won't be easy to mobilize the demons from other regions. He says that, and they go outside to see the chaos of the demon races fighting among themselves. Zephyros comments that it's total chaos since the demons are fighting each other to take the highest position in each rank. He also says there's Raster, who is still alive, but it's as if he weren't, since he just stands still on the lightning rod. The MC comments that this is the way of demons, but warns that times have changed. So with a smile, he makes it clear that before Lord Kratos, that place will have fair dual rules. The monsters begin battling among themselves, creating total chaos. Hartok watches until he turns and walks away. Flute sees this and asks why the commander left without stopping the fight. Her father comments that it is sad to see the demons fighting among themselves while they themselves need to work, but he believes the Demon King has a plan. Besides that, he emphasizes that it is impossible for the 4 celestial commanders to lead so many demons, and therefore, he believes they are just waiting for a new lord to naturally emerge. Flute becomes apprehensive about this since the fight doesn't stop, destroying everything around. The crabs beg them to stop as their family's tent was destroyed. Meanwhile, Asura watches from above until Flute appears running and asks why the Demon King is not stopping the fights. He answers that the reason is simple, since they need to know which of the demons has the best quality to be a leader. At that moment, something draws their attention as one of the demons begins falling toward a baby crab, and Asura prepares to help until a turtle appears spinning and hits the demon, throwing him dozens of meters away. The monster becomes enraged and asks why she dared to interfere in the duel. The ancient turtle replies that, in that situation, they should be helping with agriculture instead of fighting. Asura approaches them, and the demon who was hit becomes extremely irritated, questioning whether he is strong enough to give him orders, and begins moving toward the old turtle, as he does not accept a lower-class demon interfering as if it were someone significant. At that moment, the 2 demons advance to attack, but the turtle simply enters her shell, which shines as brightly as the sun, illuminating the entire place and even catching Asura off guard. Besides leaving the two monsters with burning eyes, unable to see anything, Flute runs toward him, but the general says it is fine, and, looking at the ancient turtle, comments that it is because of guys like her that they are waiting. Meanwhile, in another place, Nox uses her powers on the plant demon, who begins to improve little by little until the wound is healed. She asks if he is okay, but he questions what her problem is since he had his house destroyed because of her, and even so, she helped him. She answers that she is aware of that, but knows it doesn't mean she could let him suffer, and since she herself is weak, she understands the pain well. From the top of a tree, Sergei watches this attitude attentively. In another place, a demonic caterpillar says it wants to learn how to cultivate, and Hartok becomes thoughtful about it until he comments that the monster's arms are small, besides having no legs, and therefore he doesn't know what it could do. He answers that he can plow the field since the land was prepared by the farmer soldiers, and because of that, he believes he could till it, and confidently says that if the harvest is plentiful, everyone will be able to live without fighting. Hartok remains silent once again and replies that unfortunately, the demon doesn't look like much, and therefore tells him to go away. The caterpillar begins crying, disappointed, but soon fills itself with confidence and uses its spinning skill, beginning to plow the land at high speed, leaving even Flute impressed by what a little caterpillar can do when motivated. The general only watches from afar. Meanwhile, the MC is sitting, imagining everything that is happening, since in nature the strong usually become leader, and it is a world governed by the law of strength. However, at that moment, the land of the demons needs a society based on solidarity, so the leadership they need is someone who can unite everyone using empathy, compassion, and acceptance as their weapons, and all the candidates have already been decided. With that, he thanks the good work of the 4 celestial generals, and also asks them to gather all the demons to begin the battle tournament. Hartok asks to speak and comments that all the candidates the Demon King chose are weak, without exception, and therefore, he does not believe they could defeat anyone in a confrontation. Kratos laughs at this and asks if by any chance he knows the expression match fixing. After that, he gathers all the demons and shouts that he is aware that their fights are frequent and even thinks it is fair, since it is natural for demons to decide superiority through strength. However, he makes it clear that in the current situation, they need to preserve their hands to focus on agriculture, and that the loss of personnel due to injuries in duels will not be tolerated. Therefore, he orders them to fight duels under more rational rules, and the method will determine their sharpened instincts at the same time, such as having agility like light and kinetic vision to perceive everything. It will be a duel that can decide everything without any physical confrontation. That said, he warns that the duel will be rock, paper, or scissors. He says he will explain the rules of the duel. First, the warrior participating in the duel can equip different weapons in each hand. Moreover, there are 3 types of weapons. The first is rock, which with all 5 fingers closed is the hammer that shakes the earth. The second is scissors, which with only 2 fingers extended is the guillotine that cuts the sky. Lastly, he explains that it is paper. Although he thinks the analogy could be different, he only says it is a cloth. The demons find it strange since the first 2 weapons seemed badass, but the last one is completely insignificant. The system mocks, since it thinks science students truly have no vocabulary. The MC gets irritated since out of nowhere the system started mocking him. Then, he explains again that the 3 weapons have an advantage relationship among themselves, starting with the hammer that breaks the guillotine cuts the cloth, and the cloth neutralizes the hammer. However, he asks if anyone has doubts, and those who do should raise their hands. Immediately, a bunch of demons raise their hands, but that only makes Kratos shout that whoever raised their hand is eliminated, since if they are dumb, they cannot fight. Only a few remain, and he explains again that when he shouts rock, paper, or scissors, the 2 warriors equip the weapons in both hands. Then, they must show the weapons, and therefore, the one who understands faster is the one who moves with more precision. In the end, there will be a winner. Sergei, who was demonstrating, gets happy since she won in the explanation and starts celebrating excitedly until she looks forward again along with Asura, who both realize they are holding hands. so both get extremely embarrassed until the MC kicks their hands, telling them to stop fooling around. For doing that, the system once again says that the interference of an unpopular guy is pathetic. The MC gets increasingly irritated since he has no idea why he is being provoked by someone he doesn't even know from his past. However, he asks again for them to raise their hands if they did not understand, and in the same second, says that those demons are eliminated and the rest should prepare for the duel. Nox, who is paying attention, looks at her hands and realizes they are leaves and therefore cries sadly since she has few options. Meanwhile, the MC shouts for everyone to gather, and the ancient turtle, always shaking, asks permission from the demon lord and comments that everyone was eliminated for not understanding and only he is left. The MC responds that if that is the case, then he is already appointed as the leader of the 3rd star area. The turtle gets scared since he did not even fight. At that moment, Raster, who is still hanging like a lightning rod, says that he is the lord of the 3rd star area and does not understand how a turtle is becoming the new lord. However, his whining only earns him another blow that shouts once again through his body. On the other side, the demon tries to intimidate the little lizard who prepares for the duel. The monster throws scissors, but the little lizard uses paper and gets frustrated, seeing those huge fingers. The monster gets confused since he used his attack on the small creature and nothing happened, and the MC appears asking to see, but in truth, it was only to smash the monster's head into the ground to defeat him. With that, he shouts that the little lizard won, and this is unquestionable. He goes on winning all the battles, and the MC celebrates, saying that the little lizard is the new lord of the 4th star area. Then the MC reflects on who is missing and looks in Nox's direction, who is intimidated by the Vine Man since she has no combat ability whatsoever. Kratos remains silent, and a notification appears as he finally begins to understand what the legend looks like. At the same time, in the human territory, in the royal capital, Marnika, Kimchi is holding his weapon and remembers how it transformed when it was in Kratos' possession. He says he vaguely remembers and also saw the weapon's true form in his past life. So, even when he was not yet that strong, it displayed overwhelming power, which is why he cannot understand how the hell a demon king managed to reveal its true form. He tries swinging the weapon in all directions and becomes increasingly thoughtful, wondering if he was perhaps a puppet, because in all of his more than 10 past lives, he never had any will of his own and only lived according to mission orders. Furthermore, he knows he did not manage to stand back up on his own and believes that if he manages to obtain the weapon's true form by himself, he might no longer be a puppet. At that moment, someone calls out to him. It was Azrahan, commenting that the king was very pleased with the giant potato and also thanking him for helping on the long journey they had. The hero replies that the merit belongs more to the MC than to himself. Upon saying this, he looks down at his weapon and says he would like to ask a favor. Meanwhile, in the castle, the king says that it has been proven by the offering he received that the land of demons is full of mysterious things he does not know, and therefore orders Branda as captain to search the demons' land from end to end. Back in the demon kingdom, all the demons are excited about the match, and one of them comments that the game is practically decided since the Lord of Plant-type demons is extremely powerful. However, the guy beside him wonders why the lunatic suddenly started talking to himself out of nowhere, but he goes back to saying that Multius is extremely strong and fast, and that it is as if the world moves in slow motion, and therefore, the moment the opponent chooses the weapon and shows his hands, Multius can see it with his own eyes and is excited. However, the demon is irritated by hearing so much nonsense and punches the guy in the face to shut him up. Meanwhile, the MC watches from afar, since the crustaceans who were holding scissors gave up knowing they would lose. And at the moment, Nox raises her arm to surrender. He warns that giving up is no longer allowed and makes it clear that he will cook and eat all who lack courage. She becomes upset at this, and he, after looking to the side, sees that all the generals agree with the plan. Therefore, he tells them to prepare, and both begin with rock, paper, or scissors. At that moment, all the generals appear with their demonic faces, leaving Multius completely terrified to the point of clenching his fist to defend himself. The demons cannot believe the result, since, with that action, Multius picked rock and Nox picked paper. No one understands what happened until Kratos approaches and, with tears in his eyes, says that the legend, the one who wins before even making a move, exists, and shouts that there is no need to continue the match, since the winner is the Cabbage Girl. Immediately, everyone bows down to revere the one who performed the divine move. One of the demons approaches and comments that he also won against another guy using scissors with both hands, but the MC tells him to be quiet since he just got lucky and it was not a divine move. Multius, outraged, screams that the fight must be carried out since he saw the 4 generals approaching, but they, once again with their evil auras, ask if he has gone insane and if he has proof, because otherwise he will die. With everything decided, the MC announces those who have become lords of each region and warns that all demons must obey the orders of their lords, and that, furthermore, the battles to determine superiority will be unconditionally carried out through rock, paper, or scissors duels under the observation of the Demon King and the 4 celestial generals. Then, anyone who breaks the rule will be clearly executed in the name of the Demon Lord. At this moment, the system appears saying that it is basically a dictatorship and that there will definitely be dissatisfied demons who will curse him. However, he does not care about that since the culture of the demons is a mess and needs to change at any cost to plant the proper seeds, because even if the demons cannot see it, their descendants will see the fruits of their parents' work. The system likes hearing this and says it supports the idea. The MC finds it strange and asks if it will not just cause trouble, but the notification only says that it is its main function and therefore it can do so at any moment. Then Kratos raises his hand, announcing that they will begin a new cultivation method of the 3 sisters, and shouts that they will have an abundant harvest and that this is everyone's prayer. The demons beside the lizard get excited since they want to start working. The first thing was to expand the fields, advancing quickly thanks to Cheetah's abilities and his lackeys. First, they will plant corn, and since there are many plant-type demons with several hands, this will not be a problem. There are also Nox's healing powers, which will help the corn grow quickly up to the size of a finger, only then planting beans around it. The bean retains nitrogen in the soil and acts as armor protecting the corn. In addition, it has the crucial role of replenishing the soil nutrients that the corn consumed. Then the pumpkin planted on the edge of the bed grows and covers the ground, and Doomba, along with his relatives, act as reflectors controlling where the sunlight hits. Thus, the 3 sisters, who are weak when alone, join forces to survive in the arid land. And this is the miracle of solidarity and cooperation. Only then does he realize something, and notices that for some reason the weather is becoming a bit humid, and the clouds have started to darken. He reflects that even though it is the land of demons, apparently there are also some climatic changes. After that, in his cabin, he is lying down until he becomes restless and gets up since it is very humid and hot, and only then realizes what he just said. Thinking it is a drag, he runs at full speed toward the fields, and after positioning himself, uses his bloody eye, and soon ahead, a system screen appears warning that currently in that area, the corn is being fatally destroyed by a fungus. Therefore, it is expected that in the future, the spores of that fungus will spread quickly, leading to the total extermination of the corn. He thinks it is a drag since he let his guard down, and that is the corn gray leaf spot. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abandoned land of the Forest of Deep Sleep, Branda is with his exploration army, and he is worried because it seems he is lost right at the entrance. At this moment, a soldier asks if they should camp, and he answers no, since the terrain makes it difficult to defend against monsters, and therefore they must leave the forest first, so coordinating everyone they move out, always asking them to stay alert to danger. Meanwhile, the MC, together with his generals, believes the corn has been hit by a plague, and therefore they will be entering quarantine. His first order is for Sergi to cut all the corn that has spots. She immediately obeys with her immense sword skill. Then Hartok orders everyone to gather the cut corn. Bahal hits Ifrit on the head to make him spit fire on all the contaminated corn to prevent the fungus spores from spreading. Then, Kratos asks Nox how the corn is. She replies that many plants are sick, and at the moment she can protect them with her healing ability. But while doing this with her sisters, she realizes she cannot maintain it for long. The MC does not like the situation at all. Flute runs to Asura and asks if they really will have to burn all the corn, and if by any chance the big potatoes run out, whether they will have to starve again. He tells her not to worry and points to the Demon King, since he is immersed in thoughts. And when that happens, he always solves the problem. In fact, he is thinking of a solution since he imagines he needs to spray a disinfectant, but believes it is impossible for something like that to exist in that world, as it is a chemical substance that stops the respiration of the fungus in cellular activity. Only then does he remember that something like that exists, since he has the abnormal condition that appears in the blood paladin, the flame moss. None of the demons knew why this harmless plant had such a terrifying name, but the cursed mold trembled in fear before its weak heat. Immediately, the MC orders Asura to take the demons from the second star area to the Swamp of Misfortune to collect as much of that moss that glows red as they can. The general becomes excited upon hearing that, and tells Flute that everything will be fine because the Demon King has a plan. With that said, he shouts for all his soldiers to march toward the swamp and they rush out. After that, Flute asks Sergi if Asura will be okay. She replies that the guy is one of the 4 celestial generals and has no reason not to be fine. Flute then asks if she isn't worried since the 2 of them are dating. Sergi immediately dies of embarrassment, asking if she has gone crazy and what the hell she is saying. The MC tells them to stop making noise and even confirms that it is true. She refuses and says she doesn't understand the absurdity they are talking about. Regardless, Kratos instructs Hartok to organize shifts so that Nox and her subordinates do not get tired, since he will head to the ruins of the Demon Lord's castle. While doing this, he can only think that things he never imagined are starting to happen frequently, and therefore, he needs to be prepared for any danger, whether related to agriculture or to the game's settings. Meanwhile, in the forest, Bronda arrives at a place and questions what it might be. His subordinate also finds it strange, since he did not imagine that demons had the intelligence to build buildings, and he finds a kind of door that needs a huge key to open. Bronda asks him to be careful since it is better not to touch it, but the guy does it anyway, and a strong light appears, leaving the captain frightened until a beam of light comes out of his subordinate's mouth. Because of this, Bronda orders everyone to retreat immediately, but all of them have this light beam coming out of their mouths, including the captain himself, since not even he managed to escape. And they all have their energy sucked into the pyramid, which, as it gathers energy, produces an extremely strong glow that catches the MC's attention even from kilometers away, as he has never seen that effect in the game, but knows that the place is the forest of deep sleep and already worries because he has an idea of what it might be. Back at the pyramid, all the soldiers are lying on the ground, and Bronda, who is not dead, tries to get up and, when looking up, sees the silhouette of someone at the top of the pyramid and asks if by any chance it is a demon. This being creates wings and jumps from the pyramid heading toward the human captain. Trembling and without strength, he tries to say something, but the demon uses her 2 fingers to write in the air and thanks them, since the vital energy of 10 humans broke her seal. Bronda is startled since, from the clothes that turned into wings and the spear, along with the dark skin and white hair, he already imagines who she is. The demon writes in the air again and confirms that she is the demon queen Artanis. Meanwhile, in the abandoned land of the second star area, the demons are collecting the moss as ordered, and Asura keeps imagining that apparently they will only need that moss to continue agriculture. At this moment, a soldier comments that they aren't finding more moss, and Asura orders a retreat since they collected everything there was. At that moment, Artanis appears, and this catches the general's attention, since out of nowhere, he sees someone approaching and simply does not understand where the woman came from. So he asks which region she belongs to. Artanis, still communicating by writing in the air, asks back why the 3rd and 4th star areas are empty. He becomes irritated with a demon speaking informally to a general, and still answers that obviously everyone is helping in the cornfields, and questions why the hell she is wandering aimlessly. In this instant, she raises her hand, overflowing her energy everywhere, which hits him directly, as well as all his subordinates, capturing them one by one. At the same time, MC is digging like crazy because he knows that the light he saw moments before is from the sealed tomb, and that the one who was asleep there is the demon queen predecessor of Kratos' predecessor, Artanis. He remembers that in the game she is a secret boss found when entering the underground of the sealed tomb and even holds the worst difficulty in the entire game. According to the story, the previous demon lord, Moderato, used almost all his power in a spell to seal her, and when she appeared in front of the player, she was in a state where she could barely move an arm. Even so, the demon could still use some abilities, and, even after clearing the game 10 times, he had to spend more than 50 attempts to finally defeat her, since she had absurd strength. He worries whether the Demon Lord really broke her seal, since he does not believe that even in numbers he could defeat her. Then, he throws the soil out and uses his skill, Thorn of Punishment, tossing the stones into the air and asking please for what he is looking for to appear quickly. Back in the fields, the cabbage demon continues healing the corn until she becomes exhausted and collapses. But Bahal catches her in his arms first. Immediately, Sergei shouts that another one has fallen, and therefore they must fetch a stretcher. And the same happens with all the other cabbage demons. Nox, even fallen, says she will work, but Hartok says no, since she is not fully recovered. Nearby, Dirok finds another sick corn and shouts, warning that it has spread to the other side as well. All the generals become worried since the situation is terrible. At this moment, Artanis appears flying and falls directly into the plantation, ending up in front of everyone. The generals prepare themselves, and Hartok asks if by any chance she wants to be executed for approaching the plantation in such a manner. However, at the same moment, he feels something is wrong, and the Demon Lord asks why the castle has disappeared and where Moderato is. The general clears his doubts about who the demon is, since she is definitely the Witch of Melody, Artanis. Therefore, he answers that Moderato is dead after sealing her, and that now a new demon king named Kratos rules that kingdom. She simply remains silent and asks why they are busy with agriculture. He explains that this is the will of the demon king to free the destiny of the demon race, which only live fighting. At the same time, all the generals approach, and she, with the movement of her fingers, says that from that moment on, she is the new demon queen, and therefore they must stop the agriculture. Sergei immediately starts running, and with her swords asks who she thinks she is to call herself queen. Hartok also casts his magic, as does Bahal. However, Artanis uses her power, and her ribbon turns into a spear pointed at all the generals, who, by her will, are not killed. Then, without wasting time, she asks where Kratos is since she will kill him. Tibone becomes furious upon hearing this and leaps from the secretary's lap, firing his freezing wind, which is blocked by the ribbons of the Demon Lord, who is even surprised since she is seeing a dragon, and they are definitely dangerous. Therefore, she attacks with everything and without mercy, but MC appears holding an item and strikes the ground, asking to activate Moderato's heart. A barrier is created, blocking all the ribbons and even throwing them back at Artanis, causing huge damage and leaving her confused. Then, from the other side of the barrier, MC greets her and, showing off, asks how the young lady is doing. He reflects that Moderato's power, who preceded Kratos, was at a level incomparable to Kratos's. This demon lord was originally one of Artanis's 4 celestial generals, and challenged her after absorbing the power of all the other generals. He used all the power of the 3 of them to seal her voice, and discarded all his own magic to seal her body in the pyramid. Even so, Moderato could not sleep out of fear, so he gathered even his physical strength in a single place to create a tool capable of stopping her. That was how Kratos took advantage of this opening. After remembering all of this, he concludes by imagining that the heart is an exclusive activation device to stop Artanis. She, not understanding very well, comments that she does not know exactly what kind of barrier that is, but points, while asking what will happen with the 2 behind her since they will die. The MC panics when he sees his generals inside the barrier and yells for them to run toward him immediately. Both of them run to escape the barrier, but the witch casts her spell to stop them. Kratos stretches his arms and grabs both generals, then, with all his strength, pulls them out before they are hit, and once again, the whips strike the barrier and bounce back into Artanis' face, making her furious with this nonsense. The MC asks why she looks surprised and reveals that that is a barrier made exclusively to fight her, so everyone except her can pass freely. He says this while showing how true it is, since he stuck part of his face through and even pouted to provoke her. She falls for the provocation and attacks again, but he steps back, the whips hit the barrier, and they slam back into her face with full force. He starts laughing because she is way too dumb. Besides, in the game, if he did not have that heart, he would have no chance of recovering his life, since ranged attacks did not work, so it was necessary to attack directly. However, if he entered the active barrier, her attacks became even more violent, so there was no choice but to deactivate the barrier. In the end, it was an item to create an opening to heal. So, excited? He knows that in that reality, it is enough to leave the barrier active all the time, and there will be no problem, which is why he asks to have a civilized conversation. Artanis becomes angrier and angrier, but he gets straight to the point and asks why she attacked suddenly and why she attacked his children for no reason. She takes a deep breath and asks if by any chance he is the current demon lord, and he answers yes. And she makes it clear that she will kill him to take back the position of queen. He warns that she does not need to do that since they are living off agriculture, and asks her to think carefully since everyone just wants to eat and live, and if there is a war, the demonic side will also suffer. So he thinks it is better for everyone to stay full and not fight. She reinforces that it is impossible to farm on that land, and he asks if her eyes are just decoration, since right in front of them, there is an incredible plantation made possible thanks to his children. Artanis stays quiet for a moment and finds the MC's behavior strange from the start, since he saved his subordinates without thinking twice, and also called the lower demons my children, when originally they should be nothing more than slaves or food. Then she says that the new demon king is a crazy guy, but he retorts that it is better than being an assassin who uses an exhibitionist hobby that is embarrassing. She dies of embarrassment and says that is her weapon, and there is nothing she can do. Anyway, he shows his item and assures her that she cannot attack them, so he asks her to go back quietly to where she was. She takes a deep breath and starts walking away, saying that there is no choice and that she will have to invade the human kingdom alone. The MC sees that she has left and then asks everyone to return to work. At that moment, the witch attacks from behind, saying that the idiot fell into her trap. However, he reacts instantly, activating his item and saying that she is the one who fell into his trap since the barrier was created with her arm stuck on the other side. She starts trying to pull away but cannot at all, and becomes furious because she is trapped. Sergei takes the opportunity to ask if they are going to leave the witch like that, and he answers that there is not much to do, and that at some point, she will probably starve to death. Flute runs to them and asks if Sergei is all right. She replies that yes, they are safe thanks to the Demon King. At that moment, Artanis begins to use her ability that manipulates her clothes, but the general yells that there are children around, and that she should not be shaking her clothes like an exhibitionist, and asks her to cover herself with something. The witch cancels her ability and covers herself again. He calls everyone to cut the stained leaves and to take good care of everyone's condition with healing, and they return to what they were doing. The demonic witch is still in disbelief, seeing the demons helping each other, and cannot understand what kind of absurdity that is. The day goes by, and she feels the absurd heat, besides dying of thirst since she only slept inside the seal and therefore is very weak. At this moment, Flute appears asking for permission, and asks if by any chance on the way, she encountered a demon with scary eyes and a mean face. Sergei asks her not to be so harsh since Asura has his charm. She apologizes because she had forgotten that the general is his girlfriend, and in her eyes, he must be the most handsome demon in the world. Sergei dies of embarrassment once again, and still asks where she learned so much about flirting. Artanis gets bored hearing all that until the general says they are good companions. Those words enter the witch's mind, who remembers when she was before her celestial generals, and said that they were more than companions and friends, and that they would end the demon's pain. Remembering this makes her eyes fill with tears. The day goes by and the MC is almost crying for using his blood eye technique. With this, he manages to detect infection in several infected points in his plantation. He thinks this is awful since without disinfectant, they will not be able to stop the infestation. Sergei keeps frantically cutting, just as the dragon is burning the infected corn. However, he knows that treating the plantations will no longer be enough and does not understand why the Asura is taking so long. At this moment, the system appears saying that the blood eye has been improved. By enduring unbearable pain and using the blood eye non-stop, the skill's performance increases. Required focus time without blinking is reduced to 100 seconds. Prediction of the target's future state extended to 7 hours. He finds it interesting, although not particularly useful at that moment, until the notification says that there was enhanced detail in observing the target's current thoughts and psychology. At this moment, Sergei asks Bahal to switch places with her, and goes to Artanis to ask if by any chance she really did not see their friend on the way, since he is not the type to be late. She questions why she is looking for the guy so anxiously. The general says that if the general does not return, the entire farm will be doomed. Even so, the former demon lord asks why not eat the lower demons wandering near the field. Sergei becomes completely furious since the woman keeps acting as if eating their own species were some kind of joke, and once again asks if she saw Asura or not. At this moment, the MC approaches, asking them to stop since the barrier could break, and after approaching, asks why she did not kill Asura. This question scares Sergei. Artanis responds that the demon will be useful later, and therefore she decided to keep him alive. Kratos, using his active skill, orders her not to lie and enters the woman's memories. In the past, the army was gathered and the generals ask if it is the fortress where the human king lives. Moderato says it was not even a war, and the humans were very weak, so they were crushed instantly. Another general says that is not the case and that the demon queen is extremely strong. After all, she is the Witch of Melody. Just by hearing her song, all humans lost the will to fight. Moderato also said it would be fun to see her killing everyone instantly, but his partner calls him an idiot since the slaughter comes after. Artanis, however, just stays silent and imagines a fertile field, which in this case belongs to the humans, and would like to live like that instead of satisfying her hunger by fighting and devouring. Therefore, she asks for the attention of all the generals and announces that from that moment on, the conquest of human lands ceases and they will retreat to the demon nation. Moderato is outraged hearing this and asks if she is in her right mind, since from what he heard, she ordered the demons to retreat and many are starving. She asks if by any chance he forgot the promise they made in childhood, since they swore to build a race of demons that does not starve or devour its own kind, and therefore they are complaining. Then, with a smile, she asks if they all saw the humans cultivating on the way, and therefore they will try to cultivate as well. Moderato becomes extremely furious with this decision but says nothing. Back in the demon kingdom, still within the memories, the plants are completely dead, and the demon queen watches in silence. At this moment, a servant says that Moderato is looking for her in the forest of deep sleep. She finds this location strange, but decides to go meet him. After walking a bit, she stands before the pyramid, asks what it is, and sees 3 of her 4 generals crucified. She screams, calling for them, and at that moment, Moderato appears behind her and places the device in her mouth, activating the spell that binds with maximum potency the item inserted. He sighs in relief since it really worked, and her voice was completely sealed. Artanis, desperate, tries to understand what the hell he is doing, and the general laughs since he cannot hear her voice. The witch keeps trying to ask if this is some kind of joke, wishing from the bottom of her heart that it truly is. But he says that he originally planned to carry out his plan after conquering the human territory. Then, with his demonic face, says he decided to kill her in that place to become the new demon king. Artanis is terrified by this absurdity and starts running to try to escape, then takes off at full speed, but some vines simply restrain her body. Moderato shouts that he did not choose that place for nothing and throws his sword, which cuts the girl's back and sends her straight to the ground. He retrieves his sword and says that demons possess overwhelming strength and can rule and destroy anything they desire, but she chose to cultivate, and that is ridiculous. She tries to argue since they agreed to shape the demon race together and would even travel together, but he says that since childhood he found her a strange girl, and despite being extremely strong, she had an empty head. Then, with his sword raised, he shouts that the true nature of demons is annihilation. She cries because this is becoming the ending and counterattacks, completely piercing Moderato's body. After piercing his body, she insists that she did not need to do that, since they were friends. However, looking at the lifeless demon bodies on the crosses, Moderato replies that everyone thought about killing her all the time, since it makes no sense to be loyal to someone so naive, who only has brute strength, and that all of this was nothing more than a play. She remembers when they were all still children, but it is too late, as Moderato activated his ability, and she soon realizes that there is something strange about the demon's mana, as it began to leave his body and went straight to the pyramid. Then, he shouts goodbye, and several chains appear, binding Artanis and pulling her into her future eternal prison. Back in the present, the MC remains standing still until she asks how he can be sure that he did not kill his subordinate. He replies that he knows this because he is a demon lord, She thinks about it and comments that he probably has the ability to read minds, so he must already know everything, that for demons there is no cooperation or trust, and that even his subordinates must also be waiting for a chance to cut off his head. The MC asks if she happened to ask them. She does not understand the question, and Kratos asks whether she happened to ask the 4 deceased celestial generals if they intended to betray her. Artanis simply remains silent, and at that moment, Asura appears back in the demonic realm, which draws everyone's attention, just as Asura himself soon realizes who the woman standing before him is. Artanis does not waste time and uses her ability, but she is soon frightened as all the generals leap to protect him, even though it is necessary to enter the barrier to do so. She simply cannot believe what she is seeing, as one demon is protecting another. In any case, the MC shouts for her not to worry, and the generals simply follow orders. They cross the barrier once again, carrying Asura, until Flute appears shouting for him, as she was extremely worried. At that moment, Kratos asks whether she happened to see it, since that is the nature of demons that was buried so deep and could not come out, and makes it clear that they will put an end to hunger to reclaim their hearts, even questioning whether it was not she who said that. Artanis remembers the time when she truly tried, and all the demons were on her side, including Kratos himself when he was a child. At that moment, her subordinates appear in her mind, apologizing for not staying with her until the end, and, pointing forward, warned that he will be the one responsible for fulfilling the dream they could not achieve, as they now have a new demon king. Meanwhile, Asura apologizes, as he was not able to gather many mosses, and also says that the other soldiers did not die, but are very badly injured. The MC calls for Nox and asks her to take the entire healing team to treat the soldiers. She asks how the issue of the corn will be handled, since it also needs care. He looks to the side and sees the state the situation is in. Hartok says that it has already spread too much, but at that instant, Kratos deactivates his item, and the barrier that was imprisoning Artanis simply falls apart. At the same moment, Sergi panics, but Asura says that everything is fine, and explains that Artanis, who is the strongest demon lord in history that he has ever heard of, was supposedly cruel, but he believes she is someone they can talk to. This is because when the two met, all Asura asked was that she not kill him, since he needed to take the moss back to the demonic realm, because otherwise everyone would starve, including the children, and he could not allow that to happen. Artanis hears all of this, and simply lets him live, leaving the place. MC decides to make a deal with her, and proposes removing her mask, since she slept for so long that she did not realize it until now, but because of the mask, she cannot eat or speak properly. She asks what he wants in return, and he only asks her to kill all the fungi that are spreading through the corn. In other words, she must use the Song of Instant Death. He gets excited about this, since he considers it a super eco-friendly pesticide. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of Marnika, in the Azrahan mansion, he asks whether Kimchi has still not left the underground training field. Diol replies that no, and also says that he has not eaten anything nor shown his face a single time. The emissary says that he even found the guy a bit peculiar, but refusing the recommendation of a royal knight for training is strange, since he does not know whether this person really needs to become stronger than he already is. Kimchi is desperately trying to activate the hidden power of his weapon, but even by concentrating with all his strength, he simply cannot. He falls to his knees on the ground, frustrated, since even channeling all of his mana, nothing happens. This makes him question whether he is unable to do anything without receiving orders from someone. He simply does not know how he has lived up to this point, nor does he know how he will live from that moment on, much less what he himself actually is. Suddenly, a voice echoes asking whether he really wants to know. He is startled as his weapon begins to release a malignant aura until the eye of the weapon opens, releasing even more energy, which leaves him frightened by it, since it is something new happening. Back in the demonic kingdom, MC asks Artanis whether she can do what he asked, which will basically be to use the Song of Instant Death. The reason she is called the Witch of Melody is because of the immense magic that exists in her music. Among them, the Song of Instant Death is exactly what the name says, an ability capable of instantly killing several chosen targets. With this power, she will be able to kill the fungi. However, she asks whether he knows what mask that is, and how to remove it, since she tried to use all her strength and could not. He replies that she probably knows about the succession of the Demon Lord, and that when the Demon Lord dies to a challenger, the challenger gains the right to become the new Demon Lord. So when MC defeated Moderato, the Demon Lord writes that he had passed to him. With that, he concludes by saying that the mask can be removed by the order of the Demon Lord. Artanis asks whether he is not worried that she might kill everyone present. He replies that she probably will not do that, since she could have done so at the moment when the barrier was undone. Besides that, he believes that she wants to see the harvest succeed more than anyone else. She takes a deep breath and accepts the deal. Everyone is pleased with this, and MC shouts for absolutely everyone to move as far away as possible. They do not understand this order, but Kratos reinforces that they must get away from the plantation and that there is no time to explain. After everyone obeys this order, he prepares to remove the mask. At that moment, the system appears asking whether he will really do this. He imagines that he has no other option, since if he does not do it, the corn will die. The system asks whether he did not see it before with the bloody eye, since Artanis' voice and immense magic were forcibly sealed for a long time. So the moment the seal breaks, the magic will go out of control and drive her insane, and as a result, he will be attacked by all that uncontrolled power. MC confesses that he barely managed to see with the bloody eye how strong the magic was, but since it seemed that he did not die, then that is a good thing. The system says that it saw it, and that it would be painful. He smiles while reading this, and says that the leader is always the one who suffers the most. The system says nothing for a while, until it decides to agree with what will be done. With that, the MC explains to Artanis that, at the moment he shouts, "Seal released," the mask will fall and her magic will go out of control. Therefore, he asks her to maintain consciousness as much as possible, since if he himself dies, agriculture will come to an end. She nods, saying that she understands, and he shouts, "Released." With that, the mask is enchanted and detaches from her body, falling straight to the ground. She realizes that she is able to speak, but Kratos knows that the problem comes now, since a barrier made with the heart of Moderato is useless against Artanis' uncontrolled power, so it will not be possible to use it. She begins to vomit blood, and the situation becomes increasingly intense. The MC runs toward her and jumps, holding her body. She, embarrassed at being hugged, asks what the hell he thinks he is doing, but at that very moment, she begins to lose control. He realizes this, but knows that before the tentacles come out of her clothes, he needs to hold on as much as possible. Otherwise, he will kill the other demons. Knowing this, he shouts, activating his nutrient concentration ability so that all points are placed into vigor. Now the vigor points are at 2.744, and, at that instant, the tentacles try to pierce his abdomen, and, even feeling a lot of pain, he knows he needs to endure it. She continues losing control, and he tries to hold on as best as he can, but the pressure is so intense that it takes him by surprise, since he did not imagine it would hurt so much. However, he knows he must endure it, because otherwise, if that power goes out of control, everyone in that realm will die. At that moment, a tentacle manages to escape and goes toward his head. However, Artanis sees this and, even out of control, manages to slightly deflect the direction of the attack. The MC feels relieved when he sees that she managed to change the direction of the attack, and, because of that, they have a chance. But he soon changes his mind, since the tentacle hits his cheek anyway. He feels that the attacks are hurting too much, and that he will not be able to endure them. At that moment, Artanis shouts for him to run away, since she will no longer be able to control herself. The MC agrees, since he needs to retreat for now, but soon changes his mind and holds her even tighter, since running away also becomes a habit. However, her loss of control becomes even more intense, and all the tentacles manage to escape from his abdomen and attack from behind. Sergei, seeing this, appears with everything she has and begins attacking the tentacles, as do Bahal, Hartok, and Asura, since they will not accept that anything happens to the Demon King. Even the baby dragon appears, helping it with its icy breath, but the MC shouts for the idiots to get out, since it is far too dangerous, until he realizes something upon seeing all the demons trying to help, since, in the end, he is not alone. After that, everyone breathes a sigh of relief, as they went through a great ordeal, and Artanis, back under control, asks if he is okay. He says that he is intact, and thanks her for worrying. She sees the situation they went through, calls the demon's attention, and apologizes, since she ended up destroying the land that everyone worked so hard to cultivate and survive. But before she could say anything, the MC stands up, telling them to leave the apologies for later, since he promised that he would end the fungi using the Song of Instant Death. She replies that she is aware of that, and, after positioning herself in front of the harvest, uses her sharp vision to identify the targets and notices the presence of the fungi. She finally understands what Kratos was talking about, and he asks if everyone is truly safe. She replies that yes, since only what she puts in her sights will die. Asura comments that he never imagined he would see the Song of Instant Death, which he had only heard about in stories. Sergei says the same, since she only knows that the moment one closes their eyes, immersed in a beautiful melody, it is the end of whoever listens, and it is definitely an absurd power. Artanis, after her preparations, begins her song, and destruction goes into progress, but all the demons begin to bleed from their ears. In contrast, the fungi are struck by the ability and are obliterated before that immense power. After the power dissipates, the MC is frightened by what he has just witnessed. Artanis thanks everyone for listening, since she is not very good at singing, but in any case, she managed to kill the fungi. At this moment, the MC activates his ceiling and puts the mask back on her face. Artanis questions what he is doing, and he says that she is far too out of tune and should have warned him beforehand, since it is the first time his nose and ears have bled just from listening to a song. The system considers him a bad guy, since he is shutting other people's mouths just for singing badly, but warns that, in truth, it was not he who put the seal back on her face. The MC does not understand what this means, and the notification reveals that there is a time limit for Artanis' seal to remain released. Once again, he does not understand what this means. The system concludes that Artanis' sealing device can only be deactivated for 3 minutes per day. He does not quite understand this, since he spent more than 3 minutes getting beaten when her seal was released. The notification explains that time spent in a state of fury does not count. After all, the torrent of powerful magical energy overcomes the seal. She, still managing to speak through the mask, tells him to take it off immediately. He is surprised, since this time, she is managing to speak even with the strange voice. Only then does Artanis realize that it is true, since apparently the power of the seal has weakened, so speaking is possible, although she cannot put mana into her voice. In any case, she tells him to remove it at once, or she will kill him. He asks her not to misunderstand, since the seal did not reappear because he wanted it to, but because the 3 minutes ended. So, in short, the seal can only be opened for 3 minutes per day. In addition, he makes it clear that this seal can only be opened by him, the Demon Lord. Therefore, without his help, she will not be able to eat or drink. She tells him to get to the point already. With that said, Kratos asks her to lend them a hand with their agriculture, since if she does so, he will release the seal for 3 minutes every day. She finds this despicable, since he is using her weakness to control her. He explains that in truth, it is an agreement in which everyone wins. She thinks about it and reflects that, if she follows his words, she can create the demons she and her friends dreamed of. With this in mind, she immediately asks where to begin. The MC thinks this is awesome, since he has now acquired a pest exterminator. His first order is to gather and clean all the plantations she ruined. The witch says she understands and, using her tentacles, takes all the plantation she destroyed and throws it out. All the demons are surprised by this ability and begin to shout that the former demon lord is incredible and definitely worth 100. Next, Kratos orders the field to be plowed, and once again, she uses her ability with mastery. Sergei does not hide her surprise at such skill she is witnessing, since the tentacles are managing to do all the work in every sense. Now the MC warns that all that is left is to mix all the fertilizer and that they will be able to see the results the next day. Artanis stops to analyze the situation and asks why she has to work alone. Immediately, Asura shouts that there are a bunch of children injured because of her and asks whether she is, by any chance, trying to make those children work. She replies that, in truth, she did not hurt anyone. Hartuk says that she pointed her frightening tentacles at them and has no idea of the mental damage that caused. Sergei also points out that the former demon lord is wearing an outfit that is downright shameful. Artanis apologizes for this, and, lastly, Bahal, who has nothing in his head, simply orders them to do it properly, and everyone leaves. She watches them all walk away and cries over it. As for the MC, a notification arrives saying that he endured Artanis's powerful attacks in fury and embraced her. Since vitality and magical power increased by 40% each, he will receive a special bonus. The new system trait, Monoseed, Accept All, has been unlocked. He reads more about it. This ability activates automatically when it converts all attributes into vigor, entering a state of concentrated nourishment. When it is activated, he will be able to absorb any external impact in addition to recovering mana and vigor. Kratos reflects that this means the risk decreases drastically even in combat situations, but he prefers not to need to use something like that if possible. At the same time, in the royal capital of Marnika, Kimchi prepares to leave, and the emissary asks whether he is really departing so suddenly. He replies that he cannot keep owing favors forever, and that something also came up that he must do without fail. Dial is intrigued, as he cannot imagine what could be so important as to refuse the recommendation of the kingdom's swordmaster. He falls silent for a moment and remembers when the malignant power of his weapon asked whether he really wanted to know who he himself is. Kimchi, intrigued, asks what that power is. It replies that it is Bargia, the god of bountiful harvests, the one who wishes the harvest to overflow throughout the world. The hero reflects that he vaguely remembers it, but the name is a bit different, and comments that it seems more like a demon than a god. Bargia bursts into laughter and asks whether he truly dares to judge the appearance of a god by human standards. Moreover, it says that what it desires is the same as what the hero desires, and asks whether that was not what he said to the demon lord Kratos, so he could plant in peace. Having said that, it reveals that it desires a bountiful harvest, and that, if he helps the demon king, this will be easily achieved. In addition, it says that if he stands by Kratos' side, he will discover who the demon king is, and even his own identity, and orders him to go to the land of demons to obtain what he desires. After saying these words, a whirlwind arises, and all that aura returns to the weapon. Kimchi realizes that it was definitely a mission, and that he has no choice but to seek the answer with Kratos. After recalling all of this, he thanks them for the help he received. Azrahan says that if he needs any help, he should send a letter. The hero thanks him and sets out on his journey, since in the end, he was destined to go to the land of demons. Meanwhile, back in the demonic kingdom, the MC wakes up after his little beauty nap and asks whether Artanis has already mixed all the fertilizer and whether she is resting by any chance. He uses his ability to release her mask and shows the chuno porridge, which is the specialty of the abandoned land, and says that he needs to work while eating a little snack. She is moved upon seeing that food and starts eating non-stop. The MC realizes that she must have suffered a lot and does not even know whether it will please her palate. In addition, he asks them to work hard the next day so they can eat more tasty porridge. She, full of excitement, replies yes, and he realizes that demons are far too easy to tame. At this moment, something crosses her mind, and so she asks whether there is more chuno porridge, since she forgot something important. They go to the forest of deep sleep, to the old abandoned cabin. The MC is surprised to see that there are several humans there, and one of them is well dressed. The MC approaches, and soon Bronda realizes that another frightening demon has arrived. In his view, the two demons are terrifying, and he cannot even imagine what they might be talking about. MC says that he understood that the Moderato prepared this in case he was defeated by humans. He made human vital energy serve as the key to break the seal, since it would be used as the final weapon for him to escape. He imagines that by Bronda's attire, he is someone noble of high rank. This excites him since he caught a big fish. This expression leaves the knight frightened. Kratos says that he is the current demon king and asks what his name is. He realizes it is formal language and replies that his name is Bronda Mazantano, a knight of the great kingdom of Camelin, and without beating around the bush, asks whether they will be devoured. MC smiles and bursts into laughter with his bizarre face, and this leaves all the soldiers terrified, as well as the captain. Kratos takes a deep breath and says that human meat smells very bad, no matter how it is prepared, and it does not attract him in the slightest. Therefore, he asks whether he happens to know any good recipe. Bronda does not understand whether he is serious or if it is a joke, but concludes that, judging by the Demon King's face, it is clear they will be devoured. MC, on the other hand, imagines that the knight's pressure has eased a little and that his idea that humor saves the world was correct. He then asks whether everyone has the strength to get up, since they will go to the village. But the captain replies that they have no strength even to move, and merely asks them to kill them right there. Once again, the Demon King bursts into laughter, thinking it is a joke, since he would gain nothing by killing them. Bronda feels increasingly intimidated, since no matter what they say, they are nothing but demons, as he cannot even hide the extreme malice on his face. Kratos explains that if the humans cannot move, then there is no other option but to call his subordinates. The knight wonders whether the Demon King intends to turn them into food for the subordinates. However, the order was to take everyone with comfort. Bronda does not understand how they are truly being carried carefully, but thinks that the demons are indeed cunning, since he himself would not lower his guard, even though he knows that they will clearly divide them to devour them in the village. After some time, he wakes up, and MC, with his bizarre face, apologizes for waking him from a deep sleep. He points to a tent where everyone will stay and says that each tent can be used by 3 people. In addition, he says that since Bronda is the captain, he should stay in the largest tent. He even mentions that there has been a human in that place for several months. This leaves him desperate, since apparently a human was kidnapped. While walking to the tent, he concludes that humans are probably being enslaved, but he is confident that he will find a way to rescue everyone and flee from the evil demons. Inside, he sees who the so-called human is, and this makes him certain that the demons are indeed evil, since the slave's skin is in good condition, and he has even gained weight, probably to be devoured as soon as he reaches a good weight. Richmond is happy to see a person, since it has been a long time since he saw one, and Kratos, still with his bizarre face, politely asks them to get along. After leaving the tent, he decides to ask Artanis how he did. She does not understand what he is talking about, and he asks whether the humans noticed how kind he was. She thinks about it and decides that it is better not to say things that hurt. The system, however, says that he was kind, since he even took good care of the humans. MC imagines that kindness is necessary, since it is a means of survival, and he is even preparing the ground for the overall picture, so that demons can eat and live with stability. And for that reason, he needs to build the most powerful system. With that said, he shouts to all the demons that they will resume the cultivation method of the 3 sisters that had been halted. Now, he possesses the universal agricultural tool, the former Demon Lord, since she can perfectly perform the role of both tractor and pesticide. He also has the 4 generals becoming veterans in agricultural management, with rigorous work management records. The work itself is flowing very well, but there is still a major problem. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Bronda asks whether the demons truly caused no harm. Richmond says he understands the concern, and that he also has doubts, but he lives there normally, taking care of the potatoes and the chunos porridge, and even receives proper rest time, in addition to the food being served at the right time. Bronda listens attentively until the merchant says that he is a bad human, since he lived by stealing other people's things, blinded by greed. He says that he was poor and hungry as a child, and was not in his right mind, wanting to resolve that resentment, and when he arrived in the demonic realm, he was obviously afraid and wanted to flee. But after living together for a while, he realized that they are no different from people. However, Bronda deduces that the old man has undergone brainwashing, and this makes him decide that he needs to flee as quickly as possible. After night falls, the knight prepares himself and realizes that the demons are careless, since they left their weapons in the same place. He leaves his tent and starts running, since there is no guard at all, and they are definitely underestimating humans. Only then does he get startled when he comes face to face with the plantation. He asks if by any chance it is a cornfield, since that land should be a place where nothing grows. Suddenly, he hears a sound and immediately crouches down in the plantation to hide. When he looks to the side, he realizes that it is a demon, but it is a demon child, in this case, Flute. He knows it will be difficult to avoid a demon's eyes, but he also cannot take too long, and since there is only a single demon, he decides to finish her off by attacking with everything from behind. At the moment when the blow was about to land, Flute turns around upon hearing someone ask who is in the plantation. She becomes happy when she sees that it is Asura and runs toward him. The general asks what the brat is doing in that place, since she should be at home and is always disobeying. The knight, who narrowly avoids being discovered, remains hidden. Flute then apologizes, saying that she was worried that the corn might catch some disease again. Asura replies that this is work for the demon king and for the adults. Branda cannot believe what he is hearing, since the demons are truly cultivating. He concludes that they are preparing for war to ensure the minimum amount of military provisions. Flute says that the adults work hard and feels bad about only eating and playing. The general asks if she has forgotten what Lord Kratos said, that the job of children is to eat and play a lot, since they will eventually grow and also cultivate. He also points out that she must take care of the newborn children, and that if she stays awake in the middle of the night, she will not grow properly, because she needs to grow into a respected demon with good health. Branda still does not understand what he is hearing, since the demon's conversation is strange, as it sounds more like a relative giving a lecture. This makes him remember when Richmond said that after living together for a while with the demons, he realized that they are no different from people. The knight does not accept this, since demons eat people. Asura continues giving his lecture so that Flute does not get hurt until she starts crying. At this moment, the MC appears calling out to the general and says that it was expected of one of the 4 great generals to show no emotion, considering he is making a child cry like that. He continues walking, passing close to Branda, and asks what he is doing awake at that hour. Asura, embarrassed, replies that he was worried about the corn, and, because of that, got up to take a look. Kratos tells him not to overexert himself, since he has not been resting properly lately. The knight continues trying to understand what kind of conversation that is. At that moment, Hartok appears and asks, please, for the demon king to understand Asura, since he has barely begun to change after they started agriculture, and there is no reason to spill blood invading humans, just as there is no reason for demons to devour one another. Sergei also appears and says that this is true because they never want to return to that time again, and that is why they now have the plantation. Bahal agrees, since everything got better after agriculture. The MC then asks if everyone appeared there because they were worried about the corn. Then, with a smile, he orders everyone to go inside to sleep well, since the next day, they will plant with peace and health. Having said that, he shouts for them to obey immediately, and everyone leaves. After no demon is left behind, Branda realizes that he can get up, but simply cannot believe what he has just heard. After all, the appearance of the Demon King was clearly that of someone malicious, but there was no malice in the conversation. This makes him reflect that throughout his military life, he met countless feudal lords and farm owners, who on the outside had kind and handsome faces, but committed all kinds of exploitation and atrocities. Furthermore, it has been a long time since the demons invaded humans, and he even heard stories that they were cruel and malicious demons, but he never saw anything personally. This makes him consider, even if it is impossible, that the demons might truly want peace. After all, the king of the humans ordered him only to investigate what was happening in the demonic kingdom, and if there was anything valuable, they would invade with maximum force. After reflecting on all of this, he returns to his tent, and the soldiers call out to him. One of them comments that there is no demon surveillance, and that, since they can move around, they could launch a surprise attack on the Demon King. However, Branda replies that they will not do that, and warns that until all members are fully recovered, they will remain silent. The MC, who is listening to everything in hiding, imagines that the operation was a success. He returns to the improvised castle and admits that everyone's performance was incredible, since Branda began to open his heart to them. Flute celebrates, since he found it fun, but Asura says that he found it embarrassing and never wants to do it again, since it is shameful for one of the 4 generals to be kind to a child. However, the MC asks if that is not his normal way. Bahal apologizes if he forgot something, since he has a bad memory. Hartok says that making the 4 generals sing praises to agriculture was time he could have used studying agricultural methods. The Demon King comments that apparently the 4 Eyes liked agriculture, and since everyone seems to have some complaint, he prepared something about it. He tells Zephyros to get what he asked for, and he shows several stickers. Tibone marks one of them with paint on his paw and gives one to each of them, leaving them confused. The MC informs them that those are praise stickers, and this leaves everyone extremely excited. However, he warns that agriculture will fail, and everyone immediately stops celebrating. He explains that the potatoes grew a lot thanks to Planus, who died and turned into fertilizer, but they were sterile plants without seeds. It will be different with the cultivation method of the 3 sisters, since the result will probably be the same. The secretary asks if the demon king will have to go out to look for seeds again, since it was not an easy task the first time, and he answers yes, since just thinking about it is already tiring, and says that is why they need the royal knight to become an ally. Meanwhile, someone listens to everything through the door. It was Artanis, paying close attention to that conversation. The next day, at dawn, Bronda leaves his tent questioning whether demons are, in fact, evil and whether they are not different from humans. Because of that, he decides that he needs to see it with his own eyes in order to judge. He comes across all the demons working on the plantation and, after getting closer, reflects on the legendary witch who made the human army kneel with her demonic scream, and, even without knowing about the demon lord Kratos, the story is different with Artanis, since she truly is the demon who invaded the kingdom. She approaches the MC and says that she has a complaint to make. He asks if there is something bothering her. Meanwhile, the kingdom's knight listens attentively to the conversation. She feels a bit embarrassed to say it and, after gathering courage, says that she still has not received a praise sticker. Bronda simply cannot believe what he heard, just like the MC, who asks what she did that was good enough to receive one. The witch gets upset since she mixed fertilizer all day and still ate very little during the snack. He warns that anyone can do that, and that first, she needs to reduce her punishment points. Artanis says that she did not know she had those points, and asks how many she has. He replies that she has 1 million points, and assures that adults are harder to praise, unlike babies, who are praised even for letting out a fart. She becomes upset upon learning this. At the same time, Bronda analyzes from afar, since he cannot believe that a mere sticker would leave the legendary witch so depressed. At that moment, the baby dragon passes by her side, and Artanis apologizes for earlier and politely asks for a stamp from his paw. Tibone gets startled and flies away without direction. Sergei approaches and asks her not to disturb the plantation. Artanis apologizes and goes to another corner, but unintentionally bumps into Flute. Because of that, Asura appears, shouting for her to be more careful, since kicking a child shows how she was a true tyrant. The witch apologizes once again, since that was not her intention. Hartok also approaches, asking if she is slacking off after mixing all the fertilizer, since she should not be in that place. Then Bahal approaches and comments that flying is faster than walking. Because of that, she flies away to escape the generals and heads toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Bronda watches attentively and starts wondering whether the former demon lord was not extremely powerful. Artanis arrives at the place and, crying, imagines that if she had known that agriculture was going well, she would not have been so cruel. After all, she would never have imagined that plants could grow on that land. Only then does something cross her mind, since she cannot imagine why the MC knows so much about agriculture, considering that she tried many times and failed. This makes her remember the past, when Kratos was a child, and, holding a tool, said that he would certainly be a demon useful in agriculture. She was happy to see that initiative, and said that they would research a lot together. That made Kratos happy, and with that memory, she finally remembers who the MC was, and that, apparently, he was the little child who succeeded. At that moment, someone calls out to her. It was Kratos, commenting that the famous witch seems to be at her worst. Artanis asks what he wants, since she is full of punishment points. After all, she is a lazy and slow tyrant who only gets in the way. He cannot believe in the demon's mindset, since it is too fragile, and because of that, he says that he thought of something to reduce the punishment points. She becomes happy and asks what it would be. He said that in the past the witch tried to do many things to cultivate, and, thanks to that, there are many agricultural tools that even helped plow the land when there was nothing, since it would take an eternity if they had to dig with their bare hands. Because of this, he states that the plantation that exists today could even be said to have been started by her. The demon becomes emotional about this, even more so because he says that because of it, she will receive a discount on her punishment points of 1,000,001 point. Artanis gets excited since she knows what this means, and the MC, without wasting time, calls Tibone and orders him to give a praise sticker to the former demon lord as well. The baby dragon is reluctant, and Artanis makes a heart because she really wants it. He takes a deep breath, stamps a sticker, and kicks her on the forehead, which she does not mind at all since she received the long-dreamed-of praise sticker. Because of this, she celebrates that she is the strongest demon, the famous former demon lord who is now worthy of praise. Then she moves and clings to the MC, hugging him. Kratos, embarrassed, asks whether Tibone's paw is really a reason to be so happy. She replies that he grew up very well, and, crying, thanks him for showing that it is possible to cultivate peace with agriculture, and that she was not wrong to try that. Meanwhile, Bronda watches everything while hiding and concludes that, by observing Kratos, Artanis, and the other demons, this gave him the certainty that they are pure, and purity can be infinitely good or profoundly malignant, and in this case he decides that he will help so that their purity follows the path of good. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, Bahal picks up a giant corn and flute celebrates. Since the plantation is even producing giant pumpkins, Sergei cannot contain his emotion, since it will provide food for years. Then, immediately, the MC shouts that it is harvest time and that everything must be cut. The demons fill with energy and go out cutting absolutely everything, since the harvest has finally become ready. Kratos, after this order, simply turns around and leaves, leaving Artanis thoughtful about it. Dyruk goes to Hartok to ask if they had an abundant harvest, but he replies that they did not, since it is still very far from a truly abundant harvest. Meanwhile, the MC, who went to a swamp, reflects that things happened as he expected. The corn, the pumpkin, and the beans became sterile. Thus, it is impossible to maintain sustainable agriculture on the lands near the Demon King's castle, and in the end, the only option was to develop that swamp. However, the place is poisonous and rice definitely would not grow there. He knows that they need to obtain more seeds in a stable way, and thus they will remove the poison and turn that area into rice paddies. Thinking about all this, he concludes that he has no choice but to cooperate with humans. At this moment, the system appears saying that he speaks as if he were a real demon, but is also originally a human. The MC stops to think about this, and comments that lately he even forgot that he has that body and was even thinking that he was a real demon lord. However, he does not care about this, since he will be the ruthless demon lord who needs to support the family. Back at the plantation, the demons are putting the corn on the fire. Then Asura shouts at Richmond and, with his devilish face, orders him to eat with gusto. He reflects that he told him to eat with gusto without any second intentions, but he still cannot get used to being like that. In the Demon King's tent, Zephyros asks whether Kratos will not eat. He replies that he already ate earlier and therefore everyone can eat plenty. The secretary becomes thoughtful, since the MC is somewhat downcast. Back at the plantation, everyone is eating happily, and because of this, the happiness points begin to rise non-stop. The more the demons eat, the more the points keep rising, since everyone in the demonic realm is stuffed from eating so much. At this moment, Artanis goes to Zephyros to ask whether his position is that of an official records keeper. He replies that it is, and she imagines that everyone is cruel to her except Zephyros. Because of that, she asks whether the Demon King might be worried about something. He merely responds by asking whether she has, by any chance, finished harvesting Sector 7. She thinks about it and immediately uses her ability to gather the entire plantation, and once she finishes, she returns and asks him, please, to listen to what she has to say. Zephyros comments that her question was about the Demon King Kratos, and that, in fact, everyone wants him to join the meal, but the MC refuses, saying that he has a lot to think about. She explains that Kratos will not move for that reason, since he apparently is not used to resting and having fun. Zephyros thinks about it and immediately goes to the MC, calling out to him. Kratos is startled and asks what happened. He shouts that there was a problem in the plantation and that they need to go there as quickly as possible. The MC is startled and both begin to run until the secretary points out what the problem is. He is surprised when he sees it, since, in truth, all the demons rode on the ground thanking him for feeding everyone. He sees all the demons happy, and a tear falls from his eye. To cover it up, he asks why there is so much dust and what a waste of labor that was. The secretary apologizes, since he did not imagine that he would come out if he did not say that. In addition, he recounts the conversation he had with Artanis. She said that there is no point in trying to make the Demon King rest, since he needs to help him find his strength again, because putting someone back on their feet is not that difficult, and saying thank you, even if it is just a sincere word, is more than enough. He is surprised to learn that these were words from the former tyrant. Because of that, he shouts for all the demons to hear that every year, on that same day, they will give thanks to the heavens for the harvest and declares that, on that day, they must eat and play as much as they want, and that it will be called the Day of the Harvest. All the demons celebrate this order, and the secretary wonders whether, in the following year, they will also be able to celebrate the Day of the Harvest. The MC, excited, replies that yes, since, on the following day, they will go to the human realm to establish diplomatic relations. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks.